Irene returned home directly after leaving the hotel. On her way home, she realized that she had made a mistake. How was she supposed to explain her relationship with Edric to Wilson? The next day, when she went to the company, her thoughts were all over the place. She was afraid that Wilson would ask about her relationship with Edric, but it turned out to be completely different from her expectations. Wilson's attitude towards her was the same as usual. He didn't seem to be interested in gossiping about her and Edric at all. Irene breathed a sigh of relief. She was secretly glad that she had met a good manager. What she didn't know, however, was that he wasn't uninterested. Rather, he was too afraid to ask. The previous night, after she was taken away by Edric, John had a few words with him. In a brutish manner, John had instructed Wilson to treat Irene well, and that if he ran into any problems, John would be happy to help. What luck! With John's help, Wilson could easily excel in his career. He was no fool. Money made the world go round after all. To hull with gossip. At lunch, Irene received a call from Rowan. That was when she realized that the emerald pendant she usually wore around her neck had disappeared. Her mind flashed back to when that beast, Edric, was tearing her clothes off in the bathroom. That must have been when it fell off. The emerald pendant was left to Irene by Myra. Luckily, Rowan had found it. Irene went to the cafe next to her office to meet Rowan. Rowan took out the pendant and handed it to Irene. Irene thanked her, taking it. She was about to stash it away into her bag when Rowan suddenly prompted her. "Miss Nelson, don't you want to check it first?" "What would I be checking it for?" Irene was taken aback. "Aren't you afraid I'll rip you off?" Rowan asked, half-jokingly. "You must be kidding me. I've always known you as a person with integrity, Miss Wood," Irene responded. Rowan asked again, "That emerald pendant looks very expensive. It must be very valuable. Was it inherited from your family?" Irene smiled. "It's not worth that much, but it's very valuable to me. After all, my mother left it to me. I can't thank you enough, Miss Wood." Rowan felt a twinge of excitement by Irene's reply. "Your mother is from San Fatillo, isn't she?" "Yes, she was born and bred in San Fatillo," Irene answered. "Which part?" Rowan asked again. Irene patiently answered her query. Unexpectedly, Rowan became even more interested. "Do you have any other relatives there?" Rowan's attempts at making small talk was boring to Irene. Although she was grateful to Rowan for returning her pendant, it did not mean that she liked Rowan and was willing to chat with her about her family and its matters. Both of them were Edric's secret lovers. It was sickening for them to gather, drink tea, and chat as if that fact meant nothing. So Irene returned abruptly. "I have some urgent work to attend to at the company. See you, Miss Wood." Irene took the emerald pendant and left in a hurry. Rowan frowned. She had no idea that that pendant was from Irene's mother. Why did Myra and her mother leave them the same thing? Was there any connection between the two? Since her adoptive parents had told her the secrets behind her family background, she had never given up looking for her birth mother. Although Rowan was sad that her mother had left her alone at the orphanage, she felt that her mother must have had her reasons for doing so. A maternal love was extraordinary. No mother would be willing to abandon their child. Over the years, Rowan had never given up searching, but she could only do so much. The emerald pendant was her only clue to find her mother. In this huge world, her chances were minuscule. She would have never imagined that she would stumble upon such an important revelation. Both emerald pendants were identical and had been left to them by their mothers. Perhaps she was somehow related to Irene. Not long after Rowan returned to the company, Edric called her up to his office. His expression indicated that he was not in good spirits. "Why were you looking for Irene?" Rowan hesitated. Should she tell Edric the truth? Despite having known Edric for such a long time, he had never asked about the situation she was in, nor had she taken the initiative to tell him herself. The issue she had now was a little complicated. It would probably be hard for her to investigate it alone. Therefore, she decided that it would be a wise move to disclose it to Edric and request for his help. Thus, Rowan told Edric about the emerald pendant. Edric was obviously surprised. One of the reasons that he had looked for Rowan in the first place was because of her similarity to Irene, looks-wise. After listening to her story, he observed her carefully. The more he looked at her, the more he saw the similarities between her and Irene. Was there really some untold history between Rowan and Irene? He really had to investigate this matter thoroughly. Irene got off work and returned home. As soon as she stepped in, a strong smell of medicine wafted over. In her 3 years of marriage with Edric, she had tried all sorts of supplements and ancient herbs. The smell of it now was enough to make her sick to her stomach. She suppressed her nausea and asked, "Maisie, who's sick?" Deborah, who was on the sofa, answered, "No one is sick. Lily is taking some supplements." With that, she added, "Edric said Lily's too thin, so he went to consult some famous doctors just to get these supplements for her." She was obviously deliberately trying to trigger Irene. Irene was no fool. She smirked faintly and went upstairs. On her way up, she heard Lily tell Maisie, "Please store the supplements properly. Edric said that it took him a lot of effort to get a hold of these." A lot of effort? Irene guffawed in her heart. She closed the door and shut out Lily's arrogant display. She told herself she wasn't sad, but her heart still ached a little bit. She sat on the sofa in the bedroom and sighed heavily before her phone rang. She picked it up at once. Edric's voice came over the line. "When are you moving in?" Irene was silent for a while before answering, "Tomorrow." She had already wasted her opportunity last time. This time she must grab hold of it tightly. No matter how disgusting the sight of Edric was to her, it wouldn't be any worse than the disgust she felt from the scent of medicine in this house. After their marriage, she developed a deep phobia of any sort of medication. Satisfied with her answer, Edric's tone became quite amicable. He told her to give him a heads up when she was moving out so he could come to pick her up. Irene replied that there was no need to trouble him. They weren't married anyway. He didn't need to show up personally. John could just pass her the keys at the office. Her answer made Edric angry for some reason, hence he hung up the call right away. The next day, Irene moved into Chandel Valley. When she moved out of the Cook family, she told Stephen that she was just going back to keep Thomas company for a few days. Stephen did not stop her. He told her to stay there for a couple of days before coming home again. When Deborah and Lily saw that Irene was moving out, they giggled happily. Now that Irene was no longer in the house, meaning their eyesore had disappeared, they could finally get some peace at home. Since the construction of Chandel Valley had begun, it had been a hot topic among San Fatillo's citizens. Irene had no idea about all of that. While Edric had been setting Chandel Valley up, she was busy dealing with all her problems. She had neither the time nor the energy to go out and pay these trivial matters any mind. When she opened the door, she was shocked by what she saw. Edric had given his mistress such a beautiful place to stay. What a generous man. Irene had only brought a few simple sets of clothes and toiletries. Before coming here, she had made up her mind to stay here for just a month. Well, if she was lucky enough. She opened the shoe cabinet and saw a pair of fluffy cartoon slippers. A mocking smile formed on her face. When she lived with Edric, she used to love buying cartoon items. Almost everything, from her pajamas to her cup, had cartoons on them. Edric used to nag at her and say that cartoons were for children. But now, looking at the cartoon slippers, Irene wondered if she was hallucinating. After so many years of being adrift and wandering, she was no longer that girl who believed in dreams and fantasies. She was now a woman who had been through many hardships. Life was just that cruel. It had forced her to change her habits and personality. Instead of using the slippers in Edric's shoe cabinet, Irene changed into her own slippers. With how filthy Edric was, she had reason to doubt the cleanliness of the items here. Carrying her luggage, Irene went upstairs and started to unpack. She took out her clothes and hung them in the wardrobe. When she opened the wardrobe, another surprise was waiting for her, a set of cartoon pajamas hung on the rack. Irene smiled wryly. She chose an empty spot to hang her own clothes and set down her toiletries in the bathroom. Seeing the cartoon cup in the bathroom, she shook her head. She didn't expect that. After 4 years of her leaving Edric, he had now turned into a cartoon addict. Life was such a fucking joke. After putting her things away, she got ready to clean the room. Suddenly, she heard the sound of a car outside. Clearly, Edric had arrived. He had come here quite quickly, indeed. She gave up on cleaning and went downstairs. As she was halfway down the stairs, Edric came into her line of vision. He seemed to be in a good mood. However, after seeing the gray slippers on Irene's feet, his expression changed. "Isn't there a pair of slippers in the shoe cabinet? Why is this guy so weird? He even wants to control what I wear?" Irene thought. Irritated, she replied stiffly, "I'm used to using my own things." Irene knew very well that he would take that as her challenging him. Edric suppressed his unhappiness and said, "Let's go for dinner." Irene did not speak. She went straight to the door. Edric was taken aback for a moment before following suit behind her. After getting in the car, Edric reached out to buckle the seatbelt for her, but Irene did it before he could. A little embarrassed, Edric put his hand back on the steering wheel and asked her, "What do you want to eat?" "Anything," Irene responded lightly, her eyes fixed on the scenery outside. Edric frowned, saying, "Anything is not a food item. I'll eat whatever you eat, Mr. Myers. I'm not picky." Edric said no more. Irene was indeed not a picky eater. He started the car. There was a good Mexican place nearby. Although Irene did not pick and choose what she ate, he knew that she liked spicy food. He decided to head there for their first meal. As he drove, the air in the car was drop-dead silent. Irene hadn't glanced at his way at all. Her gaze was fixed outside. She was very different from how she used to be. Edric found it difficult to bear. As he was about to speak, his phone rang. He answered the phone. Over the line, Lily purred in a soft tone. "Edric, this supplement tastes so bitter." Edric's voice was very gentle too as he replied to her, "Good supplements are always bitter. Just drink it. It's to regulate your..." Irene didn't want to listen to his affection for Lily, but they were in the same car. When she heard Edric tenderly coax Lily to take her supplements, she felt her heart sank to her stomach.
Finally, their intimate conversation came to an end. Their car stopped outside the entrance of the Mexican restaurant. It's quite a small restaurant, but the food here is really authentic. Edric pushed the door open and got out of the car as he said to her, "I have eaten here twice. It's really delicious." Irene followed Edric without saying a word. Edric was obviously a frequent guest here. When the owner of the restaurant saw Edric, he immediately came over and greeted Edric with open arms. Soon, they were taken to the VIP room. The waiter brought over 2 starters. It was nachos and salsa. Edric picked up a piece and dipped it in the salsa as he looked at Irene. "Try this. This place has the best salsa I've ever had." Irene looked at him holding the nacho up to her mouth and sneered in her heart. Best nachos? For someone as rich as Edric, eating nachos and salsa occasionally was considered a delicacy. But to her, they were just an ordinary dish. After she divorced Edric, she craved nachos a lot during her pregnancy. It was easy to make it delicious. Plus, it was cheap, too. She ate it pretty much every day, hence now when she caught a glimpse of it, she found it irresistibly intolerable. Seeing that she was just staring at him motionlessly, Edric's brows became knitted at once. "Open your mouth." Edric had already held it right in front of her mouth. Irene looked down and frowned as she opened her mouth to take a bite. It was not as delicious as he had described. It was no different than any other nachos with salsa she had tasted before. She grimaced slightly. She barely managed to swallow it down, and she was not going to eat another bite. In Edric's eyes, she was merely acting out, and that made him unhappy. However, he remembered that it was a special day this day, thus he chose to suppress his displeasure. The dishes Edric ordered were served up one after the other. Among them were tacos, enchiladas, guacamole, and so on. They were all dishes that Irene liked. Seeing her favorite dishes, Irene picked up her cutlery and started digging in. Watching her enjoying the meal, Edric felt oddly gleeful. He sat opposite her, looking at her shoving food into her mouth. Without his consciousness, his lips had already quirked up into a smile. He suddenly felt like he was dreaming. The day before, Edric called her and asked her when she was moving in. He was hopeful. He hoped that Irene would remember what day it was that day. Sure enough, she did not let him down. She promised to move in that day, but had she forgotten what special day it was? 8 years ago on that day, they had their first date. Now, 8 years later, they were having yet another first date. No matter what, it was a positive sign to Edric. He hoped to start over with Irene again and relive their old life. He wanted to make up for what he owed her. Irene was really hungry. She gobbled down the food with no care for her image. Halfway through her meal, she looked up and noticed Edric was staring at her. Irene assumed that he was shocked by the way she was eating. After all, Lily was gentle, noble, and elegant. Edric was used to such beauty and grace. It was no wonder that he would be appalled by her table manners. Irene admitted she wasn't the most elegant person when it came to eating, but that didn't warrant Edric's surprise, did it? She felt like he was being a little dramatic, as she had never seen him like this before. "Mr. Myers, why don't you eat?" Irene couldn't help but ask. Edric came to his senses and said, "I enjoy watching you eat." Irene felt like he had said this to her before, but she couldn't recall when. Slightly surprised, she responded, "You're very funny, Mr. Myers." "Irene, are you going to keep calling me Mr. Myers? If not, should I address you by your first name? Should I remind you that you're now my brother-in-law?" Irene asked. The atmosphere immediately turned icy. Edric picked up a fish taco and wolfed it down violently. Then something unexpected happened. A fishbone got lodged in Edric's throat. He drank glass after glass of water, but the fishbone refused to go down. In the end, Irene suggested he go to the hospital to consult a doctor. Edric felt so embarrassed. He just wanted to have a nice dinner, but this stupid fishbone had messed everything up. Later on, the doctor helped him extract the fishbone, but his good mood had already been ruined. On the way back, Edric kept a straight face and was silent the whole journey. Neither did Irene speak. The two of them returned to the Chandel Valley Villa in silence. After entering the villa, Irene sat down on the sofa and turned on the TV to watch a soap opera. Edric sat next to her with a dark face, and his heart was burning with anger. How could she be watching TV right now? Edric had been busy staring at her in the restaurant. Then, after that, they ended up going to the hospital. Therefore, he hadn't eaten anything at all. Needless to say, he must be starving at this moment. Shouldn't Irene have some common sense and cook for him or something? He knew very well how good her cooking was. Previously, when Edric had to work late nights, she would always prepare delicious foods for him. Irene's gaze was on the TV, but she was feeling a little nervous inwardly. She was just hoping Edric would be uninterested in the soap opera she was watching and return to his study to work. That would be easier for her to spend through the night. However, something seemed to be up with Edric. He sat still beside her and gawked at her intensely. Irene felt her goosebumps raise under his gaze. Just as she couldn't take it anymore, she suddenly heard a strange gurgling sound. Irene looked at Edric. His pallid face had already turned a little red. "Irene, what's wrong with you?" "Mr. Myers, what can I do for you?" Irene asked respectfully. "Don't you know that I haven't eaten anything?" "I'm sorry. I'll order takeout for you right away." Irene got up to get the phone. Edric gritted his teeth and continued, "It's late at night, and there won't be any stores open at this hour. Can't you make me a bowl of pasta or something?" "I'm sorry. My cooking isn't that nice, and you'd better just order takeout." Irene used to put so much effort into cooking for Edric because she loved him, and he was her husband. But what was he to her now? He was just another man, and she didn't have that kind of effort to put into him. Seeing Irene pick up the phone, Edric was infuriated. He snatched the phone over from Irene's hand and threw it aside. "I want to eat your pasta tonight." Irene looked at the broken phone on the ground. After a while, she got up and went into the kitchen. "He just wants a bowl of pasta, right? Fine, Edric. If you want me to cook so badly, then so be it. Whether or not it'll be edible is a whole other issue." Soon she set down a bowl of pasta with cheese on top in front of Edric. He looked at the bowl of pasta while his face turned green. Irene knew he hated cheese, but she had included it on purpose. "How very nice of you." Edric gaped at Irene furiously for a few minutes, then angrily slammed the door and left. Irene clapped her hands gleefully and turned to go upstairs. After such havoc, Edric probably wouldn't come back anymore, so she could sleep in peace now. Irene was worried that Edric might have brought someone dirty people over before. Hence, she cleaned the bedroom and changed the sheets. Then she washed the entire bathroom before taking a bath. After coming out of the shower, she saw Edric sitting on the sofa in the room. She was positively dumbstruck. "Why are you back?" "This is my home. Am I not allowed to come back?" Edric asked. I'm sorry. It was a slip of the tongue. Irene apologized. Edric stood up and walked over to her. A faint fragrance wafted into his nose, and he felt his body relax. It was a normal reaction. When he was with other women, he never felt such a desire. But with Irene, he felt so alive. Seeing his expression, Irene subconsciously took a step back. Edric reached out and held her in his arms. Afraid that I'll eat you up? His voice was magnetic and seductive, but Irene was not buying it. She reached out and pushed him away. We can't do it tonight. Seeing his deep gaze locked onto her, she immediately explained, I just moved here tonight, and I'm not ready. What is there to be ready for? Edric felt a little dejected when he saw the way she looked at him, as if he was some monster. Irene instinctively wanted to retreat, but Edric held her waist and forced her to look into his eyes. She lowered her head in panic. I'm drained tonight. It's a foreign place, and I can't fall asleep. The bed feels so unfamiliar, and I'm sad. Well, let's talk then. I will help you relax. Edric interjected and brought her over to the sofa to sit down, but he didn't let go of her. Meanwhile, Edric didn't feel the same at all. His hand was still on her waist, and his head was leaning on her back. He asked in a very gentle voice, Where have you been all these years? He was the one who drove her out without giving her any alimony. But now, he was acting so lovingly, as if they were an affectionate couple that had reunited after so long. Irene hated it. Irene had no intention of sharing her past with Edric, nor did she want him in her future. She wasn't silly enough to sit there and have a heart-to-heart talk with him. She yawned and said softly, Mr. Myers, I'm so sleepy. I just want to sleep now. Let's talk another time. A minute ago, she had just said that she couldn't sleep in an unfamiliar bed, but now she was claiming she was sleepy. Only a fool would believe her. Edric sighed silently. Irene didn't want to have any contact with him at all. He held her in his arms and turned around to let her face him. Do you remember what day it is today? Irene shook her head. I'm a little sleepy. Probably because I'm getting older. Once I'm sleepy, I can't remember anything. Everything is but a blur. Edric did not force her. Instead, he took out a box from his pocket and said, I got you this present. Open it. Mr. Myers, you're too generous. I don't need a present. Open the box and put it on, Edric ordered. Irene reluctantly opened the box, and there was a beautiful bracelet inside. If she remembered correctly, Edric had once given her a similar bracelet 8 years ago. That was during their first date, and it was the first ever gift he had gotten for her. Later on, he gave her many more gifts, each more expensive than the last, but that day marked the first day of her being Edric's lover. Him giving her a similar bracelet made Irene find the whole thing so ironic. She did not put the bracelet on. Thank you, Mr. Myers. I don't need a gift. Please take it back. What do you mean? Edric was irate hearing her reply. Being such a forgetful person, I often lose things. I'll probably lose your gift too, sooner or later. If you want to take it back someday, I might not be able to find it. It was a reminder for Edric when he had kicked her out and taken back all the jewelry he had given her. Edric's face suddenly sank. Irene, can't you just talk nicely? I'm sorry. I'll be quiet. I shouldn't have offended you. Your Excellency, please forgive my insolence. Irene lowered her head pitifully. When he heard her sarcastic remark, Edric couldn't take it anymore. He pointed to the bracelet and said, Irene, don't forget your place here. If I ask you to wear it, you have to do as I say. Otherwise... Edric didn't manage to finish his line before Irene got off his lap. Otherwise what, Mr. Myers? Will you end our relationship as lovers? Irene's round, beautiful eyes were twinkling with ridicule and disdain. Edric was so enraged that he could not get a word out of his lips. But honestly, what could he use to threaten her? Irene was not the one begging to be his lover. It was Edric who threatened her to be one. She didn't want to at all. Except for using the video to threaten her, she had no other weaknesses, and even that video was non-existent anyway. Edric held his breath, and he didn't know where to direct his anger. Go draw a bath for me. I want to take a bath. Irene entered the bathroom without saying a word. He heard the sound of running water coming from inside. A few minutes later, she came out and spoke. Mr. Myers, your bath is ready. Please go ahead. Edric really wanted to turn on his heel and leave. In the end, he held back his frustration and went into the bathroom. He took his bath hastily. It seemed like being nice to Irene was pointless. Very well, he had to do things the hard way then. After taking a shower, he walked out of the bathroom. His eyes widened as he saw Irene asleep on the sofa. So much for all that talk about not being able to sleep in an unfamiliar place. Edric went over to pick her up and put her back down on the bed. He really wanted to make love to her, but he couldn't bear waking her up when he saw her sleeping so sweetly. Irene actually hadn't fallen asleep at all. She was pretending so that she could escape him. After Edric had set her down on the bed, she was secretly overjoyed. But much to her disappointment, Edric didn't let her go. Instead, he clung to her tightly in his arms. She was too afraid to move lest he saw through her act. Until late night, when she heard Edric snoring softly, only then did she slowly wriggle out of his embrace and went to sleep with her back facing him. Although she fell asleep eventually, she couldn't sleep well. She couldn't shake off the worry in her heart. At dawn, she turned over and woke up. Edric, who was beside her, reached out to hold her. "Let's sleep in. I will send you to the office." "Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Myers, but please at least let me make my decision regarding my own work. After all, I'm not proud of you and me being in this relationship." Edric was speechless. She got out of bed, washed up, and headed out of Chandel Valley. As she hadn't slept well, her mind was muddled. She barely made it through the day. She then received a call from Kinsey asking her out for dinner. Irene didn't want to go back to Chandel Valley to see Edric's face, thus she agreed to the invitation happily. Kinsey and she agreed to meet at one of the busiest streets in San Fatillo. When Irene arrived at the restaurant, Kinsey was already there. She had ordered dishes that both she and Irene liked. Seeing Irene's dark eye circles, Kinsey couldn't help but tease and ask if she was having too much fun the previous night. Irene sighed and told Kinsey what had happened. Kinsey laughed so hard when she heard about Edric choking on the fishbone. It was funny no matter how she looked at it. "You should have taken some photos of him at the hospital. Edric Myers, hospitalized from a fishbone. What a great headline!" Kinsey burst out laughing. "Is that all you can think of?" Irene glared at Kinsey. "Help me think of a way to deal with him. Last night I escaped by pretending to be asleep, but I can't do the same thing again tonight." "Irene, why did you go over to that house in the beginning? It's impossible for you to avoid him forever. You haven't had sex in so long anyway. Why don't you just pretend he's an escort? A handsome gigolo, perhaps. That way, you're not losing out." "I don't want to do it with such a disgusting man. Even if I had to, I want to wait a few days. If I can get pregnant on the first try, that would be the best," Irene reasoned. "That's not going to be easy. You know men think with their decks, plus you're so pretty. Edric isn't going to let you off so easily." Kinsey could tell that it wasn't going to be easy to hold off Edric's obsession for Irene. "Why don't you let Lily take your place?" "How do I do that?" asked Irene. "If you tell Lily that you live in the Chandel Valley Villa, that little bitch will definitely come running to pester Edric every day." "That's not a good idea. Myers threatened me that if I told Lily, he would bury me alive," Irene answered. "Did he really say so?" "Yes, he cares about Lily a lot. His heart aches for her frail body, and he even went around looking for famous doctors to provide her with supplements," detailed Irene. "Bastard, he's so good to that bitch. Men are trash. How can he still be pining after you when he already has Lily? Edric is such an asshole," Kinsey cursed fiercely. After a while, Kinsey added, "Let me tell you, the day before yesterday I went to Cat Alley with my colleagues from the TV station to do an interview. I saw Edric and his other mistress Rowan there. What do you think they were up to?" Irene was stunned. She heard Thomas mention Cat Alley before. When she was a child, Myra used to live there with Thomas. Thomas had said that that place was like a slum. Not only a lot of poor, but also criminals lived there. They committed murders and sold drugs as if it was the norm. Lily and Deborah came from there too. But why was Edric there? Irene couldn't think of an answer. No matter what Edric was up to, it had nothing to do with her. She had better focus on the matter at hand. Irene and Kinsey talked for about 2 hours. By the time they came out of the restaurant, the sun was already starting to set. On the busiest street in San Fatillo, the road was bustling with cars. Kinsey sighed. "It seems like it's going to take us at least 2 hours just to get home in this jam." While speaking, Edric called. His voice rang out coldly from the phone. "Where are you?" "Eating out," Irene replied. "Give me the name of the restaurant. I'll come and pick you up," instructed Edric. "You'd better not come. The traffic jam is awful here, and it'll take you more than 2 hours." As soon as she finished speaking, Edric hung up the phone irritatedly. He had happily gone home in the hope of having dinner with her, while she, on the other hand, had not spared him a single thought and gone out with Kinsey to eat. She didn't even bother to give him a heads up. "Edric is really clinging on to you," remarked Kinsey after Irene hung up the phone. "I've thought of a way you can deal with him tonight. Just pretend to be drunk." Irene's eyes lit up at Kinsey's words. "Good idea. Let's head to a bar and have some fun." But in this jam, it would take at least an hour to get to a bar. Kinsey was very impatient. She complained about all the cars on the road and talked about how traffic jams were never this bad overseas. Irene remained composed, on the other hand. She wasn't interested in going to the bar, and she just wanted to avoid Edric. As Kinsey continued on babbling, she couldn't help laughing. "Isn't it nice to get a chance to enjoy the scenery? Look at all the tightly packed cars. They look kind of like beetles. It's pretty interesting, too." "Pooh. The amount of cars on the road makes my head hurt. I am not in the mood to enjoy this scenery," Kinsey said as she looked out of the window. Suddenly she exclaimed, "Irene, look at that woman in the sunglasses. Doesn't she look exactly like that old bitch?" Irene followed Kinsey's line of vision and looked over. She was shocked, too. If she wasn't mistaken, that woman with the shades looked remarkably similar to Deborah. She wasn't 100% sure since the distance between them was quite far apart. It was hard to get a clear view from their angle. The woman who looked similar to Deborah was wearing a hat and a pair of sunglasses. She sat in the front passenger seat. Beside her, driving the car, was a man. That wasn't the main point. From Irene and Kinsey's point of view, they could see vaguely that the man was holding onto her hand. Although Kinsey was a director now, she still had quite a number of experiences working in the field previously. When she saw the two holding hands, she instinctively took out her phone to take a photo. Irene had a slower reaction. She didn't respond until Kinsey had finished taking the picture. "What are you doing?" "What am I doing? That old butch is dressing up and going out with other men. What do you think Mr. Cook would do if I sent him this photo?" Kinsey giggled proudly. "That old butch and her daughter would definitely be kicked out of the house. I'd like to see how they can bully you then." Irene was amused by Kinsey. "The photo is too blurry. We don't even know for sure if it's her. Plus, it's just a photo. Even if it was her, she could deny it and say she has been framed. It won't work." As they talked, traffic started to ease up a little. Kinsey knew what Irene was saying was true. First of all, both of them couldn't be entirely sure that it was Deborah. Moreover, knowing how evil and scheming Deborah was, there was no way she could be taken down with a single photo. But what they saw a while ago was a good sign. If that woman really were Deborah, that would mean that she and that man definitely had something going on. "Irene, call the Cook family immediately and ask them if Deborah is home. If she isn't home, then you'll know that woman is her." Kinsey's suggestion was pretty good. Therefore, Irene immediately called the Cook family. It was Maisie who picked up. Irene first asked if Stephen was home, and Maisie answered no. Irene then asked if Deborah and Lily were there, and Maisie repeated no. Lily had gone out with her friends while Deborah had been out since noon. Apparently, she had gone to a beauty salon and hadn't returned yet. What kind of beauty treatment lasted from noon till night? It seemed a little unlikely. Irene tested the waters and asked how often Deborah would go for these beauty treatments. Maisie replied that Deborah didn't really have a fixed schedule. Usually she went when Stephen was busy with work and came back late at night. It always took a long time. After hanging up the phone, Kinsey smirked. "It seems that this old butch really does have a skeleton in her closet. Why don't we keep an eye on her and see where this beauty salon is, and also why it takes her such a long time to be there? If there is no fixed time, how will you keep an eye on her?" Irene asked. "Hire a private detective," suggested Kinsey. "Forget it. I'm distressed now. Let's talk about this another time." Irene was not in the mood to care about Deborah at the moment. When Kinsey and Irene returned to the Chandel Valley villa, it was already 11 o'clock at night. Edric was furious to see Kinsey holding Irene and staggering into the living room. Irene had gone too far. Not only did Irene ditch him and go out to eat, but she also got back in such a drunken state to boot. He controlled his emotions and got Irene from Kinsey's hand. When Kinsey handed Irene to Edric before she secretly pinched Irene's wrist, wished her good luck, and left. After Kinsey left, Edric carried Irene, who was reeking of alcohol, up the stairs. Irene was very light, hence it didn't take much effort for him to carry her. The distance between the living room and the sleeping quarters on the second floor wasn't far either. However, Edric had been frowning a couple of times during the process. From the beginning, Irene could hear his wheezing gasps, which indicated that Edric was raging. A little nervous, she opened her eyes slightly and secretly glanced at Edric, but she met with Edric's eyes in an instant. Thus, she immediately closed her eyes and muttered, "My head is aching badly. Put me down. Let me sleep." Edric ignored her and pushed open the bedroom door with Irene in his hands. He then put Irene on the bed and helped her take off her coat. Irene was relieved when she felt that she was on the soft bed, thinking that she was able to dodge a bullet that night too. At that time, she would be happy to play along with Edric. As long as she succeeded in making a baby, she would immediately leave. When Irene was elated about her perfect plan, Edric picked up her clothes. He was about to put them aside before suddenly he found that the smell of alcohol on her clothes was unusually strong. He was stupefied for a moment. Then he put the clothes under his nose and smelled them again. His face suddenly changed. Edric stared for a few seconds at Irene, who was lying on the bed. Suddenly, he picked Irene up and took her into the bathroom. Irene's heart turned into an arrhythmia again. What was Edric trying to accomplish by taking her to the bathroom? Edric turned on the shower, took off Irene's clothes quickly, and started bathing her. He was going to experiment with his hypothesis. Upon realizing the situation, Irene got so irate that she thought, "Dumb Edric! Aside from the smell of alcohol, there's nothing dirty on my body. Is he crazy? To even think off giving me a bath." Since Irene had already pretended to be drunk, she had no choice but to bite her teeth and continue her act. Fortunately, the bathroom was full of fog, therefore she didn't need to put much effort into her act. After a long time, Edric finally finished bathing her. He then wiped her clean and took her back to the bed. After she got on the bed, Irene breathed a sigh of relief. Was she finally able to have some good sleep right then? However, she guessed it wrong again. Edric went on the bed and held her tightly in his arms. Irene felt very frustrated. While Irene was still grumbling about Edric silently, Edric said to her, "Stop pretending. I know you are not drunk." Irene did not move an inch, but she was puzzled. How did Edric know that she wasn't drunk? Was he trying to test her if she was bluffing him? You can't pretend to be drunk by just pouring some alcohol on your body. "Irene, I have already washed the smell of alcohol off your body," Edric continued. No wonder Edric wanted to give her a bath. He was exposing her lies. Irene was so incensed that she wanted to curse him. She thought, "So what? I'm not going to answer you and continue to pretend to be asleep. What can you do?" When Edric noticed that she was still closing her eyes and did not move an inch, he reached out and tickled her. Irene could never stand itchiness, and she finally opened her eyes after not being able to hold it back anymore. "What do you want? Why won't you let me sleep?" Irene asked. "How dare you pretend to be drunk? Irene, you almost got me." Edric looked at her with ridicule. "I'm not pretending to be drunk." Irene glared at Edric and said confidently, "Can't I go to sleep? I have a headache from drinking alcohol." "What kind of excuse is that? I remember that you didn't look like this when you were drunk in the past," Edric remarked leisurely. "The past is the past. There's nothing that won't change in this world," Irene sneered. "No matter how much you change, you can't change your character, temper, and habits, can you?" Edric asked. "What's the big deal? The current society is materialistic. Even vows can turn into lies, so are there any other things that can't be changed?" Irene hissed. "Irene, I've always abided by my oath, and I've never done anything to betray you," Edric said. "Stop, Mr. Myers. It's not the time to talk about this now." Irene stared at Edric. Just do what you want to do and finish up quickly. It's very late already. I have to go to work tomorrow." Edric was fuming with wrath. "Irene, am I such a person in your heart? Do you think I'm short of women if I want to vent my lust? Then what do you want to do?" Irene looked impatient. "Don't you know what I want? Irene, we have been husband and wife for 3 years. I don't believe that you don't know me at all," Edric barked. Irene used to think that she knew Edric very well, but now she found that she was wrong. "Mr. Myers, I think you should be very clear about our relationship. I don't expect to get anything from you. Naturally, I don't have the mood to guess what you want to do either. So if you want to do something, just do it immediately." "Irene, I want to start over with you again, just like before," Edric answered. "What's done cannot be undone, Mr. Myers." Irene scoffed. "What's more, what rights do you have? What rights does a man with a fiancé have to say this to other single women?" "Irene, there's a reason for that. Please listen to my explanation," Edric trailed off. Irene was very disgusted. Edric was still affectionately persuading Lily to take supplements and take care of herself the day before. Still, now, he told her he did all this for a reason. Irene despised him a lot for it. "Mr. Myers, I'm not interested in listening to your explanation. I'm not a fool. If you sincerely want to start over with me, then talk to me after you've dealt with your matters. Otherwise, leave." Irene squealed. "Irene, does this mean you are really willing to start over with me?" Edric was elated. "Don't worry. I won't let you wait for too long." "It's late. I'm exhausted. I have to go to work tomorrow. Let's talk about it later." Irene turned around and wrapped her head with the quilt. Irene didn't say that she would definitely start over with Edric. She just said that if he were sincere enough, he should deal with Lily first. Irene didn't care how Edric interpreted her words. Of course, she didn't believe that Edric would give up on Lily either. Edric thought that he had seen a ray of hope. As long as he could treat Lily's illness, he would not owe her anything anymore. He had already taken action to cure her condition. In order to not let Lily feel any burden, he even asked John to make an appointment with a doctor who was famous for treating infertility. He even took her to see the doctor personally. After feeling Lily's pulse, the doctor said that Lily was a little weak and would be healthier after taking some supplements. Those words were agreed upon before they met. If Lily's condition wasn't as bad, the doctor would answer it in that way. If it were serious, it would be another kind of answer. The doctor later gave Lily a lot of supplements to consume. In order to prevent Lily's suspicion, Edric also got some health supplements from the doctor for himself. After that, he made a phone call to the doctor. The doctor said that there was nothing wrong with Lily's body besides being slightly anemic. He advised Edric to bring Lily to a hospital to do a comprehensive examination after taking the supplements. Edric decided that after Lily finished the supplements, he would take her to a reputable hospital for a thorough checkup. As long as Lily was deemed healthy, he would no longer have to feel guilty towards her anymore. To Irene's surprise, Edric didn't try to do anything funny with her again that evening. She breathed a sigh of relief at his calmness and fell asleep with ease. However, for Lily, she was worried about many things that night. Lily had 2 things on her mind. One was Edric. Recently, Edric started to treat her well and care about her all of a sudden. He even claimed that she was too thin and took her and John to meet a famous doctor specializing in general health. Edric also called her every day to remind her not to forget to take the supplements. The supplements were actually very bitter, but upon seeing how much Edric cared for her, Lily pinched her nose and drank all of them 3 times a day on time. After taking it, she would always call Edric and complain to him. Edric didn't get annoyed at her either. Every time she called and stated that the medicines were too bitter, he would gently persuade her to take the supplement. He reminded her that it was good for her health and that he himself was taking it as well. That matter made the relationship between Lily and Edric much closer. Lily was even faintly expecting Edric to propose to her one day suddenly. It was said that good things came in pairs. Ever since Edric started to treat her well, Irene, that unlucky omen, had moved away from the Cook family too. Without Irene's sarcasm, Deborah and her life was getting better. However, When she went to a banquet that night, she was splashed with cold water on her head. The rich girl who had been competing with Lily all the time informed Lily that she saw Edric in the hospital the previous night, accompanied by a gorgeous woman. Lily pretended to be nonchalant, but inwardly she was guessing who the woman accompanied Edric to the hospital. There were not many ladies around Edric, and the only one she could think of was Rowan. Was it really Rowan? That sudden realization made her in no mood to stay at the banquet. Thus she made an excuse that she had something urgent to attend to in her family and left early. On her way home, Lily called Lorraine and asked about Edric's situation. As a result, Lorraine reported that not only did Edric not go home the previous day, but he also hadn't come back that day as well. Lily started to feel suspicious. Not going home for a night was still understandable, but not going home for 2 nights was very fishy. Lily was in a bad mood when she suddenly saw Deborah. Deborah was getting out of a man's car with a pair of sunglasses and a hat. Didn't Deborah say that she was going to the beauty salon? How did going to a beauty salon have anything to do with a man? Lily immediately called Deborah and asked her where she was. Deborah answered that she was in the beauty salon. If she responded that she was meeting a friend, Lily would not doubt anything. But Deborah didn't, which made Lily very worried. Is Mom cheating on Dad behind his back? Lily wondered, but she was shocked with that thought of hers. It can't be. Mom and that man must just be friends. But what kind of friend needs to wear a hat and sunglasses when they meet? Not long after Lily returned home, Deborah came back too. Deborah asked Lily why she came back so early. Right then, Lily was dumbstruck to see Deborah's clothes. Deborah wasn't wearing those clothes she wore in the car just then. Why did Deborah change her clothes? The bad feeling in Lily's heart suddenly became stronger. Lily then returned to her room quietly and laid on the bed. Her heart was in a mess. On the one hand, it was about Edric not returning home, and on the other hand, it was about why Deborah went to meet a man in such a sneaky manner. That night, Lily couldn't fall asleep even after tossing and turning for a long time. No, she had to figure out what Edric was doing recently. In addition to that, she had to find out the relationship between Deborah and that man too.
Thomas didn't know that Irene had changed jobs. When Irene went to visit him that day, it suddenly came to mind that he hadn't seen Jordan in a while. Therefore, he asked Irene, "Why haven't I seen Jordan around recently?" Irene fell silent for a moment before answering, "Uncle Thomas, Jordan is engaged. I also quit my job and found a new one." "When did this happen?" Thomas asked in surprise. "It's been a few days," Irene answered. "That bastard! Like father, like son, they're both bastards!" Enraged, Thomas cursed at Jordan. Thomas had initially thought that Jordan was worthy of Irene as someone who would protect her all her life, but he didn't expect that he would be so wrong. The situation now was exactly the same as Malcolm and Myra's. Myra was left waiting for Malcolm, who married Lydia without any warning nor explanation. "Don't blame him. I'm the one to blame. It's my fault." Irene smiled bitterly and filled Thomas in on what had happened. Hearing that, Thomas sighed heavily. "Irene, that's not how things are. Your mom did not do anything wrong. It's just that. Sigh. Jordan went too far. Forget it, you guys are not fated to be." Speaking in a low voice, Thomas exhaled deeply again. "Uncle Thomas, Jordan wasn't the one at fault. Neither was my mother. Malcolm was the guilty one. Since he's married, he should shoulder the responsibility he has as a spouse and father. How could he neglect his wife and son?" Irene grew enraged when she remembered the scene of Malcolm bringing a rose to Myra's tomb. He had the gall to show up at my mom's tomb to mourn her, acting like he was still deeply in love. How disgusting. Thomas let out another sigh. When emotions are involved, things become complicated. Malcolm might have his own difficulties to deal with. Even if he did, how could he be so shameless? Rage consumed Irene. Is he completely devoid of common senses and morality? When Thomas saw how angry Irene was, he recalled Marie's threat. If Marie told Irene that he wasn't actually Thomas Nelson, what would Irene think? He had a sudden sinking feeling in the pit of his stomach. After Jordan's engagement, he returned to San Fatio. When he returned, it struck David right away how much Jordan had changed. He was no longer the playful Jordan he used to be. He had become much more matured and silent. Internally, David shook his head. No wonder it was said that maturity came after a painful love. Jordan must have truly loved Irene. On that day, not long after Jordan reached the company, Thomas suddenly came to pay a visit. After leading Thomas to Jordan's office, David tactfully left the office and closed the door behind him. Jordan stood up and personally served a cup of tea to Thomas, but Thomas did not drink it. Instead, he said, "I just found out that you've gotten engaged, so I came here to congratulate you." "I'm sorry." Jordan bowed his head. "Will your apology change anything? You've disappointed me. I always thought that you would be different from your father. To my surprise, I've misjudged you entirely." Thomas was furious. "It's all my fault. I wanted to give Irene happiness, but there was no way for me to just pretend nothing had happened in the past," Jordan said. After he found out everything, he pondered over it for a long while. He couldn't forget Irene. Even if she was the daughter of the woman he hated the most, he was certain that Irene would never leave his heart. However, right then, the problem he was facing wasn't if he could accept Irene, but the reverse. It was whether Irene would accept him back into her heart upon knowing the truth. Compared to her uncovering the truth in the future and suffering then, it would be better to put an end to it now. That was why he chose to take a step back. "Jordan, do you even know what love is? How can you pin Malcolm's fault on Irene?" Thomas asked. Jordan remained silent. He understood Thomas's anger, and he did not want to make excuses for himself. What could he even achieve by defending himself? Faced with Jordan's silence, Thomas became even more enraged. "Jordan, you will regret it. I'm telling you now. Your hatred is misdirected. Irene's mother did not do anything ashamed at all. You don't have the right to hate her. Everything is your bastard father's fault. He was the one who abandoned you in the end. He didn't see his responsibility through. If you want to direct your hatred at someone so badly, he's the only one you should hate." "I'm well aware of everything you've told me," Jordan said very calmly. "I don't hate Irene's mother." "Then why did you get engaged to another woman?" Thomas glared at Jordan. He was indescribably disappointed with Jordan. "Jordan, you're a bastard! You're a bastard, just like your father." "I know I am. But what would you have done if you were in my shoes? Do you want me to keep it a secret forever? If Irene knows that her mom's death was caused by my mother, how would she think of me? Isn't she going to be in pain all the time?" Jordan finally told Thomas what he was really worrying over. "Myra's death has nothing to do with your mother." Thomas denied flatly. Myra's death was due to an accident after Stephen had cheated on her. There was no correlation between Myra's death and Lydia at all. "I had a chat with Malcolm. He told me that Irene's mom got into a car accident after my mom invited her out. According to him, my mom was the one behind that car accident. I went to ask her about it too, and she didn't deny it. Grandpa also said the same thing," Jordan explained. "No, it must have been a mistake." Thomas shook his head. He remembered very clearly that Myra called him before the incident and told him that she regretted marrying Stephen. After Thomas probed her on what had happened back then, Myra replied that Stephen had a mistress and an illegitimate daughter behind her back while choking and sobbing. Thomas then asked her who Stephen's lover was, but Myra refused to tell him. She just cried. Thomas thought of Myra as a strong person, so being privy to Myra crying helplessly made him very worried. After he got her location from her, he immediately hailed a taxi and rushed over. However, when he arrived, he couldn't find Myra. Later, when he saw her in the hospital next, she was already dying. She asked Thomas to take care of Irene and to take her ashes back to San Fatio for a burial. It was after Myra's death that Thomas learned the truth. Stephen's lover was Myra's best friend, Deborah. Her own husband having an affair with her best friend, it must have been devastating for Myra. No wonder she could not accept the truth. Judging from the time of Myra's phone call and that of the car accident, she would not have the time or been in a fit state to meet Lydia. Thomas was sure that her death had nothing to do with Lydia. Jordan did not see this coming at all. He had a gut feeling that things were not as simple as they seemed on the surface. Since Myra's death had nothing to do with Lydia, why did Lydia choose to acknowledge it? After Thomas's departure, Jordan couldn't sit still any longer. He decided to return and ask Lydia about it. Lydia had made a full recovery. Her suicide attempt was not to threaten Jordan, but because she truly wished to die. Malcolm disliked her, and Jordan was in love with Irene, the daughter of her love rival. Not only that, but Jordan also misunderstood and accused her. All of it caused a huge stressor to Lydia. Thus, ultimately, she chose to end her life. However, she did not expect Jordan to agree to an engagement with Joanne. After Jordan's proposal to Joanne, he immediately flew back to San Fatillo to deal with his work affairs. As Jordan's fiancée, Joanne came to visit Lydia every day. The more Lydia saw Joanne, the more she liked Joanne. Such a gentle, kind, and beautiful lady was far more suitable for Jordan than Irene. Of course, it never occurred to Lydia that Jordan would come back to inquire about Myra's death again. In the face of Jordan's second interrogation, Lydia told him the truth. She had called Myra to arrange a meeting, but Myra had refused the invitation resolutely. Lydia explained. She said that she will never do anything that would betray her family, her marriage, and her daughter. She even told me to stop harassing her. Lydia did not believe that. Not giving up, she sent someone to tail Myra in an attempt to stop and meet her after finding out her whereabouts. The person following Myra that day reported that Myra entered a restaurant in Augsburg City. After Lydia heard the news, she rushed over immediately. But when she arrived, she was informed by the person that Myra was meeting someone else in one of the restaurant's private rooms. Thus, she waited for Myra outside. After waiting for about half an hour, she saw Myra stumbling out of the room. At that time, Myra's face was already stained with tears, and she looked very dejected. Lydia got up and followed Myra out. After Myra ran out of the restaurant, she did not leave the vicinity immediately. Lydia saw her tearfully making a phone call in the telephone booth next to the restaurant. Later, Myra paced out of the telephone booth and went to an intersection. She was wiping her tears while she walked across the street unsteadily. Right then, a big truck came roaring towards her. Lydia watched as Myra got hit by the truck and her body hurtled away. Lydia could still feel some feet when she recalled what had happened that day. After the truck hit Myra, the driver immediately dashed away while Myra was lying limply on the blood-soaked road. Lydia saw Myra struggling in a pool of her own blood, but she did not come forward to save her. If Lydia had come to Myra's aid at that time and sent her to the hospital immediately, Myra might not have died. Nevertheless, what she chose at that time was to stand by and watch. At the moment, she thought that all her hardships were because of Myra. If Myra died, Malcolm might change his mind. Jordan would not lose Malcolm at such a young age, too. Between Myra's life and her selfishness, Lydia chose the latter. Since then, whenever she had any spare time to herself, her mind always returned to the recollection of Myra whimpering in pain as she laid in a pool of her own blood. Nonetheless, Myra's death didn't change Malcolm's mind. On the contrary, he grew more distant from her. He even blamed Myra's death on her, as he somehow found out that she had invited Myra out that very day. Ever since Myra's death, Malcolm had never returned home. Lydia thought of that as her retribution. God was punishing her for not saving Myra, letting her endure that suffering in her final moment. It was thus that she turned to a vegetarian diet and prayed every day for all those years. Malcolm was not wrong. She was indeed repenting for her indifference and selfishness at that time. Jordan could have never imagined the truth. He asked, "Since you didn't do it, why didn't you explain it to Malcolm? Why did you let him continue to misunderstand you?" "What's the point of explaining when he's so deeply prejudiced against me? He won't believe me even if I told him the truth. Plus, I did appear at the scene of Myra's accident. Although I didn't expressly cause Myra's death, it is an undeniable truth that I didn't save her," Lydia said. "Sure, Malcolm won't believe you, but what about me? I would believe you. Why didn't you explain it to me? Why did you admit to killing Myra when I asked you about it before?" Jordan continued questioning Lydia. "You are my son, but you came with such accusatory questions to me for that girl. Do I come second to that girl in your heart?" Lydia asked. "Still, you shouldn't have lied. Do you know that I made a big decision because of your words? I gave up the girl I loved the most. Mom, do you really want to see me be lonely for the rest of my life just like you?" Jordan was in great pain. "What are you talking about?" Lydia's temper rose. Joanne is such a good girl. What don't you like about her? Aren't you a nice person too? Why doesn't Malcolm like you? Jordan retorted. That's because he's infatuated with someone else, Lydia exclaimed. Then I'm the same. Jordan smiled bitterly. Mom, speaking honestly, besides Irene, I can't love anyone else. I got engaged to Joanne solely because you like her. Since I can't be with Irene, it's all the same no matter who I get engaged to. So in order to make you happy, I chose Joanne. Mom, you've led a miserable life yourself. Why do you want to subject others to the same misery? Jordan, I'm thinking ahead for your sake. Joanne is a lovely girl who comes from a good family. It's not easy to find a wife like her. I really like her too, so I want to have her at my side, Lydia said. Mom, if you're thinking ahead for my sake and for Joanne's, you'd better convince Joanne to call off the engagement, Jordan replied. What do you mean, Jordan? Lydia was taken aback. You're asking me what I mean? I've already made a 3-year commitment to Joanne. If she still insists on marrying me after 3 years of our engagement, I will marry her. But you have to make it clear to Joanne that your current life is an exact portrayal of her future. After saying that, Jordan left right away. Lydia was frozen on the spot. She knew best what kind of life she had experienced for all these years. It was difficult to think of a young and beautiful woman like Joanne wasting away her youth, just like Lydia. Malcolm was truly scum. Not only did he abandon his child, but he had also passed on the stupid, useless trait of blind faithfulness to Jordan she had painstakingly raised. Jordan angrily left Lydia's yard and returned to the mansion. As he was in a bad mood, he did not go and see Pedro. Instead, he went straight to the airport, ready to depart for San Fatillo. On the way, he suddenly recalled something. According to Lydia, Myra was meeting someone in the restaurant before Myra left there in tears. In her sadness, she had run out onto the road and met with that fatal accident. His anger had clouded his thoughts. It completely slipped his mind to ask her who Myra was meeting on that fateful day. Jordan had a nagging suspicion about it. Therefore, he turned back and went to the Reed family once more. When Lydia heard that Jordan went straight to the airport after leaving, she was furious. However, she did not expect Jordan to return to the residence once more. Surprised, Lydia asked him, "Why are you back here again?" "Mom, do you know who Myra went to meet?" Jordan asked. Lydia had not considered the possibility that Jordan returned was to ask more about Myra. Lydia's expression darkened. She turned her face away. "Mom, please tell me," Jordan begged. "I don't know," Lydia said. "Is that true?" Jordan asked again. Seeing Jordan's expression, Lydia's tone softened. "On that day, I glanced inside the private room when the door was opened. It was a very beautiful woman who met with Myra." A very beautiful woman? Jordan thought of Thomas's words. Thomas had said that Myra's death was not because of Lydia, but it was in fact caused by Stephen cheating on Myra and having an illegitimate daughter with his lover. Was it Deborah who met Myra then? He picked up his phone and called David. "Get a picture of Mrs. Cook and send it to me immediately." David immediately booted up the computer and searched for a photo of Deborah before he sent it to Jordan's phone. Jordan gave Deborah's photo to Lydia to have a look, but Lydia could not confirm it. She said, "There's some similarity. I only got to take a brief glance at her that day before I went after Myra. I can't say for sure." Although Lydia was hesitant to give an affirmative answer, Jordan already had a hunch that Deborah must have met with Myra. Myra must be going to expose Deborah's secret love affair with Stephen. Who could possibly accept the fact that their own best friend was having an affair with their husband? It was no wonder that Myra, upon hearing that, ran out in sorrow and unfortunately got into a car accident. The real culprit behind that incident was Deborah, and only Deborah and Lily had benefited from this accident. After Myra's death, Deborah had become the official Mrs. Cook, and Lily had also become Stephen's lawful daughter. Poor Irene had lost both her parents overnight and became alienated from the family. That wasn't the end of the story. Lily even went to seduce Edric, which in turn made Irene being driven out of her own marriage without any alimony. After Irene was chased out of the Myers family, she lived a vagrant life. One could only imagine how difficult her life had been up till that point. But as it were, God was blind to her suffering. To top it all off, Eden was diagnosed with leukemia. If it weren't for Deborah and Lily's schemes, Irene's life would have been completely different. A cold gleam appeared in Jordan's eyes. Deborah and Lily were the thorns in Irene's side, who had orchestrated Irene's current pitiful state. He would never let them off. Karma dictated that what was stolen from others would surely find its way back to them. Jordan pledged that to make Deborah and Lily return what they had stolen away from Irene. Lily began to follow Edric in secret. After disguising herself, she rented a car and waited on the street outside Edric's company. During the day, Edric would go to work normally and meet his clients. During that period, John would always be with him. After getting off work in the evening, Edric and John would leave the company in their own cars. Lily followed Edric's car from afar. Edric drove into the parking lot of a supermarket. Lily did not dare to follow him in, hence she waited outside. Half an hour later, Edric left the supermarket. Lily kept up with following him, all the way to Shandell Valley. Lily had a rich friend whose villa was in Shandell Valley. Thus, she had been there as a guest before. She knew that the design and interior decorations of each villa were top-notch. She also knew that Edric had a villa for himself there, but he had never brought her there. After getting engaged to Edric, she had been looking forward to living there after their marriage. Lily stopped the car at the gates of Shandell Valley because the car she rented was too shabby. The security guard would not let her pass unless she told him who she was going to meet. Thus, she had no choice but to park the car outside. After waiting outside for about an hour, she saw a familiar figure appear. It was Irene. Carrying a purse, Irene walked inside the gates. Seeing the security guards greeting her, Lily's jealousy reached a fever pitch. She, Edric's lawful fiancée, was stopped outside. Meanwhile, Irene, that little butch, got to enter the premises boldly. Lily seethed with hatred for Irene. For a second, Lily really wanted to get out of the car and rush inside the villa area to cause a scene. However, that remained just a fantasy that she kept in her mind. She was a well-educated woman. She would not stoop to such a shameless level. Lily took a deep breath, releasing some of her pent-up hatred and anger. Right then and there, she finally understood everything. No wonder Irene, that bitch, wanted to move out. The reason was right before her eyes now. Irene opened the door and entered the villa. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Edric came out of the kitchen to welcome her. He was wearing a cartoon apron, which frankly looked a little out of place on him. Upon seeing Irene, he giggled warmly and said, "I've finished preparing the ingredients. All that's left is for you to cook, and then we can sit down together for a meal." His demeanor was as though he had just ended world hunger or done something equally extraordinary. Irene looked him up and down and drawled, "I'm sorry, I haven't cooked for many years, so I've forgotten how to." "You don't know how to cook anymore?" Edric thought that he had misheard her. Maybe his ears were beginning to go bad. "Are you an amnesiac?" Irene did not answer him. Instead, she walked past him and sat on the sofa, asking, "Mr. Myers, is it written in the contract that I have to cook?" Edric was at a loss. He replied, "No." "Then why does it matter if I'm an amnesiac who's forgotten how to cook?" Irene asked. "You used to be good at cooking, right? You liked cooking a lot, right?" Edric did not let up. She was good at cooking. She liked cooking a lot. Irene commended his insensitiveness. He could even blurt out comments as such. Did he think that she was born with a passion for cooking? The corners of Irene's lips twitched as she said, "I am no longer the same person that you know. I couldn't have food on the table without putting in my own effort. I did what I had to then. But right now, I'm a working woman and the breadwinner of the family, so I usually get takeout to save myself the trouble. Besides, I'm not interested in cooking at all. Thus, I don't know how to, and I won't learn it too." When Edric heard her words, his body instinctively stiffened. Then, he gestured with his hand and said helplessly, "Okay, I'll do it if you don't want to." Irene looked at him in surprise. "Mr. Myers, you actually know how to cook?" "No, but if you think about it, it's just throwing some food into a pan, right? There's nothing difficult about that," Edric answered. His words made Irene sneer. "Mr. Myers, what are you trying to do? Do you think I'll be as naive as before and fall for you? Save it. I am not interested in a frivolous man that's been passed around. Used goods, basically. Don't even think of seducing me with your sugar-coated words and acts. After hearing what she said, Edric's expression changed. He had been going into the kitchen, but he stopped dead in his tracks. Who are you referring to as used goods? You. No, even that's too generous of a description for you. You mess around with not only Lily, but Rowan too. I have enough evidence to believe that you're stringing along a lot more women outside that I don't know of. It would be more apt to say that you're a gigolo. Edric glared at her for a few seconds with seething rage in his eyes. Then, he took off the apron and threw it on the ground, striding away. Irene tittered. She couldn't care less about Edric's departure. In fact, that was what she had hoped for. After Edric left, Irene opened her purse and took out an ovulation test kit. 2 purplish-red lines had appeared on it, but they were lighter in color than before. It seemed that her ovulation period was drawing near. Lily angrily drove home and told Deborah about Irene's appearance at Chandel Valley. "Mom, what should we do now?" Deborah scoffed. "Since she wants to get under our skin so much, then I'll make sure that she regrets it." "What are you going to do?" Lily asked. "Didn't she point fingers at me, saying I was a mistress? I want her to know how it feels like to be accused by countless people as being a mistress." Hatred flashed across Deborah's eyes. In the morning, Irene was woken up her alarm clock. When she opened her eyes, she found that Edric was also sleeping on the bed. To her surprise, Edric actually came back at midnight. It was really unexpected. She quietly got up from the bed. Edric also woke up at the same time then. He said, "I'll take you to work. You don't have to take the bus." Irene ignored him and rushed straight into the bathroom. While she was brushing her teeth, Edric came in with her phone in his hand. "Your manager is calling," he informed her. Irene took it. Wilson told her to not go to the company, but to go directly to the Myers Group instead, as the 2 companies were going to sign a contract that day. After Irene hung up, Edric chuckled and said, "It's settled then, I'll take you there. After all, I'm heading there too." As soon as he finished speaking, Irene glared at Edric fiercely. "Edric, did you do this? Did you disclose our relationship to others?" "No, I didn't," Edric answered innocently. He was afraid that Irene would not believe him, so he added, "Do I look like I'm that free?" Irene ended up taking Edric's car. Edric insisted that it was still early in the day, thus he took her for breakfast. When they arrived at Edric's company, it was already 9:30 in the morning. Wilson was nowhere to be seen yet. She sat in the reception room of Edric's company for a while before Wilson arrived. The process of signing the contract went smoothly. After that, Edric treated them to food again. While they were in the midst of eating, Wilson said that he had something to attend to and left after he answered a call, leaving Irene to accompany Edric for the meal. No matter how slow Irene was, she knew that things were amiss. She suggested going with Wilson, but Wilson told her not to. He told her that accompanying Edric was also part of her work. Throughout the meal, Irene was in a gloomy mood, but Edric, on the other hand, was elated, constantly serving dishes to her. After the meal, Edric proposed sending Irene back to her company. Irene couldn't bear it anymore. She asked, "Edric, you really have nothing better to do, huh?" Edric gave in after he saw how irate Irene was. When they returned to the Chandel Valley in the evening, Edric, who had been teased by Irene the previous day, did not prepare ingredients to cook dinner again. Instead, he took Irene to San Fatio Hotel, where they had been before. Irene enjoyed the meal very much, as the food there was her favorite. After returning to the villa, she went to the bathroom to have another test when Edric was dealing with business in the study. She found that the color was still the same as that in the morning, which indicated her ovulation period would be in these few days. This showed that Irene should start having sex with Edric, though she always felt uncomfortable about it. "I'm going all out for Eden. If Edric asks for it, I won't refuse him tonight," Irene thought as if she swore. Irene was mentally prepared, but Edric was busy dealing with business in the study. She fell asleep later. Anyway, it was not her exact ovulation period yet. Hence, she did not have to seduce him. When Irene arrived at the company the next day, she suddenly found that the atmosphere in the office seemed to be different from usual. She assumed that she had overthought. Later, When she went to the pantry, she unexpectedly overheard gossips. No wonder I felt that she looked familiar. I didn't know that she had been on the matchmaking program before until I saw the news. Her news gave rise to much discussion at that time. Later, she went out with an unknown man. Looking at her stunning look on the show before, I thought she and that man would get married, but I didn't expect. Only you would believe it. I never believe in the matchmaking program. It's just a gimmick that the TV station planned to boost the ratings, another lady remarked. Is Irene not a single mother? If so, why are there so many bachelors fond of her? The Mr. Reed of the Golden Age group used to like her, and so does the Mr. Myers of the Myers group. What do these men like about her? Asked one of the girls. Because she's pretty. Don't you think she's pretty? The tallest girl then scoffed and chimed. So what? She's just a mistress. No matter what, she wouldn't join them for official events. Irene could not bear to listen to them any longer and rushed in with a cup in her hand. The people who were gossiping about her did not expect her to show up. For a moment, their faces were colored with awkwardness, and they dismissed immediately. Irene felt a wave of raging anger within her. She wondered why these people were gossiping about her in the pantry. What on earth happened? Just as she was pondering, her phone rang. She answered the phone and heard Kinsey saying, "Oh no, Irene, someone leaked out the matter between you and Edric, and everyone is seeing you as a mistress now. The TV program you've participated in has also been mentioned. It has a terrible impact on you now. You'd better be mentally prepared." With the phone in her hand, Irene was stunned. After a while, she ran back to the office. When the people in the office saw her coming in, they stopped talking instantly. She went back to her own seat and clicked on the browser while she took in the overwhelming information. She saw the photos of her having meals with Edric, riding the same car together, and her entering the Chandel Valley. The news reported that Edric had a new lover again, and that the new lover was suspected to be the single mother of the matchmaking program, Irene. She glanced at the context in a hurry. The media reported that she was not a single mother, but used this identity to deceive the public. It turned out that she had always been a mistress and trying to marry a son from a wealthy and influential family. She used to hook up with Jordan, but the Reed family opposed their relationship. Now she chose to sleep with Edric again. She obviously knew that Edric was engaged, but still lived with him in the same house. All the comments below were criticism of her as a shameless mistress. Irene's hands were shaking. She regained her composure, stood up from her seat, and walked into Wilson's office. She tried her best to keep calm and asked for leave from Wilson. She had to find a place where no one was around to calm down and think about ways to deal with this matter. Unexpectedly, when she marched out of the company, she met a group of reporters approaching her. They raised the cameras at her and asked her all kinds of questions. There were even a few tall and strong women who rushed out of nowhere, reproached her. "I used to admire you very much. I thought it had been difficult for you, a single mother, to raise your child, but I didn't expect you to be a mistress. All my sympathy for you is gone now. Don't let her go just like that. We should expose all the nasty things that the shameless people like her have done to the public," another yelled. "What a dumb, brazen mistress. I'll beat her to death." They all cursed ferociously at Irene, as if they hated her to the core. The flashlights flickered one after another, dazzling Irene's eyes. Several women kept attacking Irene with foul language. One of them actually dashed toward her and tried to catch her hair. All of them seemed to be righteous and indignant, as if Irene had destroyed their families. Irene took a step back instinctively. Suddenly, one of them grabbed her hair, and another pounced on her. Irene had never fought with anyone before. Her scalp was painful because of the tugging. Hence, she tried to block them off with all her strength subconsciously. The woman, who was tugging Irene's hair, was hit in the eye by Irene's hand. The eyes were a sensitive part of our human body. Besides, Irene exerted a lot of strength because she was in great pain. Hence, the woman screamed aloud and let go of Irene. Several other women insulted and surrounded Irene, ready to besiege her. Fortunately, Wilson came with the security guards. The security guards went forward to separate the women before Irene staggered and ran out. When Edric saw the news report, he called Irene immediately, but her phone was already turned off. Then, he called Wilson immediately and asked him to stop Irene from leaving the company. When Wilson received the order, he did not dare to dilly-dally for sure. He hurried down and saw the people were surrounding Irene, therefore he immediately came to her rescue. Edric hung up the phone and drove over in a hurry. When he arrived at Irene's company, Irene had already disappeared. The women who caused trouble and reporters had not yet left. Edric ordered the security guards to get hold of them and send them to the police station. Then he drove to look for Irene right away. He called the Cook family first and asked if Irene had returned home. Maisie answered him that Irene had not returned home yet. Upon hearing this, he drove back to Chandel Valley again. Edric did not see Irene at Chandel Valley. The security guard at the entrance said that he did not see Irene coming back too. Hence, he had to rush to Thomas' residence again. When he arrived at Thomas' residence, Jordan's car was also seen parked there. The two went upstairs together and knocked on Thomas's door. Seeing Jordan and Edric appeared together, Thomas became a little worried at once and asked what had happened. Certainly, they would not tell Thomas about the incident. They just told Thomas to call them if Irene came back and then drove away immediately. Jordan called Kinsey again. Kinsey answered that Irene didn't go to her place, and there were only a few places where Irene might go. Edric and Jordan looked at each other, and they couldn't care much at this moment. They decided to look for Irene separately. Jordan was responsible for calling Thomas and Kinsey, while Edric was responsible for calling the Cook family. If they had news about Irene, they would inform each other. Edric drove the car aimlessly on the street to look for Irene and went to check on the place wherever she might appear. He even went to check on Chidma's building, but found no trace of her. Edric really didn't know which direction he should drive toward now. He instructed John to arrange for someone to call the Cook family every 3 minutes and ask whether Irene had gone home. Meanwhile, he and John were driving along the street to look for Irene. The sky darkened gradually. Edric drove the car slowly, and he never averted his gaze from the street. He only hoped that Irene would appear out of a corner suddenly. However, no matter how many corners he searched and how many streets he wandered, he could not find her. It was as if Irene had disappeared. Finally, when Edric almost searched all the streets and alleys in San Fatillo, John remembered something all of a sudden and said, "Mr. Myers, we can check on the surveillance video to see what happened after Miss Nelson left the company. If she left by car, as long as we got the car registration number." That was right. Edric must be confused from being too panicked a while ago. How could he not think of this? He ordered John immediately. "Hurry up, go to the police station right away." They had connections in the police station. Soon, Edric found the surveillance video of Irene after things happened. The footage showed that Irene rushed out of the crowd and went straight to a bus that stopped by the road. Edric had been staring at the screen all the time. He noticed that after Irene hopped onto the bus, she never got down. The terminus station was by the sea. Edric panicked instantly and thought Irene couldn't be thinking about ending her life, could she? Edric took out his phone hastily and called Jordan. Irene took the bus to the beach. Upon hearing this, Jordan was also stunned. "I'll be there right away." When Edric was calling Maisie to ask about Irene's news every 3 minutes, Deborah and Lily were laughing happily in the upstairs room. "Little butch, it serves you right. It's the best if she feels too ashamed that she chose to end her life," they thought viciously. Edric sped the car and rushed to the beach. The 2-hour journey only took Edric half an hour to reach. He parked the car by the beach and hurried to the beach, shouting as he searched, "Irene, Irene, Irene." There was no response. Edric continued to scream as he walked along the beach, and suddenly his feet hit something. He looked down and found that it was a shoe. He picked it up and looked at it carefully, only to discover that it was Irene's shoe. She was indeed at the beach. Elated, Edric rushed to the sea quickly. The beach was pitch black as there was no light at night. Finally, he saw a fair girl on the ground not far away. Edric thought he saw it wrong. Thus, he hurried forward and finally saw that it was indeed a person curling up on the beach. Irene! He cried out in distress and reached out his hands to hold her in his arms rapidly. Irene's clothes were all wet and her whole body was boiling. Edric called her name a few times, but she did not answer him. He had to carry her and went back to his car. When he was walking halfway back, he met Jordan, who was running in their direction. "How's she doing?" Jordan asked anxiously. At the same time, he reached out to pick up Irene, who was in Edric's arms. "Hurry up and get the car." Edric naturally would not hand Irene over to Jordan. He just ordered Jordan to drive the car over quickly. Jordan did not argue with Edric and drove over his car immediately. Edric held Irene in his arms and sat in the back seat. "Hurry up, she seems to have a fever. We have to send her to the hospital as soon as possible," Edric urged. Jordan had no time to debate with Edric. The most important thing was to hurry up and send Irene to the hospital. Irene was in a coma, and her whole body was brewing with heat. She only wore a shoe on her foot, while the other foot, which was not wearing the shoe, was scrapped. Edric's heart ached a lot. It was he who had caused her so much harm. He was such a jerk. Jordan and Edric quickly arrived at the hospital with Irene. The doctor gave Irene emergency treatment right away. After the treatment, Irene was sent to the ward. The doctor told them that she had no serious problem and would be fine after some rest. Hearing the doctor's words, Jordan and Edric looked at each other, and both heaved a sigh of relief. After Irene rushed out of the office, she went on a bus in a daze. The bus continued to drive forward, and she sat on her seat blankly until she was the only passenger left on the bus. The night fell, and the scenery outside the window turned into a complete black. When the bus driver announced that they had arrived at the terminal station, Irene stood up at once. The bus driver opened the door, and she got out of the bus slowly. She felt chilly as the evening breeze blew on her. She stared at the dark sky blankly, and there was a salty scent in the air. Realizing that she was not far from the beach now, Irene stumbled to the beach and walked into the sea slowly. For the first time in her life, she felt so exhausted and desperate. What's the point of living? It's best if I just end my life. This thought made Irene stroll to the middle of the sea slowly. The seawater passed her feet gradually, then her ankles, her waist, her chest, and finally her neck. At this time, Eden's innocent face appeared before her eyes all of a sudden. Eden was crying and screaming heartbreakingly, "Mommy, Mommy, you can't die. What am I going to do if you are gone? If you die, I will be an orphan." Eden would be so pitiful if Irene left him alone in this world. Irene had never had a mother since she was a child. Thus, she knew very well how challenging and pathetic Eden's life would be without her. When Irene thought of her past, she immediately came to her sense. It was as if she had been enlightened. She struggled to return to the shore, but just as she was about to reach the shore, a huge wave washed over her suddenly. Everything went dark before her eyes, and she lost her consciousness later on. Deborah and Lily looked at the comments on the internet gloatingly while listening to the movements outside. Every 10 minutes, Maisie would pick up the phone. As time went by, Edric finally stopped calling. Deborah and Lily looked at each other, and it seemed that Edric had found the little bitch. "Mom, what should we do now?" Lily asked. "Since such a serious matter has happened, we can't pretend that we don't know anything. Call Edric and ask him about Irene," Deborah ordered. Lily followed Deborah's instruction and made a phone call to Edric, but no one answered. She didn't give up and called him again a few more times, but to no avail. "Mom, he didn't answer my phone. Do you think he is suspecting me now?" Right then, her phone rang. Lily picked it up. It was Freya who called. "Lily, something terrible had happened. Those women, police station." Freya was so nervous that she couldn't speak coherently. "It's police station. The people who went to attack Irene were taken to the police station." "What did you say?" Lily was so frustrated that she gnashed her teeth. "Didn't you ask them to leave after causing a scene? How could you allow them to be arrested?" Lily asked. "Well, they planned to leave after making a scene, but the security guards stopped them. Later, all of them were arrested and taken to the police station. They are all my relatives. What should I do if they give away my name?" Freya panicked. "You can't even do one thing right," Lily rebuked. She was so furious. Didn't I ask you to find random, unrelated people? Why did you go to your relatives? You're putting us in trouble. Freya regretted it very much as well. Lily ordered her to find a crowd to make a scene at Irene's company. Since Lily had given Freya a large sum of money, Freya certainly would think of her relatives first. She thought they could escape unscathed after accomplishing the task, but she didn't expect that they would be stopped by the security guards and sent to the police station. Deborah heard it clearly from the side and grabbed the phone from Lily. If they spit your name out, you have to bear all the responsibilities. All the responsibilities? Freya gasped. When Lily asked for her help with this matter, she didn't say that Freya had to bear the consequences. Instead, she had been assuring Freya that nothing would happen. How could they turn their backs on her now? How could Freya handle it? Will I go to jail? Freya questioned. You won't. You did not harm anyone or defame them after all. It's a fact that they are together. Deborah comforted Freya. If they gave away your name, you would have to bear the responsibility. Just say that you were so furious when you accidentally saw Edric and Irene together. Therefore, you decided to stand up for Lily. Remember, this is what you should say. You will be fine as long as you side with us. Do you understand? But what if Edric doesn't believe me? Freya asked with a guilty conscience. If she had known this, she wouldn't have agreed with Lily. He has to believe it even if he doesn't. Make sure you tell him what I said. Don't worry, you'll be all right. Besides, I will make sure to pay you handsomely, Deborah emphasized. Didn't you mention that your brother is graduating from college soon? I will arrange a nice job for him as well as for your boyfriend. You are now on the same boat as us, understand? Freya thought for a moment and agreed to Deborah's suggestion. She couldn't lose her backing Lily. Anyway, since things had already turned out this way, it was better for her to follow Deborah's order. Moreover, she had seen how despicable Lily could be. If she provoked Lily, she would never have a chance to make a name for herself in her life. After persuading Freya, Deborah ordered Lily, continue to call Edric. Tell him this matter immediately and pass the bucks to Freya. Irene was still in a coma in the hospital. Jordan and Edric stayed in the ward silently. After a while, Jordan's phone rang. He picked it up and heard David reporting, Mr. Reed, the culprit has been found. Who is it? Jordan asked. It's Lily's good friend Freya. She contacted the magazine office and they found a paparazzi to follow Irene. That was how they got this news. David paused for a moment and continued, as for the few women who made a scene at Miss Nelson's company, it was Freya who hired them to do so. They said that Freya wanted to avenge Lily. I don't believe this explanation, Jordan scoffed. We must find out the real culprit behind the scenes. After Jordan hung up the phone, he looked at Edric with a sneer. Mr. Myers, don't you think this whole incident is bizarre? I won't believe that it has nothing to do with your fiancé, even if you beat me to death. Edric put on a long face. He knew that Lily and Freya were friends. Besides, Freya held no grudge against Irene, so why did Freya have to frame Irene? Just as he picked up his phone and was about to make a phone call, his phone rang. He heard Lily asking with an urgent voice, Edric, have you found Irene? Yeah, Edric snorted. Edric, I have called you many times, but you didn't answer my calls. I'm so worried Lily was stammering. Her voice made her sound rather pitiful. What are you worried about? Edric asked indifferently. Edric. Lily paused for a moment and replied in a trembling voice. Edric, I want to tell you one thing. Freya was the one who exposed the relationship between you and Irene. Freya did it? Why did she do that? Edric asked. She had some conflicts with Irene. Freya had been hating Irene since the last time Irene slapped her. When she saw you having dinner with Irene, she notified the paparazzi and asked her relatives to make a scene at Irene's office. Freya wanted to teach Irene a lesson, Lily answered. Edric mocked. Is that so? Edric, it's true. It's all because of my ignorance that I got Irene into trouble. I've already cut off my relationship with Freya, Lily replied. So? Can we just pretend that nothing has happened? Edric hissed. Lily bit her lip. Indeed, what could they do even if she cut off her relationship with Freya? This matter had a significant impact on Irene. I'll find a way. Edric hung up the phone impatiently. It was not the time to hold the blame, but to minimize the impact of the whole incident. He went outside and called John. "How is it going?" "Mr. Myers, we've not managed to remove all the negative news. It has already spread out." John smiled bitterly. "Someone has hired a large number of internet henchmen to publish the post at a high price. I checked it and found that all the IDs came from abroad." Psst. Edric swore for the first time and ordered John, "No matter what price we have to pay, we have to suppress this news." John nodded. Anxious, Edric wondered how this matter turned ugly. John said that someone had spent a huge sum of money to hire the internet henchmen. This could not be done by Freya, obviously. Since Lily had called him to talk about this matter, she would not do such a silly thing too. Who was the one who was scheming against him? When Edric returned to the ward, he saw Jordan standing by Irene's bed and staring at her. Edric felt irked, but at this moment Jordan asked him to leave. "Mr. Myers, you should go home. I'm here." "Why should I?" Edric barked. "It's you who caused all these, and that's exactly why you should leave this place. What can you do here anyway?" Jordan looked at Edric indifferently and added, "Irene's image has been ruined because of you. Do you think it's appropriate for you to stay here? Or do you want to stay here to see how pity she is in such a hard situation?" Edric's expression was as dark as the stove lid while staring at Jordan callously. He almost gnashed his teeth while retorting, "Jordan, I don't feel good either when such a thing happened on Irene. I'm not as shameless as you said." "You still have the guts to defend yourself, huh? All right, well done, Mr. Myers. I'm happy that you're not as shameless as I said. You must be the boldest man I have ever seen. I have seen a married man who has an affair, but you are the fucking first person who has an affair with the woman your ex-wife hates the most," Jordan rebuked. In a harsh tone, Jordan continued to criticize Edric. "You fucking said that you loved her, but you hooked up with the daughter of the mistress who snatched her father away. If you really have a hint of humanity left in you, you will not get engaged with Lily and force her to be your secret lover. Jordan, what happened between Irene and me is not what you have seen. What I, Edric Myers, did are all honest and above board. I've nothing to be ashamed of." "Nothing to be ashamed of? Aren't you embarrassed to say that?" Jordan glared at Edric and asked, "How are you going to explain this to Irene?" "Explain what?" Edric glowered at Jordan and replied, "It's not the time to do any explanation now. What we need to do now is to remedy the situation." "Remedy the situation? You're fucking hilarious. This matter is now spreading like wildfire. Can you shut everyone's mouth just as you wished? Can you guarantee that everyone will not gossip about her behind her back?" Jordan hissed. "I'm thinking of a way, aren't I?" Edric retorted. When the two were quarreling, Kinsey came in. She had the same opinion as Jordan before she pointed at Edric, shouting, "Edric Myers, get out of here. You are not welcomed." Jordan was extremely happy to find an alliance. He echoed, "Get lost. You are not welcomed here." Edric was driven out of the ward in disgrace. He stood furiously in the corridor. John came and said, "Mr. Myers, let's go back and find a way." Edric left the hospital reluctantly with John. Deborah was sneering as she looked at the comments on the internet with Lily. Although Irene's image has been ruined now, Edric must have a knot about you in his stomach. The most important thing now is that we should let him be suspicious about you. Call Edric immediately and tell him that you'll reveal your relationship with Irene to everyone. "How should I do that?" Lily asked. "Tell Edric that you want to disclose the news that Irene is your sister to defend Irene," told Deborah. "Mom, Dad will definitely not agree to this." Lily did not think that was a good idea. "Of course he won't, but it doesn't matter. Just tell Edric and see how he will answer." Deborah had her own plan. "Mom, is this really okay? If Edric really agrees to it, what should we do?" Lily stared at Deborah. "Then we should do what we say. If Edric agrees to let you announce the relationship between you and Irene to the public, Irene is his sister-in-law by then. In this way, he will never ever dream to get back with Irene. Otherwise, the society will certainly turn their backs on him," Deborah mocked. "He would have thought of such a consequence." "What if he doesn't agree?" Lily was still rather hesitant. "Call him first and see how he reacts. If he doesn't want to admit it, I have other ways to deal with him." "Deborah, at this moment, let out a light simper. Meanwhile, Edric was sitting in the car, rubbing his eyebrows, feeling extremely worried. All of a sudden, his phone rang. John looked at the screen and handed the phone to him, saying, "It's Miss Cook." Edric answered the phone impatiently. "Anything." "Edric, I have something to say to you," Lily muttered. She certainly heard Edric's impatience. "I just read the post that attacked Irene on the internet, and it infuriated me a lot. I can't let them continue to bash her like this. We have to think of a way." "Do you have any good ideas?" Edric asked. "I thought it through just now. Since everyone is bashing Irene because they misunderstood your relationship with her, why don't I make an announcement, thereby eliminating the misunderstanding?" Lily suggested. "How are you going to do it?" Edric's brows became knitted again. "Tell everyone the relationship between Irene and me, and that we are sisters. Irene having a meal with you is just a simple family meeting. Also, the reason Irene went to Chandel Valley is just to visit me. In this way, everyone will stop all these bashings," Lily proposed. "No way." Edric refused Lily's suggestion right there and then. It was true that their problems could be solved by announcing Irene's identity, but there were many drawbacks. First of all, no one knew that Irene was Stephen's daughter. Such an abrupt announcement would definitely have an impact on Stephen. According to an insider, Stephen was not at the capital city to attend a meeting, but he was being brought there for an internal investigation instead. If his opponent took advantage of this matter and made a big fuss about it, Stephen's career would definitely be affected. Secondly, if they only announced Irene as Lily's elder sister, his future relationship with Irene would be completely cut off. There would definitely draw criticisms when he were to see Irene again in the future. Others would criticize that Irene was a homewrecker who snatched her younger sister's fiancé. In this way, how could Irene ever gain a firm foothold in the upper-class society? This method of Lily would not work. "Why not?" "I think it is the best way at the moment, isn't it?" Lily asked innocently. "Have you ever thought of asking Mr. Cook's consent to reveal Irene's identity?" Edric questioned. But all these happened because of me. I can't think of another way else except this way," Lily replied. She certainly thought about requesting Stephen's permission. In fact, she made such a move on purpose, for she knew that Stephen would surely disagree. "Forget it. I'll think of another way to deal with this matter." Edric hung up the phone. Lily turned to look at Deborah and said, "Mom, he doesn't seem keen to go with our suggestion. This means that he wants to get back together with that little bitch. It's okay. We will find a way to force them to a dead end this time." Deborah sneered. "I have to think of a way to get rid of that little butch as well." After hanging up the phone and pondering for a while, Edric ordered John, "Spread the news that Irene is my ex-wife." "Would it be all right?" John asked, his voice as soft as a whisper. "What's wrong with that?" Edric hissed in return. "Have you forgotten that Miss Nelson had been on a TV show previously? If we expose that you're her ex-husband, both your and Mrs. Myers' reputation," John reminded Edric. Edric was been called a jerk, and Margaret, on the other hand, would be labeled as an evil, despicable mother-in-law. If he made such a statement, wouldn't their reputation be ruined? "I don't care that much anymore. I know Irene's temper. She has such strong self-esteem, so how can she take all these criticisms? Most importantly, I am the one to be blamed, as I am the one who forces her into this," Edric replied as he rubbed his eyebrows. "I deserve to be condemned by the public. My mother has to atone for all her wrongdoings in the past, too. There's no escape for us two in this. I'm afraid that Mrs. Myers would not see eye to eye with you. If this matter is to be reported, can she accept it? She has always been holding a prejudice against Miss Nelson. I'm afraid, in the future, Miss Nelson and you," John replied. John was hinting that if Margaret were to become the topic of criticism instead of Irene, she unquestionably would not accept Irene again. If Edric and Irene got back together in the future, it could be imagined Margaret and Irene would never get along well. However, Edric couldn't care so much anymore. It's much better than letting Irene bear all these censures alone. Just do what I say. Expose the relationship between Irene and me first, Edric ordered. John nodded and carried it out immediately. Edric lit up a cigarette. After this news was released, it would surely cause a lot of uproars. He would then be reproached severely, and so would Margaret. He only hoped that this matter would be put to an end, at least on Irene's end. He had to sacrifice himself and Margaret in order to that. After all, what happened in the past was his and Margaret's doing. As for Lily, he knew that this matter must have something to do with her, though he chose not to pursue further because he wanted to cut off the relationship with her. From now on, he and she were even. In the hospital, Kinsey and Jordan were sitting separately on the sofa in the ward. Kinsey sighed. Who on earth is trying to hurt Irene? Irene is kind and has never offended anyone. Why are these paparazzi targeting her? Is it even considered a crime to steal someone else's fiancé? Jordan laughed grimly. Are you saying that it was Lily who did this? Kinsey asked. Most likely, Jordan snickered. Let's see what she will do next. Since she's gotten under my skin now, what awaits her will be a larger surprise. While they were speaking, David called. Mr. Reed, the public opinion on the internet is now lopsided and against Miss Nelson, although Edric has instructed his public relations team to suppress the news. Don't bother. Let it blow up. Don't let Edric's public relations team suppress this matter, Jordan directed. Kinsey heard it clearly on the side and jumped up in shock, questioning, Jordan, what are you trying to do? Nothing. I'm just giving him a taste of his own medicine, Jordan answered callously. But aren't you causing more harm towards Irene by doing so? What impact does it have on Lily? Kinsey doubted. You'll see it soon. Jordan smiled suspiciously and continued, Isn't someone trying to ruin Irene's image? I'd like to see whose image would end up getting ruined in the end. Irene finally regained her consciousness. It seemed that she hadn't regained her complete composure yet. Her eyes wandered from Kinsey's face, then to Jordan's. She then fixed her gaze on him. After a long while, she muttered, Why are you here? Jordan reached out and held her hand, asking, What's wrong? You must be insane to even do that. Irene looked rather haggard at this moment. She sprung up before Jordan grabbed hold of her, saying, Take good care of yourself. Don't worry, I'll take care of this matter. Edric personally made some of Irene's favorite food. When he was about to send it to the hospital for her, John called him right when he was at the doorstep. John said that someone had released a recording on the internet a few minutes ago. The content of the recording was about Lily ordering Freya to hire people to go to Irene's company. This recording had brought a lot of negative impacts on Lily now. Everyone was accusing that Lily was a pretentious bitch. Edric didn't say anything after hearing John's report. The authenticity of the recording was still being investigated, and Edric could tell that there was something fishy going on here. It seemed that a mysterious hand was deliberately making this subject into a much more serious one. But who was it exactly? Of course, Lily and Deborah knew about the recording. Mom, what should we do now? Edric will definitely know it soon. Why should I tell him? Lily asked, biting her nails. Let me think about it. Deborah frowned. I won't allow that little butch to get back together with Edric. I have to stop her from surviving this crisis. I have a way, but you might have to suffer a little for the time being. Mom, as long as you can stop the two of them from being back together, it doesn't matter if I suffer. That's good. Those who will achieve great things won't care about these trifles. Let's make this more ruthless this time. Deborah scorned. Go and explain to Edric, and don't admit the recording no matter what. Just tell him that someone framed you. I'll do the rest of the things for you. Lily nodded. I'll go now. Edric brought the food to the hospital. However, Jordan blocked Edric directly and teased, Mr. Myers, how dare you come again? Oh, is that food you prepared for Irene? Did you cook it yourself? What's wrong with you? Are you asking for forgiveness for Lily out of your guilty conscience? I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed, though. Irene just ate the food I bought. You'd better take all this trash back. Get out of my way, Edric put on a sour expression. Edric Myers, get the hell back where you came from. We don't need you to pretend to be caring here, Kinsey rebuked. She heard the voice and came out of the ward too. Edric had a headache when he saw Kinsey. Kinsey was a hot-tempered girl. Spiteful words were all she had for him. Her firm friendship with Irene made him completely helpless. He couldn't quarrel with Kinsey, let alone beat her up. After all, she was a woman. In this stalemate, Lily appeared. Just like Edric, she had a thermos bottle in her hand too. Kinsey couldn't help chuckling. It's said that an apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Mr. Myers, your mind is really in sync with your dear fiancés. Are you guys coming here to put on a lovey-dovey show? Kinsey teased. Lily pretended not to hear Kinsey's sarcasm. She walked to Edric's side and stood there timidly, explaining, I'm here to visit Irene. Get lost, you shameless bitch. You were the one who put Irene in such a state. What are you doing here? Putting on a show? Do you think you can deceive others just by pretending to be virtuous? Kinsey cursed. It's not me. I didn't do those things. I was being slandered. Lily denied. She looked pitiful with her tears rolling down her cheeks. Edric, you have to believe me. I really didn't do those things. Tsk, tsk. Jordan smacked his lips and ridiculed. Miss Cook, did you graduate from acting school? How can you cry so easily? Also, that was a fact backed by evidence. Drop your act. We're sick of it. I never did those things. Lily demanded. Let me go in and explain it to Irene. Get lost. Go back to your own sty. You're but an eyesore to us here. Kinsey drove Edric and Lily away directly. Seeing that Edric and Lily remained unmoving, she simpered. Are you guys leaving or not? I'll shout if you guys insist on staying here, Kinsey warned. Miss Miller, what are you going to do? Jordan interrupted. I'll tell a story of a mistress hooking up with a jerk. What do you think? Kinsey answered sarcastically. Not bad. Do you want me to send someone to send you a loudspeaker so that everyone in the hospital can hear it? Jordan asked in return. Edric's emotions were unreadable. With Kinsey around, he would not be able to get in. Kinsey was no different from a tigress. He looked at Lily, who was still wiping her tears, and spat out 2 words lightly. Let's go. Don't come again, please. Leave us alone. Kinsey roared, her voice as loud as the rising storm. Edric, the one in the recording is really not me. Someone was trying to blacken my name, Lily told Edric after walking out of the hospital and to the car outside. Edric remained silent. Lily made another vow again, promising that she had no part in this. After a while, Edric drawled, Lily, even if you did it, I will not blame you. It's really not me. Edric, trust me, repeated Lily. That's enough. You may go back first. Be careful when you drive on the road. Remember to take your medication, Edric interjected. Lily left Edric alone sensibly, albeit feeling rather uneasy. Edric didn't seem to be angry at all. Instead, he was treating her as usual. Did he believe her that she was innocent or otherwise? When she returned home, she told Deborah everything that happened a while ago. Deborah revealed a disparaging smile. It doesn't matter if he believes it or not. Remember that you should not admit it no matter what happened. Your father will be back soon. Mom, Dad has always been favoring Irene over me. If he knew this, he would definitely blame me, Lily groaned worriedly. Don't worry, there will be a good show awaiting him when he comes back. Stephen came back from San Fatillo in the afternoon. His face looked as dark as the thunderstorm when he entered the house. Deborah and Lily were on pins and needles so not to irritate Stephen. Deborah was highly experienced and her expression looked as if nothing had happened. Lily, on the other hand, had been like a cat on a hot tin roof all the time. When she made tea for Stephen, she even scalded her own hand. Deborah definitely knew what Lily was worried about. She instructed Lily to return to her room to apply ointments on her wound. Meanwhile, she chatted with Stephen in the living room to keep him company. Nothing happened when I was not at home, right? Stephen took a sip of water and asked. Something happened to Irene. Deborah hesitated. What happened to Irene? Stephen put down his cup and looked at Deborah. Needless to say, Deborah told him about the incident of Irene and Edric in an exaggerated manner. When she was halfway through the story, they heard Lily wailing from upstairs. After that, Lily opened the door, stumbled out, and cried, I'm going to end my life. What happened? Deborah stood up at once. Irene is taking revenge on me. The news about me has spread across the net. Read it, and you guys will know what's going on. Lily stomped her feet and wailed, It's all because of you guys. I'm doomed. Since my image has now been ruined, what's the point for me to live? It's better for me to die. Shut up your trap. Stop saying that. While Deborah was rebuking Lily, she was running upstairs. At this time, Maisie came in with the evening newspaper with a nervous and anxious look on her face. Mr. Cook, something bad happened. She handed the newspaper to Stephen hastily. Stephen took it, looked at it, and saw a huge, eye-catching headline: "A politician's daughter is caught being a homewrecker." The news even stated Lily, Irene, and Edric's name. The reporter got insider news of Lily seducing Edric from some unknown place and exposed everything. A politician's daughter was actually a homewrecker. It could be imagined the predicament they were in now. Stephen's hands were trembling. Before he could finish reading it, he fell back abruptly and fainted. Deborah let out a scream. Lily immediately stopped crying and came down from the upstairs to help Deborah pinch Stephen's philtrum in an attempt to wake him up. After a while, Stephen regained his consciousness again. However, he started to cough non-stop while panting for breath. Deborah was busy rubbing his back, trying to smooth his breathing. Stephen then started wheezing. Suddenly, he took out a handkerchief from his pocket to cover his mouth. Right then, Lily shouted, "Dad, you vomited blood." Almost immediately, Stephen passed out again. "Call the driver and send him to the hospital." Maisie trotted out to call the driver. The Cook family was now in a complete mess. At the same time, John came to Edric in a hurry and reported, "Mr. Myers, something bad has happened." "What?" Edric was surprised. John had always been calm and had never lost his composure. Something terrible must have happened that he was in such a panic. He had a premonition of an imminent disaster. The things that happened between you and Miss Nelson have been exposed." John found himself in a rather awkward position when he reported this. Nonetheless, he continued, "The matter about Miss Cook as a surrogate mother has been known publicly now. It was reported not only on the internet, but also in the newspaper. Everyone's criticizing Miss Cook." Upon hearing this, Edric turned on the computer and found that the internet's most trending event had changed. Previously, the netizens were outraged at Irene for being a mistress, but now they were reproaching him and Lily, as well as Margaret. The reporter was excellent in writing and at arousing the public's wrath. They described how Irene was being put in a disfavorable position and betrayed in a few thousand words. With this article, Irene became a victim while Lily became the real mistress. Needless to say, Edric was called a scumbag and Margaret an evil mother-in-law. Edric was relatively calm when he learned this news. However, he was a little worried about those attacking Lily. This report was going to ruin Lily's reputation completely. It seemed that this matter was getting more and more irksome. "What should we do now?" John asked. "Let me think about it." Edric rubbed his forehead. He had been wishing to cover this matter up, but he didn't expect that it would blow up to such an extent. He could not delay his action any longer and had to solve it immediately. Kinsey took the newspaper and went into the ward with a smirk. She put the newspaper into Irene's hand and cheered, "Irene, it's so gratifying, it's so gratifying." Irene took over the newspaper and saw the huge headline, "A politician's daughter is caught being a homewrecker. Jordan is really amazing. Everything is reversed just in 2 days. That butchy pair will have no place to hide now." Kinsey laughed heartily. Irene smiled bitterly. It's not a thing to be excited for. The reason she endured all those humiliations silently back then was because she didn't want to expose these disgusting things. The news of Stephen as her father must have a significant impact on him. As a politician, he actually raised a daughter who was a mistress. Irene didn't know how frustrated Stephen would be. While she was lost in her thoughts, her phone rang. She picked up the phone and heard Lily barking. "Irene, are you feeling better now? Are you feeling better after you have made such a scene?" "Miss Cook, you made a mistake. This has nothing to do with me," she answered indifferently. "How dare you deny it? Who else would do such a thing except you?" Lily roared at the end of the phone. Soon, someone snatched the phone, and Irene heard Deborah roaring, "Irene, Stephen vomited blood and fainted. Hurry up and come to the hospital." Hearing this, Irene was stunned. She got out of the bed instantly and ran out in a hurry. She bumped into Jordan, who reached out to hold her, asking, "Where are you going?" "Jordan, you've really put me in a difficult situation," Irene chuckled wryly. She knew Jordan's intention was to help her, and she should thank him by right. But what would happen to Stephen now that everyone learned about their dirty secrets? "My father vomited blood." "He vomited blood?" Jordan was shocked. He vomited blood just because of such a little thing? It seems like he's just a so-so politician. Irene was so pissed that she yelled at him, "Jordan, why didn't you ask for my permission before you made such a move? Although I hate him, he is my father, after all. What you did is a slap in his face. He, as a politician, actually raised such a daughter. You are helping me on the surface, but in fact, you are helping his opponent." Is it that serious? Jordan still couldn't put a finger on Irene's anger. Irene stomped her feet, pushed Jordan away, and ran out. Well, that's only expected. Kinsey stuffed the newspaper into Jordan's hand and hissed, "You have embarrassed Mr. Cook." Jordan took a look at the newspaper and frowned, saying, "I didn't do this. Don't deny it. Who else could do such a thing except you?" Kinsey questioned. "I really didn't do it. I thought of doing this, but I haven't implemented it yet because it is related to Stephen. I'd definitely ask Irene beforehand if she would allow me to do it," Jordan argued. "Are you sure it was not you?" Kinsey narrowed her eyes. "It's really not me." "Then who did this?" Kinsey was also confused. When Irene rushed to the hospital where Stephen had admitted, Stephen had just been rescued and was pushed out of the emergency room by a nurse. When Lily saw Irene, she glared at Irene and grunted. Deborah looked rather calm instead. Both Lily and Deborah blocked Irene before they pushed Stephen into the ward. Stephen seemed very ill and pale. "Dad, finally you're awake." Lily looked at Stephen and said in a choked voice, "Dad, do you know that you have scared Mom and me out of our wits when you fainted all of a sudden? Shut up," Stephen yelled at Lily and turned to Irene. "Irene, come here." Irene hesitated for a moment while looking at Deborah and Lily. After that, she carefully trotted to his bedside before she asked in a rather indifferent and distant tone, "Are you all right?" "How can he be all right?" Lily snorted. "It's all because of you. If you didn't seduce Edric, such a thing wouldn't happen." Irene turned to look at Lily and retorted, "If my memories serve me right, you're the one who hired those reporters, right? So what if I hired them? You leave me no choice since you go after Edric. I am defending my own rights and my man." Lily did not even mind falling out with Irene in front of Stephen. "Lily, apologize." Stephen listened to the dispute between Irene and Lily and finally understood what happened. "Apologize to Irene right away." "Dad, what did I do wrong?" Lily couldn't accept that Stephen defended Irene. It was Irene who seduced Edric. Can't I even be furious at her? Besides, look at what she has done to me. She actually released this piece of news to sully my reputation. If it weren't for her, would I have been pregnant even before I found my own love? I didn't do anything wrong. It was her who let me down. "Shut up." Stephen glared at Lily and rebuked her. "Do you think I'm senile now? I know that you were not blameless in the matter since before. Stop sugarcoating that you did it for Irene. Even a fool knew the truth." Stephen looked at the article in the newspaper and suddenly found that he had been kept in the dark for so long. Lily's intention was not as pure as he thought. She didn't do it for Irene. She was planning to snatch Edric as hers. "Dad?" Lily was not going to settle this quarrel. Deborah, who was standing aside, nudged Lily, saying, "Hurry up and apologize to Irene. Look at what you have done." Lily apologized to Irene reluctantly. Then she covered her face and ran out. Stephen looked at Deborah coldly and squealed, "You should go out too." "But I'm worried about you," Deborah exclaimed. "Irene is with me. What is there to worry about? Is she going to hurt me?" Stephen stared at Deborah with disgust. When Deborah was about to leave, she quickly added, "I will be outside. Call me if you need anything." Only Irene and Stephen were left in the ward. Stephen looked at Irene and apologized. "Irene, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I was bewitched." "Let the bygones be bygones," Irene interrupted Stephen. "You don't have to apologize to me. I should apologize to you instead because I am the reason that this matter was exposed. Presumably, I've embarrassed you, didn't I?" "Irene, I'm so regretful. When I received the accusation letter back then, I had no choice but to marry Deborah. In fact, I only have your mother in my heart all the time." "All right, Mr. Cook," Irene interrupted Stephen once again. "I have noted your apologies. You did not do anything wrong at that time. Everyone is selfish and will do everything for one's own good. For the sake of your own future, you have done nothing wrong. I don't blame you." Stephen's face flushed. Instead of looking in his direction, in a very calm voice, she added, "Let's talk about the solution of this matter. Irene, do you have a way to solve all these negative impacts?" Stephen stared at Irene in disbelief. "When did I say that I will solve all these negative impacts?" Irene retorted, "It's a fact that your daughter, Miss Lily and Edric, had an affair and got pregnant before getting married. I won't do anything to save her image. Everyone has to pay the price for their own behavior. Since she was bold enough to seduce Edric back then, she should bear the consequences of being a mistress," Irene replied. "Then what do you mean by that?" Stephen asked. "I'm talking about you and me. I've caused you a lot of trouble since my return to the Cook family. It seems that my appearance is indeed a disaster for you. Not only did I affect your reputation, but also your career. Therefore, we'd better go back to the past. It's good for everyone that we part way," Irene answered. Stephen gawked at Irene in shock and chirped, "Irene, that's not what I want. I don't care, but I'm going to do what's the best for both of us." "That's enough." Stephen covered his chest with his hand and coughed violently. "Stephen, what happened to you?" Deborah, who was standing outside and heard Stephen's coughing, immediately pushed the door open and broke in. She held Stephen while patting his back with her hand. Stephen continued to fight for his air before he took out a handkerchief from his pocket to cover his mouth. Then Irene saw bright red blood on it. Frankly, it looked quite shocking. "Stephen, you vomited blood. Somebody, please come in." Deborah shouted for help heartbreakingly. "Dad, please, nothing should happen to you." Hearing the commotion, Lily rushed in too. Irene stood there blankly. Stephen had always been in good health. When did he become so sick that he actually vomited blood? After that, some medical staff came into the ward. Irene retreated to the side. In the corridor outside the ward, she saw Jordan. "How's Mr. Cook?" "He just vomited blood again," Irene answered. "How could it be?" Jordan was shocked. "Yes, how could it be?" Irene also found it rather incredulous. When the door opened, Lily dashed out furiously. "Irene, I admit that it was my fault that I bribed the reporters to take pictures of you secretly, but you can't do this to me no matter how much you hate me. How can you even do that to our father? How is he going to face others again in the future? He is a person who has a status." Lily blamed. "Lily?" Deborah came out to stop Lily and told Irene, "Irene, don't mind Lily. She's just anxious from seeing Stephen vomiting blood. That's why she is spurting nonsense. Lily is actually not that wicked deep down." Irene felt a little guilty as she had forgotten that Stephen was a patient. Her emotions had taken the better of her a while ago. "Irene, I know you hate Mom and me," Lily said. When she saw that Irene remained quiet, she continued to question Irene. "You can't hate Dad even though you hate us, can you? He is your biological father anyway. How can you do this to him?" "That's enough, Lily." Deborah stopped Lily. "Irene, the person who hurt you and your mother is me. It has nothing to do with Stephen and Lily. If you have to hate someone, just hate me. Stephen really loves you." Irene did not reply to them. She felt that her mind was in a knot. To be honest, Stephen indeed treated her good enough. There was no need for her to hate Stephen. After all, she had already passed the age of needing to be taken care of by others. She might as well forget about the past. As soon as she thought of this, a familiar voice rang out. "How's Mr. Cook?" Irene raised her head and saw that Lily had already thrown herself into Edric's arms. "Edric, what took you long enough? Dad has vomited blood." Lily trailed off. Irene frowned. Lily didn't seem to have joined an acting class, as most of the acting class students wouldn't be able to have acting skills as good as hers. A mocking smile appeared on Jordan's face. He muttered in Irene's ear, "Lily is really good at it." Irene responded to him with a smile. "You only realized it now?" Edric comforted Lily gently while looking at Irene and Jordan. When he saw them whispering, he put on a slightly long face. "I'll go and have a look there. I'll come back later," Jordan said and glowered at Edric before he strode away. The doctor who entered the ward finally left. Lily, Deborah, and Edric went in to see Stephen. Irene stood outside waiting for them patiently. There were footsteps from behind. It was Jordan who came back. He mumbled a few words into Irene's ear, and Irene opened her eyes wide, asking, "For real? Will I lie to you?" Jordan asked. At this moment, Edric came out from the ward while glimpsing at Irene and Jordan blandly. Right then, he turned to Irene and asked, "I'm going to buy something to eat. What do you want?" "No, I'll leave right away," Irene answered, her voice as flat as the stove lid. Edric was dumbstruck. Obviously, he didn't expect Irene to leave right away. Stephen was still in a dire situation in the ward. How could she, as his daughter, leave? But thinking that she was not in good health either, he dismissed his doubts in the end. Irene glanced at Jordan and said, "Wait for me outside for a few minutes. I will come out immediately after a few words with Mr. Cook." After that, she pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing her coming in, Stephen showed a weak smile to her and murmured, "Irene, I'm fine." Irene ignored him and turned to look at Deborah and Lily. "Both of you, please go out. I want to talk to Mr. Cook in private." She sounded rather cold and aloof, her face void of any expression. Deborah glanced at her and at Stephen before reminding her, "Stephen isn't in his best state. Don't agitate him." "Can you guys please go out?" Irene repeated. "Both of you, leave," Stephen ordered. With that, Deborah and Lily left the ward. After that, they closed the door. Irene looked at Stephen lying on the bed with a sneer on her face and spat, "Mr. Cook, stop acting. I know you are not ill." Stephen was stupefied for a moment before an embarrassed look flashed across his face. "Irene, I'm sorry. Listen to my explanation." "Go ahead. The reason I pretended to be ill was not to lie to you. I've encountered some trouble this time and wanted to stay low for a little while. Moreover, it so happened that this matter between you and Lily had been made known publicly. Therefore," Irene couldn't help but guffaw. This was her father. When she heard that he was ill and vomited blood, she sped over to check on him immediately. But in fact, he was just pretending to be sick. There was an unspeakable disappointment in her heart. If it weren't for Jordan, she would have been kept in the dark and felt guilty for it. She might even think of a way to make up for it. Fortunately, Jordan was here to expose his act and lies. "Mr. Cook, if I don't expose you, are you going to keep on lying to me like this? Do you expect me to apologize to those two bitches out there?" Irene questioned. "No, Irene, you've mistaken me. I never wanted you to apologize or give in for anything. I have no choice this time." Irene cut him off mercilessly. "I only have a question for you. Do Deborah and Lily know about you pretending to be ill?" "They don't know yet," Stephen answered. Stephen was indeed a politician. He did not even mind lying to his families in order to achieve his goal. Irene looked at him mockingly and was at a loss of words all of a sudden. Stephen looked at Irene while a flush crept up onto his face. "Irene, I know that you are blaming me. You hate me for being selfish. But there are so many things that happened against my will recently. In my heart, there's only you and your mother. Cook, you must be so busy that you seem rather forgetful. My mother has been dead for more than 10 years. She is no longer in your heart." Irene chimed in and ignored his embarrassed look. "Since you are in perfect health, I'll take my leave first. I don't have time to play along with your scabby act here because I myself am ill," Irene hissed. After saying this, Irene turned around and left. "Irene," Stephen called out from behind. Irene ignored him. She found him really disgusting. How could she have such a father? If Irene could choose her life, she really didn't want such a shameless father. Alas, that choice was never hers to make. After leaving the hospital, Irene had been keeping silent. Jordan had been secretly sizing her up. Finally, he couldn't help asking, "Did you have a quarrel with Mr. Cook?" Irene snorted. I didn't mean to tell you that. I was just afraid that you would keep worrying about him," Jordan explained. "How do you know he is pretending to be ill?" asked Irene. "I guessed it," Jordan answered. "How dare you? You ask me to question him when you're just guessing." Irene was utterly speechless. If Stephen hadn't pretended to be ill, how hurt would he be if she accused him in that tone of hers a while ago? In fact, this is the case. Recently, the officialdom had a rigorous investigation, and Mr. Cook has been isolated from the Department for Investigation. In fact, Mr. Cook was not going to the meeting this time, but to accept the investigation. As a matter of fact, there are many people involved. Hence, the superior wanted him to dodge the bullet first. It's just the right time for him to use this matter of you and Lily as a shield, Jordan detailed. "How do you know this?" Irene's eyes widened while listening to Jordan. "My grandfather's old friend is one of the superiors," Jordan replied. Thus, my grandfather informed me in advance about this matter. Your father's reputation as a politician is never too bad, so some superiors wish to keep him safe and sound. Irene smiled contemptuously. She had no words for Stephen. How foolish of her to even care about him. Jordan comforted her. That's how the politics work. Don't take it to heart. Irene kept silent. It was a lie if she said that she didn't care. She just tried her best not to think about it. By the way, what do you think of this incident? How could someone expose the scandal between Lily and Edric at such a critical moment? Was it Mr. Cook's opponent or Lily and her mother who did it? Jordan asked. I don't think it was Deborah and Lily. Although they loathe me, they don't have to be so silly to taint their own reputation and shame Stephen. After all, they would be ruined as well if Stephen is doomed, Irene analyzed after pondering for a moment. I think it must be Stephen's opponent who did it, Irene continued. Your analysis is indeed reasonable, but you must have heard of a saying, haven't you? Jordan asked. What's it? Every cloud has a silver lining, Jordan chuckled. Although Lily was exposed as a mistress, and it indeed tarnished her reputation, this news had instantly made her a victim, making her to be on the same side as Edric and Margaret. Think about it from another perspective. People tend to sympathize with the person who shares the same experience as them. Perhaps Edric and Margaret might sympathize with her because of this scandal, Jordan probed. Besides, now that this matter was exposed, Margaret will certainly hate you to the core. And as for Edric, he wouldn't feel good either with this scandal being exposed to the public. He would certainly alienate you. Of course, there must be another purpose to this event. They did this not only to get Edric's sympathy, but also to let Stephen believe that you were the one who manipulated all these. All in all, it would make you seem rather narrow-minded and insensitive about everyone's feelings. If Stephen despises you because of this incident, Jordan continued. Oh, is that so? Irene couldn't believe it. Are they so devious? I'm just guessing, Jordan replied with a chortle. Jordan was implying that Lily and Deborah were the ones who self-directed the whole thing. Irene didn't believe it. Although she hated them very much, she wasn't convinced that they would commit such a thing, for it would very likely end up shooting their own feet. After all, they were gambling with their reputations. She returned to Thomas' place with a heavy heart. When Thomas saw her face that was plastered with anxiety, he recalled that Edric and Jordan were looking for her all over the place earlier that day. Thomas had been worried about her throughout the day, for fear that something would happen to her. Later, Jordan called Thomas and told the latter that Irene had gone on a business trip. Soon after that, when Thomas finally reached Irene, what she told him was the same as Jordan. Although Thomas didn't quite believe it, he decided not to question the authenticity of their statements. It was not until he saw the evening news that he realized that things had been going haywire. Seeing Irene coming over, he asked immediately, Irene, are you all right? I am all good, Uncle Thomas. It's all in the past. Irene sat down. Uncle Thomas, I'm famished. Can you make me a plate of spaghetti? Thomas went to prepare it immediately. At this time, Irene received a phone call from Kinsey. Irene, Edric is recording a program on the TV station now. At this hour? Irene took a look at the time in surprise. It was now 10 o'clock in the night. Is there something wrong with Edric? She wondered. Yeah, I just heard from my colleagues in the TV station. What do you think he is going to do? Kinsey chirped. How would I know? Irene replied. I knew that this would be your answer. You guys are on the cusp of everyone's attention now. In everyone's eyes, Lily is now the mistress and Edric is a jerk. Even your ex-mother-in-law is now called evil by others. Aren't you worried that Edric would counterattack? Just let them do whatever they want. Anyway, I didn't initiate this whole thing. Let them do whatever they want, Irene said. She had not been feeling very well. Besides, Stephen even made such a scene in the hospital a while ago. She was exhausted and famished, so how could she be bothered to even care about this? You are indeed so kind. Normally, people will seize this opportunity to completely vanquish them, but you didn't even badmouth them or do anything about it. I'm so pissed off, Kinsey whined. Kinsey was infuriated by Irene's indifference. Forget it. I'm destined to have a busy life from having friends like you. I'd better find out why Edric is participating in the TV program at this hour. I'll tell you when I find out the reason. It was already the following day when Margaret found out that she was now on the headlines of every newspaper in the city. When she read the condemnation against her, Edric, and Lily in the newspaper, she was so irate that she went breathless. At this moment, Marie called her and told her what had happened. She claimed that Irene had orchestrated the whole thing as Irene wanted to get back together with Edric. Margaret gnashed her teeth, and her sympathy for Irene disappeared at once. She swore to make Irene pay for all the criticism and verbal abuse she received. After she hung up the phone, she called Edric immediately and questioned if the public relations of his company he hired was even doing their tasks. Why didn't they contain such big news? Edric smiled bitterly. How could they not stop it if they could? He listened to Margaret's venting silently. In the end, he promised that he would settle this matter on that day, and no media outlets would ever mention it again in the future. Margaret hung up the phone furiously, her blood boiling with anger. She wondered how Irene could ambush her like this. After all, Margaret considered herself a nice person to Irene. She treated Irene quite well in the past, didn't she? Although Irene couldn't get conceived back then, Margaret had accompanied her to visit the doctors a few times. How could Irene be so heartless? Irene slept in until noon of the next day. After having a quick meal, she resumed to take a nap. To avoid being disturbed, she turned off her phone. She slept till nighttime. It was not until Thomas asked her if she wanted to have dinner that she got up. Rubbing her wrist, she felt much better after having a day of rest. Not only did she feel much more alive, but her gloomy mood had also lifted up a little. All the dishes Thomas prepared were Irene's favorites, and they made Irene's mouth watered. She sat at the table and started to tuck in without hesitation. While she was enjoying her meal with relish, the doorbell rang. Thomas opened the door and saw Kinsey show up at the door. "Come and let's have dinner together." Thomas greeted Kinsey. Kinsey accepted his invitation without hesitation when she saw that there was delicious food on the table. Thomas served her some spaghetti. Kinsey muttered while eating, "I have called you so many times today, but you've turned off your phone. I'm so freaking worried about you. Hence, I came to check on you." "I turned off my phone because I wanted to have a rest. I'm afraid that someone will disturb me," Irene answered. "I know you'll use this excuse." Kinsey rolled her eyes at Irene. "By the way, the program Edric participated in last night has a very high degree of secrecy. No one knows what he is recording until now. Why don't you have some food first? Why do you always mention that disgusting man?" Irene interjected. "You're right. Let's eat. We'll talk about it after we finish our meal." After dinner, Kinsey and Irene sat on the sofa, shooting the breeze. They talked about Edric participating in a TV program again. The TV program that Edric participated in last night will be broadcasted on San Fatio Channel 1 at prime time tonight. I want to see what he was planning to do since he was acting so mysterious about it. As she spoke, she picked up the remote control, turned on the TV, and changed to San Fatio Channel 1. The TV program played during the prime time would usually involve influential guests. Sometimes they would also invite celebrities or business elites. Most of the time, their ratings were extremely high. It was apparent that the guest that night was Edric. Since the negative news about Lily and Edric were everywhere now, Edric's purpose of participating in the program at this time must be to whitewash himself. Irene wanted to see how he would pull that stunt. The hosts of the program were a man and a woman. Edric was dressed leisurely and looked more approachable than usual. The two hosts rose from their seats and shook hands with Edric. The hostess claimed exaggeratedly, "You're so handsome, I can't catch my breath." Kinsey rebuked scornfully, "Can a handsome face feed a person? Fuck, he's just a well-dressed beast." The host reached out to hold the hostess instantly and asked, "Are you kidding me? If you really can't catch your breath, why don't we ask Mr. Myers to give you CPR?" He then joked again immediately, "Just kidding. Mr. Myers, don't take my words seriously." They then made some small talks for a while before they started focusing on the main topic. The two hosts pretended to ask Edric a few ordinary questions before they talked about what happened in the past few days. Mr. Myers, as you're a public figure, there are a lot of people who pay attention to you. The recent viral news is all about your personal affairs. May I take the liberty to ask you a few questions? Some people say that Miss Irene is the mistress, but some say that she's your ex-wife. And now some even say that Miss Lily is the mistress instead. As there were so many versions of stories, no one knows its authenticity. Mr. Myers, can you explain it and clear our confusion? The host asked. The purpose I participate in the program today is indeed for this matter, Edric answered. Neither Irene nor Lily is the mistress. The truth is unlike what the news has reported. Edric began to tell the ins and outs. He admitted that Irene was his ex-wife and also the woman he loved the most in his life. He even detailed the relationship between him and Irene affectionately. When it came to the emotional part, the hostess began to wipe her tears. Kinsey sneered. What on earth is Edric Myers doing? Is he acting in a love drama? But what can he achieve by doing this? Irene remained silent. Edric was so different from his usual self. The details of the love story that Edric mentioned in the program were very unexpected and touching to Irene. She always thought that she was the only one who remembered those details, but she never knew that Edric also remembered it. After Edric finished talking about his love affairs with Irene, he began to talk about his family. Since his father passed away when he was just a young boy, Margaret raised him single-handedly. Throughout the past generations, the Myers family had been only having one son in each generation. Thus, Margaret always wanted a grandson. Irene was in such poor health that she couldn't get conceived. Margaret was anxious, hence she forced him to divorce Irene. On one hand, Margaret was the one who gave birth to him and raised him, and on the other hand, Irene was his most loved woman. He was in a dilemma and couldn't choose between the two of them. Later, Margaret used her life as a threat to force him to divorce Irene. Although he was divorced, he could never let go of Irene. He never thought of ending his relationship with Irene, but Margaret forced him to have a blind date every day. God knew how annoyed and irked he was. At this time, Lily appeared. Lily's beauty, tenderness, and kindness won Margaret's heart. Margaret favored Lily very much and wanted him to marry her. Lily was kind and she understood his pain. To help him and Irene, Lily pretended to play his girlfriend and even fiancée to fool Margaret. His engagement with Lily was fake too. It was only to deal with Margaret. The truth was that Lily was not a mistress, but his and Irene's shield. He and Irene had already got back together long ago. Originally, they planned to hide this matter from Margaret, but now someone had exposed it with ulterior motives and edged Lily's reputation. Edric was very sorry for everything that happened and hoped that everyone would stop bashing Lily again, for she was a kind soul. Edric noted that he should shoulder all the responsibilities of this matter. It was all because of his selfishness that he ruined Lily's reputation for his true love, Irene. He felt extremely sorry for Lily. He also said that he had a deep self-reflection after this incident. Edric reckoned that he was so indecisive back then that he had hurt both Irene and Lily, both of who cared so much about him. From now on, he would not hide in the darkness anymore and would man up. If the public had to criticize someone else, he begged them to switch their targets to him and stop harassing Lily. Edric apologized to Irene too, saying that he had failed her, for he had not done what he had promised her. He vowed to love her for a lifetime and protect her from all the hardship, but clearly he was a failure in this. Now, he would not hide Irene behind the curtains again. He wanted to announce that the person he loved was Irene. He loved her in the past, in the present, and the future. Lily was not a mistress who destroyed their family, but an angel who saved their love. Edric was indeed capable of script writing. He actually wrote such a campy plot to whitewash all of them, which let Irene and Kinsey look at each other speechlessly. I knew that Edric is up to no good, Kinsey hissed furiously. He actually took great efforts to participate in the TV program to whitewash Lily. He's fucking good to her. Yet he said that you're his true love? I think not. It seems like Lily is his true love. Irene took the remote control and turned off the TV. Kinsey was still indignant, but Irene was not in the mood to add any of her comments on this. Edric was really superb in reversing the truth. Forget it. I should just hide from him since I can't afford to provoke him, Irene thought. Thomas remained silent all the while. At this time, he interjected, "In my opinion, this matter is not as simple as you think. Although Edric is whitewashing for Lily, it is equivalent to publicly declaring that he has no relationship whatsoever with Lily. What's exactly going on?" "That's right. Edric said that the woman he loves is you, and everything that happened between him and Lily is only to deal with Margaret. This is no good news for Lily, isn't it?" Kinsey had the realization too. "Does Edric really want to get back together with you?" she asked. "How would I know?" Irene forced a smile. Men's words were like an old lady's teeth. Just how many of them were real? Besides, even if Edric really wanted to get back together with Irene, would Margaret even agree to it? Irene could imagine how Margaret would react to Edric's action. She would definitely be furious. She assumed that Margaret would be ruining the furniture and making a mess at her own home now. Irene's guess was accurate. Margaret saw Edric's interview and smashed all the things in her house into pieces. She called Edric and asked him to come back quickly to explain to her. On the other side, Lily and Deborah were so vexed after watching the show. It was beyond Lily and Deborah's expectation that Edric would shape Lily into such a person. Deborah only thought that Edric and Margaret would sympathize with Lily more because Lily's reputation was tarnished, and they would take her side as they were bashed too in this incident. It never crossed her mind that Edric would pull out such a card. When Lily approached Edric, she played the same trick. Edric was now using her own ploy. How ironic it was. Looking at the host praising her kindness, Lily was distraught. She didn't aim to be a moral model. Edric had announced in the face of the people of San Fatillo that Lily had nothing to do with him and denied his engagement with Lily. It made Lily feel embarrassed. She had worked so hard for it. She would rather be scolded by the public than have nothing to do with Edric. Lily was enraged when Edric thanked her for helping him and Irene. She jumped and shouted at Deborah, "It's all because of you. You said it's foolproof. What should we do now?" "Calm down." Deborah frowned at Lily's manic look. "We still have our chance, don't we?" "How can I calm down? What should I do now to make Edric take back what he said? It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, things wouldn't have become like this." Deborah was irked. "I did all these for you. If it wasn't for me, you couldn't even get to see Edric, let alone be engaged with him. How could you blame me? Well, I won't care about your business from now on. I'm going to end my life if you are going to leave me alone. I'm going to kill myself if I can't get Edric. Go ahead. I won't have a coward like you as my daughter. I will never stop you." Deborah slammed the door and walked out. Lily fell on the ground as she wailed and covered her face. She didn't want to die, and she was reluctant to end her relationship with Edric in such a way. Lily had waited for Edric for 9 years. She almost succeeded, but all her efforts went in vain in a blink of an eye. She was crestfallen. Deborah stood in the corridor and heard Lily crying in the bedroom. She, too, was upset. It was her fault, after all. She thought that if she pushed them to such a desperate corner, they would get a bargaining chip, but Edric's decision was totally the opposite of her expectation. She had carried out such a desperate plan, for she was sure that Edric would not allow Margaret be in the spotlight. However, Deborah didn't expect that Edric would mention this on TV. What should we do now? Since Edric went to the TV station and exposed all these, it meant that he did not want to have any relationship with Lily at all. Would this matter be settled just like this? No way. I must think of a way to reconcile with him. Deborah scratched her mind. She had worked hard for this in the last 7 or 8 years, but everything was now down the drain in just one day. Deborah was not willing to give up. She wanted to turn the table around. They shouldn't give up so easily. After watching the show, Jordan turned off the TV with a sneer. Edric is indeed brilliant. He killed 3 birds with 1 stone. Edric went back home immediately after receiving a phone call from Margaret. As soon as he pushed the door open, a pillow was thrown at him. He reached out his hand to catch it accurately. Margaret jumped up from the sofa and dashed to him and slapped his face. Edric didn't dodge it, hence he was slapped squarely in the face. Seeing that, Margaret's heart ached a little. However, when she thought of him mortifying her for Irene, Her edge of irritation returned again. You are such an ingrate. You've slandered me for her. Are you still my son? Edric frowned and looked at Margaret. Mom, take it easy. You're almost in your 70s now. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at if news gets out? Are you kidding me? Who dares to laugh at me? Margaret remembered that there was an outsider in the house, Lorraine. After all, Edric was a president of a company, and Margaret shouldn't slap him in front of Lorraine. Hence, she glared at Lorraine. Immediately, Lorraine stepped out instantly, but the truth was, she did not go far. She waited at the door to see what would happen. You can break up with Lily, and I have nothing against it. However, don't even think about getting back together with Irene. I will not let her be one of the Myers family members, Margaret bellowed. Lorraine shook her head. Edric was so unfortunate to have such a mother. In the face of Margaret's roar, Edric helped her sit down calmly. He then went back to pour 2 cups of water. He put one in front of Margaret and said, Mom, have a glass of water. I'll explain everything to you. Margaret refused. No matter what tricks you play, I won't agree to it anyway. Mom, except for Irene, I have no interest in anyone else. You can only accept Irene. Otherwise, the Myers family will have no descendants. Don't lie to me. I'm telling you, I'll never fall for your lie. I'm telling the truth. Mom, think about it. Have you ever seen me meeting with other women in the past 3 years? Isn't Lily a woman? Margaret retorted. Even if you don't like Lily, don't you still have Rowan? I've never had any affection for Lily and Rowan. I don't even bother to touch their hands in private, except for the necessary etiquette when we attend formal occasions. What? What's so good about that woman? Margaret was so irate that she stuttered. Well, don't you know that beauty is in the eye of the beholder? I like Irene, and I only have feelings for her. No, I can't accept it. You can choose to break up with Lily, and I won't disagree with your decision. I will help you find another woman. There are so many rich girls out there, and I don't believe you are not interested in them. Taking a step back, ordinary girls will work too. You just can't be with Irene, Margaret screamed. The reason you forced me to divorce was that Irene was infertile. Now that Irene can have a child, why can't I get back with her? Questioned Edric. Are there no other fertile women? Margaret asked. There are a lot of women who are fertile, but I'm willing to have children with Irene only. Edric felt thirsty after so much shouting. Thus, he picked up his cup and drank some water. Bah! What kind of drug did Irene feed you? Is a divorced woman worthy of so much of your effort? Margaret grabbed the cup from Edric's hand and chucked it on the ground. I don't agree with it. Dream on. I won't agree to this no matter what. Mom, enough. I am sick of you controlling my life. Isn't it better for us to get along well? Edric grabbed his head within his arms. No matter what, I won't agree to it. It can be anyone, but it can't be Irene. Mom, I'm not here to discuss it with you. I've made a decision. Edric ran out of patience. No one can stop me from being with Irene. How dare you, she roared. Nothing and nobody can stop me. Edric sneered. I'm telling you this as I hope that our family can live happily together. But if you don't want it, I won't force you. If you don't like Irene, we can distance ourselves from you. In short, I want to be with her, and no one can stop me. Margaret was so enraged that she rolled her eyes. Just wait. I won't let you go like this. Edric slammed the door and left while Margaret was sulking on the sofa. In the past, Edric always tried to satisfy both sides, but now he was completely blinded by love. If he really married Irene, where would she stand? She would never agree to this matter. Before going to bed, Irene used an ovulation test strip. As a result, 2 red lines appeared on it, which meant that her ovulation period was just around. Irene was both nervous and excited. She had to find a chance to meet Edric the next day. Anyway, she must hurry up and make sure that she would succeed at one shot. Irene turned on her phone and found that there were a lot of missed calls. They were from Kinsey, Jordan, Stephen, and Edric. After thinking for a while, she called Edric. Edric didn't expect that she would call him at this time. He was positively surprised. Irene, I'm downstairs. I'm going to see you. I'll go downstairs now. Irene hung up the phone briskly. There was a clear handprint on Edric's face, which was Margaret's masterpiece. Sure enough, she was very angry that night. Irene ignored it and asked, What are you here for? Irene, let's talk, okay? Muttered Edric. All right. She nodded. Edric didn't expect Irene to be so nice. He had assumed that Irene would be furious since he had helped to defend Lily on the show. He had been hoping that Irene would throw a fit at him, but now that she was nonchalant, he felt rather uneasy. Edric took Irene back to Chandel Valley. Irene was rather cooperative as she was here for a purpose. She had never been so anticipating and hoped that Edric would be more beast-like later on. The more lascivious he was, the better the outcome would be. However, Edric did not seem interested in making out with her at all. He poured Irene a glass of water and sat opposite her. Have you seen the TV show? Irene nodded, but she didn't say anything. She looked at him, waiting for him to continue. Edric looked at her and drawled, You must think that I am a fake and disgusting man, aren't you? A little bit. Irene, I don't know who is deliberately blowing this matter up. The impact is huge. I have no other way. Only in this way can I restore Lily's reputation. You are so good to her. Irene smiled at the irony. When she was scolded as a mistress, she did not see any action of Edric. But when Lily was chastised, he felt distressed and immediately went to her rescue. The difference between the two was evident. I just don't want to owe Lily anything. I owed her so much because of my mother. This time, I can't bear to see her being dragged in this mess again. Hence, Irene interjected. That's why you did this, huh? I understand. In fact, you have nothing to explain to me. You and Lily are engaged. It's normal for you to help her. There's no need for you to come to me. Irene, I must. In fact, what I said in the show today is true except for Lily's. Every word about you is true. I have been waiting for you to give me a chance. I have never changed my feelings towards you, blurted Edric. Stop, Mr. Myers. Yes, your feelings for me have never changed, but aren't you planning to raise your children with other women? This topic itself is too depressing for me to handle. Even if I believe that your feelings for me have never changed, so what? Irene sneered. Can I just pretend that you have never had an affair with another woman? She was even pregnant with your baby. Originally, Irene had made up her mind and came over to get her deal done. Yet, when she heard Edric's confession, she couldn't help but get exasperated. I didn't cheat on you. Nothing happened between Lily and me. Edric denied. Whoa, that's amusing. The baby must be from the storks. Irene sneered. Is sexual intercourse the only way that a child can be conceived? Edric retorted. There are many ways to get pregnant. Do you mean artificial insemination? Irene looked at Edric in surprise. Edric nodded and said, Yes, and it's not even my sperm. Irene's eyes widened. How is this possible? At that time, my mother forced me to divorce you. I had no choice. I wanted to give her a grandson for the sake of my family. I asked John to get sperm from a sperm bank. Impossible. Irene did not believe it at all. Are you lying? Edric, do you think that there's no way for me to investigate all this, and that's why you lied? I didn't. Irene, I have never touched Lily. At that time, I had no choice but to divorce you. My mother threatened me with her life. You know that. Thus, I forced you to sign that contract. I thought you would not sign it, but you left the city without even a warning. Irene found it rather unbelievable. After staring at Edric for a while, she shook her head. Edric, don't lie to me. I don't believe it. I will never trust you. How could she believe it? Edric, who she had thought to be cheating on her for many years, was now telling her that he had never been involved in an affair. Everything was but a misunderstanding. You must be playing another trick, Edric, aren't you? I know I can't defeat you, and I raised my white flag. I am your secret lover now. You can do whatever you want. There is no need to make up a story and lie to me, Irene screamed. Irene, I'm telling the truth. I didn't say these to make you believe me. Time will tell, and you can watch my performance from now on, said Edric genuinely. If you really have nothing to do with Lily, why did you get engaged to her? Why did you turn me away when I called to reconcile with you? Questioned Irene. I was being too irrational. At that time, you refused to forgive me, and the relationship between my mother and me had been going downhill. On top of that, Lily had just had a miscarriage and was diagnosed to have a weak cervix. At that time, I was disheartened. I thought that you left me. Thus, I got engaged to her, as getting married to anyone else did not matter to me. Edric added, Later, I took Lily to see a famous doctor. He said that Lily's condition was not as serious. She would be fine after some treatment, therefore. Why do all these sound so implausible? Irene felt confused. She didn't know whether she should choose to believe Edric or forgive him. Edric reached out and held her hand. Irene, I don't ask for you to forgive me immediately. Please give me a chance. Let's start over. Actions were louder than words. After so many hardships, it was hard for Irene to trust Edric again. Her plan now was more important than hesitating to believe Edric's confession. Irene avoided Edric's scorching gaze and removed her hand from his. Edric, if everything you said is true, I will give you a chance. Otherwise, he interjected, Irene, I'm telling the truth. Just give me a chance to prove myself. I won't let you down this time. Edric sounded exceedingly sincere, just like what he said when he proposed to her in the past, but Irene knew that she would never place her faith in him again. So many things had happened, and they would never be able to return to their previous state. Irene would not hold on to her fantasy. She had dreamed that Edric would love her and get back together with her before they form a family of their own. The suffering she had experienced in the last few years was going to serve her as a reminder. She knew clearly the purpose of her approaching Edric, and she was no longer the foolish Irene. She would no longer have unrealistic expectations because of his promises. Edric seemed to trust that Irene would forgive him. Once again, he reached out and held her hand. In fact, Irene was reluctant to have any physical contact with him, but now was not the time for her to resist Edric. Eden's illness mattered most. Thinking of Eden, she controlled herself and let Edric hold her hand. Edric was apologizing to her, but Irene was not paying attention to him. Her mind was full of Eden's images. She hadn't called him for 2 days, and she wondered how he was doing. While she was immersed in her thoughts, Edric had held her in his arms. Irene raised her head, and their eyes met. Edric's eyes were as gentle as water. She looked at him blankly. She couldn't even hear what he said. The next second, his lips touched hers. Deborah helped Lily to bed and put the blanket on her. She sat by the bed and looked at Lily for a while before she quietly left. When she returned to her room, Deborah called Marie. It was nearly midnight, and Marie was surprised when she received the call. She lowered her voice and asked, "What happened again?" "Didn't you watch the TV?" asked Deborah. "No, Malcolm is sick today. I don't have the time." Deborah told Marie what Edric had said on TV before she asked, "What should we do now?" Marie replied in a grumbling tone, "I told you not to do it at the beginning. Great, now you shoot yourself in the foot. I have no way to help you. You have to give up that unrealistic thought of yours now." "Will I be this worried if I can choose to give up? Lily is so stubborn, and she says she'll commit suicide if she can't marry Edric. Please help me to think of a solution." Marie was silent for a while. "I'll go and find Margaret to see what she's up to. Don't let Lily and Edric meet in the next few days. Wait for my news." After hanging up the phone, Deborah exhaled deeply. Stephen was in the hospital, and Lily was making a scene at home. Why would all these happen? Such a coincidence. Her entire being was seething with rage at this moment. It's all Irene's fault. I couldn't just let her off so easily. This time, I must teach her a good lesson. Even if Edric and Lily couldn't be together, I'd not allow her to reconcile with Edric too. Concerned about Lily, Deborah went to Lily's room to accompany her. At dawn, Lily woke up and saw Deborah by the bed. She couldn't help crying while hugging Deborah. "Mom, I'm sorry to put you in such a state. I'm sorry." Deborah patted Lily's back gently. "It's not the end yet. Don't be discouraged. We had lived a wandering life for 9 years. What are you afraid of? Don't admit defeat so easily." Lily nodded. After a night's rest, she was finally feeling slightly better. Her quick adaptability was similar to Deborah's. "From today on, you will go to the hospital to take care of your father. If Edric calls you and asks you to see him, don't go. We'll talk about it after some time," ordered Deborah. "I'll listen to you," Lily promised. Lily went to the hospital with food. They had taken a long time to prepare it. Stephen lay on the bed with his eyes closed. When he heard the sound, he opened his eyes. When he saw it was Lily, he seemed to be quite surprised. "Where is your mother?" "Mom didn't manage to get a wink of sleep last night. I asked her to rest at home. I'll take care of you today," Lily answered. She sounded rather calm, but her red and swollen eyes had betrayed her. Stephen looked at Lily for a while and sighed. The incident had caused a big commotion. Edric's way of handling this matter was undeniably the best option. Not only could he save Lily's reputation, but he could also make peace with Irene. However, everyone knew that Lily was the most pitiful one in this storm. Lily brought out the food and handed it to him. "Dad, have some food." Stephen took a few mouthfuls of food and handed the container to Lily. He exhaled slightly. "Lily, let Edric go. You will find a better man." "Dad," Lily cried. "Don't cry. I know that Edric has wronged you. I will do right by you," Stephen comforted her. Stephen's words were of no comfort to Lily. Lily's sobs soon escalated into loud, sorrowful wailing. Compared to Edric, whatever Stephen was going to do was just a drop in the bucket. Money was secondary to her. She loved Edric so much. After so many years of painstaking effort and work, she could not just give him up. Faced with Lily crying, Stephen handed her a handkerchief to wipe her tears with. "Don't cry, Lily. I will definitely find you someone better than Edric." At that moment, a doctor came in to examine Stephen's condition. Lily stopped wailing at once. The doctor, noticing Lily's reddened eyes, told her, "Mr. Cook will be fine. You don't need to worry." The doctor mistakenly believed that Lily was crying because she was worried about Stephen. Stephen did not bother explaining to the doctor, too. It was then that Lily's phone rang. The caller turned out to be none other than Edric. Lily excused herself from the room and answered the call outside. "Lily, are you free now? Let's meet up," requested Edric. "I'm not free. I'm taking care of my father in the hospital." Lily refused his invitation. "It won't take a long time. I'll meet with you at the hospital then," Edric replied. In the past, she was always the one who demanded to meet Edric. Edric had never taken the initiative to reach out to her. Lily realized that something was amiss. She insisted, "I can't leave his side. My father's sick. He needs someone with him." Afraid that Edric would not believe her, she added, "He's not doing too well now. My mother was here watching over him the whole night. I've just arrived to take over." "How's Mr. Cook?" Edric sounded nicer than usual, which made Lily feel rather uneasy. Regardless, Lily answered, "The doctor's doing a checkup on him now." "All right then, call me back when you're free." From that, it was evident that Edric wanted to meet her no matter what. Lily was irked, but she agreed to his request without hesitation. Now she finally understood why Deborah instructed her to take care of Stephen during the day. It seemed that Edric was going to cut ties with her, but she couldn't let that happen. Once it did, there would be no going back. As long as he hadn't ended their relationship yet, there was still a chance for her to make a comeback. Fortunately for Lily, Stephen's illness was the most convenient excuse that cropped up at that moment. Edric wouldn't end things with her, while there were so many things going on now. Marie went to the Myers to meet Margaret. Margaret was seen slumping on the sofa limply. When Margaret saw Marie, she sighed and said, "You're the only one who thinks of me. I've lost all my dignity. I can't possibly show my face in public again after this." "Take it easy," Marie said. "How?" Margaret, having found a person who she could vent to, could not hold her anger in any longer. She told Marie the whole story about Edric and her quarreling. "I don't know how Irene bewitched him to the point he would slander me in public. He even fought with me openly. I'm upset beyond words." Margaret's face now was longer than that of a horse. "Edric could get any woman he wanted. Why does he insist on someone who you're against? It's so wrong." Marie agreed with Margaret. "Let's just call it what it is. It's betrayal. Just thinking about it makes my heart ache. What a miserable life I have," Margaret exclaimed. "Edric is a kind-hearted person who treats you well. I don't think it was his true intention to hurt you. It must be Irene's orders. It has to be her behind this. That utterly shameless woman. She's divorced from Edric, and yet she still stays beside his side, clouding his judgment." Marie knew well that no mother would want to hear negative remarks about their child. Hence, she tactfully put the blame on Irene. Sure enough, it was like Marie had read Margaret's mind. As far as Margaret could remember, Edric used to be obedient and had never disobeyed her. Yet he had butted heads with her for Irene several times lately. Margaret barked with hatred. "You're right, Irene is a bad influence on Edric. But Edric doesn't listen to you now. What will you do if he insists on marrying her? After all, he's an adult now, Marie said tentatively. Margaret was also worried about just that. She was powerless if Edric refused to change his mind. Her threats no longer held any weight. Her mind was troubled indeed because of all these factors. I'm racking my brains for a way to settle this. Anyhow, I can't let Irene and Edric be together. Irene is a divorced woman. She even married another man. On top of that, she has a child. Edric shouldn't be made to raise a child for another man. Margaret scratched her head, obviously exasperated. Yeah, he could easily have a child of his own. Why does he need to raise hers? Marie chimed. I have to think of a way to cut him off from Irene. Resentment was growing inside Margaret at the thought that Irene had a son. Why should Edric, a bachelor, marry Irene? She was clearly no match for Edric. What are you going to do? Marie asked. I have no idea what to do now. If I did, I would have taken some actions earlier. Margaret sighed. But Marie, you're a bright woman. Do you have any good suggestions? I've none either. Marie would not reveal her trump card that quickly. She followed up with another question instead. Oh, have you discussed this matter with Lily's parents? No, Stephen's hospitalized now. He was admitted to the hospital as soon as he got back from a state meeting. Deborah is stricken with worry. She's been in the hospital looking after Stephen all day. I'll just add unwanted complications to the matter if I try to bring it up with them now. Margaret shook her head. That's right. Now is not the right time to discuss this problem with them. Marie agreed. Please come up with a way to settle this. I can't just wait like this. Irene is fertile now, and she is living with Edric. If she gets pregnant, I have to go with Edric's decision for that child's sake. Margaret's worries were never ending. I have to think of a quick way to cut him off from her, or it will be too late. I got it. Why don't you have Edric and Lily sleep together? If Lily gets pregnant, Edric will give Irene up. Marie clapped her hands. That's easy for you to say. How would I even go about doing that? Margaret shook her head again. Lily is a gentle lady, but she doesn't know the way to a man's heart. Otherwise, they wouldn't be stuck at zero progress for 3 years. That's because Lily's family taught her self-respect. It's rare for someone to save their virginity for marriage nowadays, Marie replied. It's not that. Edric told me that he's not interested in her. Margaret's anger spiked again when she mentioned this. According to him, he's not interested in any women except Irene. He really pissed me off. Marie kept her anger in check. He deliberately said that to get together with Irene. Don't all men think with their penises? I know Edric well. He's as stubborn as his father. Margaret let out another sigh. He is not interested in Lily. I'll have to find a good woman for him. You're going to look for another woman now? Marie shook her head. When you eventually find one, it will be too late. I can't just sit by and watch, can I? In the past, so many rich young ladies came to me to express their likings on Edric. He must have fancied at least one of them. Frustrated, Margaret looked as though she would really get up and start searching for a suitable lady right there and then. Forget it. If it's in the past, I'd believe that many ladies would be after him. But now that Edric has caused such a scene on TV, everyone knows that he loves Irene. Who would agree to get together with him now? Marie analyzed the situation. You have forgotten how sly Irene is. If you upset her this way, she'll just expose more lies and stories on the internet. Do you want to be humiliated further? Instead of choosing a woman from his past, it'd be better if you find someone that still has some sort of connection with Edric. You make a lot of sense, Margaret groaned. I still feel uneasy, though. I used to think that Lily would be a good fit, but now I guess that I am wrong. She caused all that ruckus before, right? If Lily hadn't gotten someone to take pictures of Irene and Edric, this matter would not have escalated to this point. I always thought that Deborah had a displeasing disposition too. So, Marie interjected, you say that. But is there any other suitable person around except her? Edric has been keeping his reputation clean. There are no other women around him. Margaret's eyes lit up. What do you mean? Isn't Rowan a good fit? Rowan would? Are you sure you want a woman from a poor family for Edric? Wouldn't she be the same as Irene then? Marie asked. Now that it's come to this, I don't mind, Margaret replied. You'd better think it over again. Marie would not allow Margaret to choose Rowan. You have to tread carefully in this matter. Stephen is still an important person in this situation. It won't do for you to offend him. He can't get angry if your choice is between his two daughters. But if you choose someone else, that won't necessarily be the case. Marie threatened Margaret with Stephen's position. Margaret smiled mysteriously. You're my best friend, so I won't hide this from you. I heard that Stephen is in huge trouble this time. Rumor had it that the state meeting recently was to investigate him. That was why he fell ill instantly when he came back. If Stephen gets caught in the prison, how could I possibly let Edric marry one of his daughters? You should consider if what you've said is even true. I'm afraid that someone may have released that piece of news to confuse you. Think carefully about it. Marie laughed dryly. I know. I'll give it more thought. Now, my top priority is to separate Edric and Irene. I have to go to see Rowan. If she can cooperate in driving Irene away, I will definitely treat her well. Even if she can't marry Edric in the future, as long as she can bear a son for Edric, I'll accept her as my daughter-in-law. Marie said goodbye to Margaret despondently. She knew very well Margaret's power and fortune. Therefore, she made full use of this fact to raise a huge fuss against Irene. She didn't expect Margaret would use the same trick on Lily. Marie had to confirm with Deborah if those rumors about Stephen were true. Deborah was taken aback when she received the news from Marie. Stephen fell ill as soon as he came back from the meeting. Hence, she knew nothing about it. If a formal investigation was launched against Stephen, her future would be bleak. Deborah rushed to the hospital. Stephen was watching TV with Lily in the ward. When he saw Deborah's anxious face, he was surprised. Stephen asked, "What happened?" "Lily, leave us alone for a while. I have something to discuss with your father. Don't go too far. Just stay at the door," Deborah ordered. Lily went out obediently. Deborah walked to Stephen's bed and lowered her voice. "Stephen, has anything happened to you recently?" "Where did you hear that from?" Stephen asked. "Is it really true?" Bothered, Deborah questioned Stephen impatiently. "Yes, I'm now caught in some trouble," Stephen came clean. "So it is true after all. What the hell is going on?" "Don't meddle in my affairs," Stephen frowned. "You'll know when the time comes." "I'm worried." "Stephen, just tell me," Deborah urged. "All I can tell you is that the mayor has been ostracized. You can ponder over the rest of it on your own." Stephen barked. "What's going to happen now?" Deborah grew even more anxious when she heard about the ostracization of the mayor. It wasn't a small matter. Stephen and the mayor were close friends. Fear began to well up in Deborah's heart. She asked, "If something happens to you, what will happen to Lily and me in the future?" "Don't worry, I will make sure that you won't be implicated by it," Stephen replied her impatiently, frowning. Stephen had assumed that Deborah had always been concerned about him. He even naively believed that Deborah took him as everything that revolved around her. But now Deborah suddenly said, "If something happens to you, what will happen to Lily and me in the future?" She didn't even think about Stephen at all. Stephen was positively upset. "Wait, I am sorry. I didn't mean that. I was just worried about you." Deborah hurriedly explained herself. She knew that she had uttered the wrong words. "Honey, what can I do for you now? If you were genuinely worried about me, you would have stayed at home and not caused me any trouble. Visit me at the hospital when I need you to," Stephen said. Deborah lingered at the hospital a while longer before leaving. She didn't head home, but instead, she went to the beauty salon that she frequented. She arrived and was escorted to the VIP room. Heather, the staff member that serviced her regularly, came up and asked, "Why are you here today?" Deborah usually called before visiting the salon, and no wonder Heather was surprised. "Give him a call. I need to speak to him," Deborah instructed. Heather immediately picked up the phone and dialed it. The call got through and a female's voice was heard. "What's the matter?" "I'm looking for Logan," Heather replied. "Logan is in the shower. I'll ask him to call you back later," the voice answered. Deborah heard the female's voice and her face changed. She immediately grabbed the phone and screamed, "Get Logan on the phone now." "Who are you?" asked the female voice. "It's none of your business. Get Logan on the phone or you will face the music." Deborah's soprano-like tone pressured the lady to knock on the bathroom door. "Logan, there's a call for you." Logan opened the door, revealing his naked body. Baby, who is calling? It's your sister's phone number, but it isn't your sister. She sounds fierce. Deborah heard it loud and clear. She was so jealous that she screamed out, Logan Wheeler, get here this instant. 20 minutes later, Logan rushed to the salon and was greeted with a splash of tea on his face. You bastard! How dare you cheat on me? I will kill you. Deborah lunged at him like a lioness. She clawed and even bit him. Logan repeatedly pleaded, She is not my mistress. She is just a nanny. Bullshit. Do you take me for a fool? I am out there busting my balls for you, yet you cheated on me. Deborah, calm down. I didn't cheat on you. I only have eyes for you, said Logan. If I really believed you, then pigs could fly. Let me tell you, Logan Wheeler, I am not to be trifled with. If you cross me, I will get my revenge, hissed Deborah. No, I would never. You are my everything. I told you that I only had eyes for you, repeated Logan. If I catch you cheating on me, I will kill you. Deborah gnashed her teeth and exclaimed, After all that I had done for you, how could you? I gave you a daughter, and I even put up with the son of a butch Stephen Cook. By the way, did you know that your daughter is going to kill herself? What's wrong with Lily? What's wrong? Don't you ever watch the television? Edric is getting married and Lily wants to commit suicide. What? What the hell is he thinking? Logan roared. He is a divorced man and Lily is a perfect little lady. Instead, he went to choose another divorcee. Logan then chortled and said, Baby, calm down. Tell Lily to let him go. There are plenty of fishes in the sea. With her looks, she can definitely find someone better. That is not the point. Lily likes Edric, don't you know that? Deborah almost had a heart attack. But love can't be forced. Deborah suddenly grabbed Logan before the latter immediately yelled, Hey, stop! Are you planning to murder me? I was looking to you for solutions, but you are useless to me now. I am better off just consulting Marie, barked Deborah. You better stop meeting Marie. She was quite involved with what happened that year. If everything gets exposed, you are done for, Logan reminded her. Don't worry, Lily is the last person she would ever harm, Deborah said confidently. Anything can happen. If she finds out that Lily is not her daughter, she would definitely throw a fit. Be careful. Marie would never suspect a thing. Don't worry. Deborah didn't want to discuss this anymore. I'm thirsty. Get me a drink. Logan immediately poured her a glass of water. Deborah gulped down the drink. Logan sat next to her and stared at Deborah's towering chest. Baby, is there anything else? What? Roared Deborah. If there's nothing else, let's have some fun. Logan reached out and grabbed her bosoms. Quit playing. I have something important to tell you. Deborah patted away his hands and told him about Stephen. If he really causes any trouble, we need to save ourselves. Logan frowned and thought for a moment before he shook his head. There won't be any trouble. Why? Stephen is a cunning fox. No one can get a hold of him that easily. Logan was confident. But he admitted it himself, retorted Deborah. The mayor is still in the capital city, but Stephen is now in the hospital. What does this say? Can't you tell? Logan winked at Deborah. Stop beating around the bush. Just tell me. Deborah was getting more impatient at this moment. It means that there must be something going on with the mayor, and he must be fine. Logan shrugged his shoulders. I still don't understand. Deborah was confused. If Stephen was in trouble, he would stay in the capital city like the mayor. Why would he even come back? Do you understand? Asked Logan. Seeing that Deborah still seemed puzzled, Logan added, Now that I know this, I will send someone to keep an eye on it. Don't panic and stay by his side. I will inform you if anything is up. Deborah was relieved when she heard Logan say that. Logan then extended his hands towards her pervertedly. This time, Deborah didn't decline his lecherous advances. After that, Deborah put on her clothes and left. Heather came into the room that was still evaporating with lust. Logan then grabbed her hands and sighed. Heather, I am so sorry that you had to go through that. Logan, we have everything we need right now. Why don't you just ditch her? Heather looked at Logan with sympathy. Deborah was a vicious woman. Logan couldn't have any other woman, but Deborah was out there having the time of her life. Was the Wheeler family going to end with Logan? I know, but I have no other choice. Everything I have today is because of Deborah. I can't just abandon her like that. Besides, she gave me a daughter already. Logan, you are too kind. In fact, I never found Lily to bear any resemblance to you at all. For all I know, that slut Deborah might have just bore Lily from another man. Heather pouted. Heather, nonsense. I know, but I just feel so bad for you. You don't have to do this. How dare she stop you from getting married and having your own children? Asked Heather. I am doing this out of my own accord. Logan shook his head. No matter what, I know what I am doing. Logan, you have already passed your prime. Listen to me. Get married and start a family. The Wheeler family needs an heir. Heather pleaded. We don't need money anymore. If Deborah still doesn't let you go, we can just leave everything behind. She can't possibly be on to us forever. Logan didn't respond. He knew that Heather was really worried for him, but Deborah was right. She was not to be trifled with. Besides, Deborah had something to use against him. If he had been more sensible, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Logan let out a sigh. The sun was shining brightly. Edric opened his eyes, and the person in his arms was still asleep. He gently pulled the blanket over her arms and noticed the marks he left on her bosoms. Edric lowered his head and kissed her face. He then hugged her tightly and said, Irene, are you really back in my arms again? Is this a dream? There was an inexplicable joy in his heart. Edric really wanted to laugh his heart out. He had never felt this alive in 3 years. After a short while, Edric got up and went into the shower. He made a ham sandwich for breakfast. Irene used to make all sorts of healthy breakfasts for him when they were together. However, Edric only knew how to make ham sandwiches. Edric put the bread into the toaster and fried up an egg. He then cut the tomatoes and put together 2 beautiful ham sandwiches. He warmed up a cup of milk and brought the sandwiches upstairs. He went into the bedroom and Irene was still sound asleep. He gently nudged her, but Irene didn't respond. Edric decided to let Irene sleep peacefully. He then left the room after he finished up a sandwich. After that, he gave Lily a call. Edric had always felt very guilty towards Lily. As a matter of fact, he felt that Margaret was the one responsible for putting Lily in such a state. Lily had such a bright future ahead of her, but she was sucked into this whole predicament. After finding out that Stephen and Deborah were behind all these, he felt even more sorry for Lily. His guilt towards Lily reached its peak after Marie told him about Lily and her infertility. Edric then decided to get engaged with Lily, although his choice would put Irene in misery. For starters, he felt indebted to Lily. Though he didn't love her one bit, Lily had always seemed kind and gentle. He never expected Lily would do such a thing to Irene. He was not a fool. He knew that Freya was the mastermind behind all this. Edric lamented himself for making such a huge mistake. Because of whatever things he did to Irene, he had to end the relationship with Lily. Edric didn't completely blame Lily. He was still Lily's fiancé after all, and it was a fact that he cheated on her with Irene. He had indeed failed Lily. Putting himself in Lily's shoes, he was surely guilty. However, Irene was innocent. She should not have suffered such pain and humiliation. Edric was ready to come clean with Margaret so Irene could forgive both of them. He wanted everyone to know that Irene wasn't supposed to be blamed for any of this. Firstly, he'd have to break up with Lily. But he never expected that the matter would blow up to such a scale even before John could carry out his order. Lily was completely decimated in this process. Hence, Edric finally decided to sever ties with Lily and go back to Irene. Now, Irene had promised to give him another chance. Edric was going to make it clear to Lily that he would do everything he could to cure her. He would do everything he could to do right by her, but they should share no relationship whatsoever. But Lily refused his request to meet, saying that she had to take care of Stephen. It was true that Stephen had just fallen ill. Edric didn't want to push her too hard either, thus he hung up the phone. Seeing that there was nothing to eat at home, he drove to a nearby supermarket. Irene didn't wake up till the next day. As a matter of fact, she was woken up by her rumbling belly. When she opened her eyes, she found that it was already noon. There was no trace of Edric on the bed. She struggled to get up from the bed and went downstairs. The breakfast made by Edric was still on the table. Irene wolfed down the food and went upstairs to take a bath. When she came back after taking a shower and changed her clothes, Edric had just returned from the supermarket. "Are you hungry? I'll whip something up in a jiffy." "Don't you have to go to the office?" Irene was surprised. Edric was a busy man. He couldn't possibly have time to cook lunch for her. "I've taken some time off to stay home with you the next few days," explained Edric. "It's all right. I will be fine. You better go to the office." She added, "We are starting over anyway. These few days wouldn't matter. We have all the time in the world." Edric was extremely happy to hear that. He said softly, "I'll make you some lunch and I will go to the office." Since he said so, Irene chose not to stop him. She watched him cook and felt like she couldn't just stand idly by. She got to the kitchen and asked, "Do you need my help?" "Just stand there and watch," Edric answered. Edric began washing the pot, and Irene recalled how clumsy he was before. It was all very weird. Seeing her thoughtful expression, Edric explained, "I can cook now. Isn't it great? After you left, I missed you and your cooking so much. Lorraine's cooking really was not up my alley, so I tried to make some of your recipes from memory. Over the past 3 years, I have really improved a lot." Irene nodded. She didn't know how to respond. He was telling her that he missed her, but she didn't feel happy at all. She would rather have Edric be pretentious about his feelings so she could leave him without any guilt. "I bought your favorite fruits. Help yourself," Edric reminded her. Irene then turned and looked at him. Edric had bought a crate. Therein was filled with cherries. His voice rang out from behind. "I promise that I will give you the life you want. We can afford all of the things that you like now." Irene didn't say anything. He continued, "I will transfer some of the company's stocks to you. Then we will go get Eden to live with us." Hearing this, Irene was shocked and turned to look at Edric. "No, Eden is doing fine over there. You can't bring him here." "Don't worry. I've found a way to help him. I won't joke around with Eden's condition. Let's talk about it later." Irene refused to continue this topic. She never wanted to get back together with Edric, and she definitely was not planning on bringing Eden over. "I know. I just thought that I should inform you first." Edric knew that he needed to take things one step at a time. However, he still had not made it clear to Lily yet. He needed to settle all of his problems to prevent anything else from harming Irene and Eden. After lunch, Irene urged Edric to go to the company. After he left, Irene looked around the villa. It had been several days since she moved into the villa, yet this was the first time that she really got a closer look at it. Irene took a small tour of the house and realized that Edric really decorated the house to her likings, such as the kids' rooms, the decor, color theme, and even the furniture options. No wonder people said that one would slowly mold into the likeness of their partners. She was lost in her thoughts when Kinsey gave her a call. "Irene, I saw Deborah going to the Emmy Saloon. Do you think I should go in and have a look?" "Look at what?" Irene had not yet reacted to Kinsey's words and hint. It was not a big deal for Deborah to enter the beauty salon. "To take a look at what she is planning. Your father is seriously ill in bed, but she is in the mood for a hair treatment. Don't you find that a little weird?" Kinsey didn't know that Stephen was faking it, but Irene did. Maybe Stephen told Deborah about his plan. That could explain why Deborah went for some beauty sessions. However, Irene couldn't tell Kinsey that Stephen was faking his illness. Therefore, she tried to stop Kinsey from pursuing this matter any further. Forget it. She probably has her own reasons. You go do your own stuff and leave her be. Kinsey gave up the idea of following Deborah. They then talked for a while before ending the call. Marie was not in a good mood after she met with Margaret. She thought that she could turn the tides with her wits, but she never expected Stephen to be in such a predicament. Dumb Stephen. Why did he have to be caught in this awkward position at this critical time? Stephen deserved to go to hell, but he should go alone. Though Marie hated Stephen, at that point, she hoped that Stephen was fine. If anything should happen to him, what would possibly happen to Lily? Deborah must have assumed that the only reason that she helped Lily was because of the hatred she had for Myra. But in fact, Lily was Marie's biological daughter. How could she watch her own daughter live in such agony? Speaking of that, it was not a pleasant memory to Marie, too. She had a love-hate relationship with Lily. Lily was her own flesh and blood, but Lily also represented her deepest, darkest secrets. If it wasn't for her infertility, she would never have given birth to Lily. And it was all thanks to Myra and Stephen. Blood was thicker than water. Myra was basically her half-sister, and Marie ought to love her. But unfortunately, they were a pair of sworn enemies. Marie's mother, Dania, was a rich mistress that fell from grace. Because of that, she was forced to marry Myra's father, and that led to the birth of Myra and Thomas. Myra's father died from tuberculosis and left them behind. It was a really challenging time, in fact. Sometime later, Dania met Johannes Walker, who was an up-and-coming artist in town. He was also a widowed man who had a son, Dave. Johannes was instantly smitten by Dania's beauty and began courting her. Naturally, Dania was attracted to him, and they slowly began an item. Johannes then promised Dania that he would take care of Myra and Thomas. It was supposed to be fantastic news, but the Nelson family had to come and ruin things. They forced Dania to make a decision: stay in the Nelson family with the kids, or leave them and go with Johannes. It was a very hard decision. Dania had finally met her lover, but these kids were her flesh and blood too. In the end, she chose the former. Later, Marie found out that someone from the Nelson family had taken an interest in Dania and wanted to marry her. Dania refused, but that man used the children as leverage and forced Dania into marriage. Dania initially agreed to leave with Johannes because she was pregnant with Marie. Under those circumstances, she was forced to make a decision and ended up choosing Johannes. But she had never forgotten Myra and Thomas. Marie remembered that Dania had mentioned Myra and Thomas for as long as she could remember. Marie was initially very excited to meet Myra, but that all turned to dust when they actually met. She was 5 years old when it happened. Dania brought them to the Nelson family to meet Myra and Thomas, but they were refused entry. The people from the Nelson family hurled slurs towards her and began cursing her. They even called Marie a bastard, the offspring of the devil. After that, Dania left with her. She was forever traumatized and resented Myra. Myra was the one that caused them that suffering. Although Dania was very happy in her marriage with Johannes, the Walker family was not very kind to her either. They were very judgmental towards premarital pregnancies. Marie heard people talking and judging her behind her back. She even caught Dania crying in the room alone. Johanna couldn't bear to watch Dania endure that humiliation. Hence, he decided to move out of San Fetilo with them and start afresh. Without all this gossip and criticism, they were finally happy again. Myra and Thomas lived a hard life and were often abused physically by the people who took care of them. After their caretakers died of an accident, Myra and Thomas became orphans. When Dania received the news, she sent someone to pick them both up, but Myra refused. Dania didn't know what the Nelson family had been telling Myra that caused Myra to hate her so much. Myra claimed that she didn't have such a shameless mother. Myra was confident in her own abilities to raise Thomas and herself well. As a result, Dania had been living in guilt and pain. Later, Johannes suggested that one of their servants adopted Myra and Thomas as a deed of kindness. That way, both of them would be able to get a good education. Myra's grades were very good from primary school all the way until college. Thomas, on the other hand, had no interest in studying. He did not graduate from middle school. Instead, he chose to homeschool. When Myra was in college, she was the campus belle. She had many suitors, including Marie's brother, Dave Walker. Myra hated Dave at first, but as time went by, they became closer. Marie had witnessed Dave spending time together with Myra. Truth be told, she had never seen Dave so happy with anyone except Myra. Whenever there was something good at home, the first person Dave would think to share it with was Myra. This made Marie very jealous. She and Dave were siblings. Why would Dave treat an outsider who shared no blood relation with him better than his own sister? Because of this, Marie slowly started to despise Myra, especially when she heard everyone around her praise Myra for her beauty, intelligence, and talent. She despised Myra even more. Due to his excellent grades and his talent in architectural design, Dave received an invitation to study at a well-known university abroad. After he went abroad, he quickly made a name for himself as a famous designer. Since he was abroad, Marie had gone to visit him over the summer. Dave mostly hung out with the upper class, and many among them were rich families from Haverland. Malcolm, being one of them, had an interest in carving sculptures. Hence, Dave and he became friends immediately when they met. From there, Malcolm also got closer to Marie. Malcolm was handsome and was also the heir of a rich and powerful family. At the first glance, Marie took a fancy to him immediately. She began to have a crush on Malcolm. She would always use different excuses just to get closer to Malcolm. Because of Dave, Malcolm treated her well. He accepted most of her requests and often invited her to parties and events as his partner. In the 2 short months they hung out, Marie was extremely happy. She had always thought that Malcolm liked her. Otherwise, why would he invite her to events as his partner? Marie began to fantasize about Malcolm. Of course, none of this escaped Dave's eyes. He warned her not to have too many unrealistic expectations about what was going on between them. Malcolm only regarded her as a younger sister of his friend and nothing more. Besides, Malcolm's family was out of their league. But of course, Marie didn't listen. She had fallen head over heels for Malcolm. Her vacation was coming to an end and she had to return to her home country soon. She hoped that Malcolm could use the remaining time to confess to her, and the two of them would live out their own fairy tale. Although Malcolm did not confess to her, he did go back to the country with her. He had wanted to go back to meet with a famous sculptor. However, Marie did not think so. To her, he was using that as an excuse, and his real motive was to accompany her back. As Malcolm was returning to the country, Dave had requested Malcolm to bring back some gifts for Myra on his behalf. When Malcolm went to pass her the gifts, he was struck by Myra's beauty and fell in love with Myra at the first sight. For this reason, Malcolm did not go back abroad. He came up with the excuse to learn sculpting locally so he could remain in the country. For Marie, this was great news. She thought Malcolm was staying back for her. It was not until she saw Malcolm and Myra started dating that she realized what was going on. Marie's hostility towards Myra grew tenfold at the sight of that. She hated Myra for stealing her lover away. Looking at the relationship blossoming between Malcolm and Myra, Marie felt as if her heart was slashed by a knife. She would never allow Malcolm to be taken away from her by Myra, not even if she was her sister. She began to find a way to break them up. Coincidentally, Stephen had a crush on Myra. Marie decided to shift her focus onto Stephen. Stephen was popular in school. He was also good-looking and won the hearts of many girls. He also fell in love with Myra at first sight, but Myra was not very keen on Stephen. No matter how Stephen pursued Myra, Myra showed no attention to him. Marie subtly hinted to him that she could help him get Myra, and she also told him about the relationship between her and Myra. Naturally, Stephen was overjoyed that Marie had offered to help. The two began to form a plan. Marie started treating Myra well, and because Myra saw Marie as her sister, she did not doubt Marie's intentions. Meanwhile, Marie would often think of various ways to bring Stephen closer to Myra. However, there wasn't much use. Myra had no interest in Stephen at all. Seeing the plan with Stephen failed, Marie had to shift her strategy to Malcolm. If the Reed family found out that Malcolm had stayed back in the country for Myra, Pedro would definitely not allow it. Therefore, as Malcolm's fiancée, Lydia personally came to find Malcolm. Malcolm had no feelings for Lydia, and he had made it clear to her. To Marie, if she could not have Malcolm, then no one else could have him too. Therefore, since Stephen couldn't help her, she was on her own. She couldn't let Myra win. Lydia's appearance was an opportunity presenting itself. While Malcolm still had his guard down against her, Marie decided to set them all up. Marie got Malcolm and Lydia drunk before she made them sleep with each other. She then told Myra to come over. When Myra arrived and saw Malcolm together with Lydia, her heart broke. In the end, she chose to be with Stephen instead. It seemed as if everything had already ended, but it was only the beginning for Marie. She thought that since Malcolm was no longer with Myra, she stood a chance to get back with Malcolm. However, she didn't expect that Malcolm would marry Lydia even though he did not love her. Meanwhile, she had thought Myra and Stephen would have just lived a simple and plain life together after marriage. Surprisingly, Stephen's business prospered and his career grew tremendously. Marie was unwilling to give up. She was the only one who benefited nothing in this grand plan of hers. God knew how frustrated she was. Everyone was now living a happy life except her. Dave had been entrusted by a rich Franzburg merchant to bring some famous drawings back home. He had placed the drawings with Myra for safekeeping, but when the drawings were revealed back home, they turned out to be fake. As a result, Dave lost everything and went bankrupt. His reputation was gone. This caused Dave's father to pass away from the shock, his mother following soon after. In one night, Marie lost everything, just like how Myra used to be. Her brother, Dave, became devastated and lost hope in life. Marie blamed everything on Myra. She said that if it wasn't for her, their family would not have stooped to this level. After the death of her parents, Dave returned to San Fatillo to live in seclusion. Marie had no choice but to go look for the old servant who used to take care of Myra. The old servant lived in Cat Alley. That was when she met Deborah, who also lived there. Deborah was commonly known as Sugar there. Myra felt guilty that Marie and Dave ended up in such a situation. She gave Marie money she earned from work so that Marie could further her studies. At the time, Marie was studying medicine, so she needed it. She never rejected Myra's money, but she never appreciated it either. On the contrary, she always thought of ways to get her revenge on Myra. She was never grateful to Myra. On the other hand, she was getting along really well with Deborah. Deborah was famous back then in Cat Alley. People around would always praise her beauty, so Marie treated Deborah extremely well. During the summer that Marie graduated, Stephen went to San Fatillo for business. On behalf of Myra, he visited Marie and gave her some money. Marie took Deborah and Deborah's cousin, Simon, to see Stephen. At that time, Stephen was young and handsome, and Deborah could not take her eyes off him. Seeing this scene, Marie secretly formed a vicious plan in her head. She wanted Myra to suffer the pain of betrayal, especially that of her best friend whom she once trusted. So Marie drugged Stephen in Deborah's water. However, the ending was unexpected. She had plotted for Deborah and Stephen to sleep together, but something else happened. She woke up and found herself naked instead, next to Simon, and thus began their entanglement. Simon was a local ruffian in Cat Alley, and the ruffians in the alley were all bloodthirsty creatures. Before the incident, Simon had treated her well. However, after they had slept together, he started to threaten her. He wanted to maintain a sexual relationship, or he would expose this to others to embarrass her. For the sake of maintaining Deborah and Simon's relationship, she agreed. Unexpectedly, she got pregnant. She had planned to abort the child at the hospital, but the doctor told her that her body wouldn't be able to take it. If she did so, she would never be able to have a child again. Simon also followed her to the hospital after hearing the news. In the end, Marie decided to keep the baby. On the day she gave birth to a child, Deborah also gave birth to Stephen's child. Marie hated Deborah. She was no fool. She was the one who planned to make Stephen and Deborah a pair, but somehow she ended up being drugged too. There was no way Deborah wasn't involved. Therefore, she persuaded Simon to steal Deborah's child. Naturally, Marie wasn't going to take care of a child that wasn't hers, so later on she told him to give the child away. Marie knew that Deborah wasn't giving birth to this child out of love. Deborah just wanted to replace Myra. Using this, she made a negotiation with Deborah. She would help Deborah get Stephen if Deborah would help her get rid of Simon. In the end, they were all happy. Myra died in a car accident, and Deborah became Stephen's official wife. Marie's child became Deborah and Stephen's child. As for Simon, Marie and Deborah worked together and successfully sent him to jail. After that, Marie left San Fatillo and went to Augsburg City. After more than 10 years of hard work, she became a famous specialist. But this was not the life she wanted. If it wasn't for Stephen and Myra, she would not have gotten into such a situation. She would be living lavishly with Malcolm as his rich wife instead of being just a doctor. Although she was well known in the medical world, she was nothing compared to those ladies living in rich families. If that incident hadn't happened, would she be in this situation? She hated both Myra and Stephen even more now. During Marie's time as a famous doctor in Augsburg City, Stephen also got transferred over to the city as a politician. Marie was genuinely happy to see how well her daughter was doing. apart from having such a horrible father, of course. If truth be told, she hadn't any ill intention towards Irene. It was Irene who chose to fall in love with Edric that Lily was in love with first. Irene's behavior was as shameless as her mother, Myra. That was why Marie continued to help Deborah to deal with Irene. She and Margaret used to be old friends, thus she knew Margaret very well. The Myers family were simple-minded people. Margaret was snobbish and wanted to have a grandson. With this information, Marie and Deborah came up with a vicious plan. They would let Lorraine secretly drug Irene while staying in the Myers family so Irene could never get pregnant. For 2 years, Irene and Edric had no children. Margaret brought Irene to the hospital for a checkup, and they consulted none other than the famous doctor, who was also their best friend, Marie. Since Irene was taking medicines that made her infertile, the test results naturally showed that she was barren. Being infertile meant that Irene could not give birth. Marie also added a lot of details, telling Margaret that it would be hard for Irene to get pregnant in this life. By throwing in a lot of medical jargon, she had made Margaret and Irene believe her words. Margaret, who had already been dissatisfied with Irene, was extremely angry when she heard that. Since then, she often spoke ill of Irene and treated her poorly. Irene accepted it all in silence. She always thought it was her own fault. Hence, she searched everywhere for a remedy. Marie was worried that if Irene dug deeper, she would realize what the real reason behind her infertility was. Therefore, after a discussion with Deborah, they decided to give Irene a tubal ligation to end any hope of her ever getting pregnant. When Edric wasn't home, Lorraine drugged Irene to make the latter unconscious. Then they secretly arranged for people to go to the house and operate on her. After the operation, they stopped feeding Irene medicines. Later on, when Irene went to other hospitals for checkups, Marie and Deborah would always interfere and switch out the reports. Hence, Irene had no clue at all about what was going on with her body. Since they knew that Irene would never be able to have a child, they started to focus on how to get Lily and Edric together. Everything was going as they planned. Edric eventually gave in to Margaret and agreed to get a surrogate. Lily was successfully impregnated. As long as she could give birth to a child, Irene would be kicked out of the picture. However, something went wrong with the pregnancy. In the end, Marie and Deborah agreed to expose Lily's identity to Irene and get rid of Irene at the same time. The plan went well. Irene was kicked out and she went far away. Marie and Deborah's plan was indeed very intricate. They were close to success when something came up again after the engagement of Edric and Lily. Surprisingly, Irene and Stephen had reconciled after discovering their relationship as father and daughter. Even more surprisingly, they were told that Stephen was now in an investigation. Margaret wasn't changing docs because Lily was the child of a mistress, but because Stephen was about to lose his power. However, she still had a trump card in her hand. That was the famous designer Thomas, or rather his real name, Dave. As long as Dave could design the stadium for the sports tournament, Margaret would definitely change her mind. She had to go ask Thomas about the designs. Once she had the designs with her, she would be able to negotiate with Margaret. There was no way Margaret would give up something as big as that after all. Thinking of this, Marie went to find Thomas. Thomas was very distant with her. He didn't say much and just handed her the designs. Marie was happy to finally have the designs. She thanked him half-heartedly and left. With the designs in hand, Marie calmed down a lot more. When she returned home, she began to formulate another plan. This drawing was just a bargaining chip. Margaret was too hard-headed, so it would be hard to change her mind. This time, she had to make sure her plan was flawless, with no room for mistakes at all. After seeing Irene's jade pendant, which was the same as hers, Rowan firmly believed that Irene must be somehow related to her. Edric thought the same, hence naturally the investigation began with Myra. He put in a lot of effort to find out more about Myra. He uncovered that Dania had remarried and a relative had raised Myra and Thomas. Later, after their relative died, a kind person had adopted them to Cat Alley. Therefore, Edric and Rowan went to Cat Alley to further their investigations. Johanna's servant was the one who adopted Myra and Thomas back to Cat Alley. Although they lived there, They did not have much contact with the people around them. Thus, no one really knew anything about the two either. All they knew was Myra married a government official. After she settled down, she took Thomas and her adoptive father away. As for where they went, nobody really knew. Some said they bought a house in San Fatillo. Some said they went to another city. Edric guessed that Myra never took them away at all. Instead, she let them stay in Chijma's building, and that was why Thomas had always been there. However, Edric did manage to uncover one clue. Around 20 years ago, Myra had stayed in Cat Alley for a period of time. It was winter then, and she wore thick clothes, making her look a little chubby. Besides Sugar, no one had seen Myra interacting with anyone else. Sugar was Deborah's nickname. The person who had mentioned this had mistaken Marie for Myra since they looked alike. Furthermore, they never had much contact back then. It was only expected that others would confuse the two. Wasn't Myra already married to Stephen at the time? Why would she return to Cat Alley? Also, was she chubby because she was pregnant? Edric felt like something wasn't adding up. According to his calculations, Irene would already have been a few years old by then. Why would Myra leave Irene behind and go stay in Cat Alley for so long? More importantly, Deborah was pregnant with Lily at the time. Rowan and Lily are about the same age. Could it be that Myra had come to Cat Alley to give birth to a child? However, Myra and Deborah had been so close. If they got pregnant at the same time, how could Myra not know about the child in Deborah's womb? Deborah's child belonged to Stephen. This was also the reason that led to Myra's eventual accident. Since that was the case, how could Myra have such a good relationship with Deborah? There was something strange going on. Could it be that the person who returned to Cat Alley was not Myra? But if it wasn't her, who could it be? Edric and Rowan hadn't made much progress in their investigation at Cat Alley. Meanwhile, John had just uncovered something huge whilst investigating Dania and Johannes. After Dania married Johannes, she gave birth to a daughter named Chiana. Later, Johannes and Dania passed away. Following this, Chiana and her brother Dave disappeared. John showed Edric 2 pictures of Marie and Dave. Why does Dave look just like Thomas? Also, Mr. Myers, don't you feel that Chiana looks just like Dr. Walker? Edric was shocked at the photos. Although the photos were old and a little yellow, the faces could be seen clearly. Dave indeed looked exactly like Thomas, and Chiana looked exactly like Marie. What the hell is going on? Edric was puzzled. He couldn't understand the connection between Thomas and Dave, but at this moment, he was making a bold guess about the Myra he learned earlier in the day at Cat Alley. It wasn't Myra who was close to Deborah back in Cat Alley. Rather, it was Chiana. Following this explanation, it would mean that Chiana was most likely Rowan's mother. While Edric and John were discussing the matter, the designer he hired, Sinclair, came in to talk to Edric. He glanced down at the photos in front of Edric and exclaimed, "Isn't this Dave? Have you guys found him?" Edric was stunned. "What did you say?" He recognized the name immediately and was shocked at Sinclair's mention of it. Sinclair picked up the photo and looked at it. He told Edric positively, "This is the amazing designer Dave. I met him once when I went to Franzburg to study." "Isn't Dave from Franzburg?" asked Edric. "At first I thought he was, but I found out later that he wasn't. He is from Haverland, but he keeps his identity a secret. It's rare to see him in the news. I've only met him once at an engineering fair. He was in a hurry and left after a few minutes. I noticed that the Franzburg people were all very polite to him. I asked around and found out he was Dave," explained Sinclair. "Do you know his full name by any chance?" Edric passed the photos to John. "No, I don't." Sinclair shook his head. Sinclair talked to Edric for a while and left. Edric waved to John to come over. "When you were investigating Dave, did you manage to find out that he had gone to study in Franzburg?" John nodded. "Yes, I am about to reach that part of the report." Edric massaged his forehead. It was all so strange. Is Thomas's real name Dave? Then where is the actual Thomas? No matter how Edric thought about it, it didn't make sense. The Thomas in his mind was so honest and simple. How could he be related to that genius designer Dave? Edric pondered for a moment and ordered John to call the company's language interpreter over. He asked the interpreter to call Thomas in French, and the call was soon connected. French was the official language of Franzburg. The interpreter asked in French, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Bush?" Thomas replied in French, "No, you're mistaken." The interpreter hung up the phone after saying sorry in French. Edric and John stood beside him and had heard clearly. Thomas answered in French. Edric waved his hand, indicating for the interpreter to leave. After Thomas graduated from junior high, he dropped out of school and stayed at home. Edric, at this moment, knew very well that Thomas, who was on the phone a while ago, was just a fluke. Why was Dave pretending to be Thomas? Did Irene know about this? Edric pondered for a while and called Rowan to come in. Now he was sure that Thomas was Dave, but he was not sure whether Marie and Tiana were the same person. In this case, it was better to let Rowan meet Marie and ask the latter about the jade pendant personally. Irene had an appointment with Kinsey for lunch at noon. Coincidentally, she ran into Rowan there. When Rowan saw Irene, she came over to say hi. Irene greeted Rowan back as she didn't want to be rude. The two of them exchanged small talks before Rowan went into a private room. When the door opened, Irene took a look inside and saw that the person Rowan was meeting was her longtime acquaintance, Marie. Irene remembered Marie because the latter used to treat her infertility. It was strange that Marie would meet Rowan. Was Rowan also seeing her for infertility issues? After closing the private room door, Rowan seated herself opposite Marie, who had a very unpleasant look on her face. Marie asked, "Miss, what do you want from me?" Rowan stared at Marie and bit her lip. The woman in front of her looked somewhat similar to her. For some reason, she had a vague hint of expectation that Marie was her mother. Meanwhile, Marie looked at Rowan with disgust. Margaret had stated that she wanted Rowan to have children with Edric. In fact, both Rowan and Edric were pretty close. As a result, Marie subconsciously felt uncomfortable when she saw Rowan and spoke in a very unpleasant tone. Rowan pulled out a pendant from her pocket and put it on the table. "Do you recognize this pendant?" Marie's expression changed when she saw the pendant. She picked it up and inspected it carefully. "Why do you have this? Is it yours?" Rowan glanced at Marie eagerly. "Yes." Marie picked up the pendant. "It's a family heirloom of mine. My mother left it to me, but I accidentally lost it. Why do you have it?" "It was given to my foster parents by the orphanage director. She said that the pendant was given to her for safekeeping by the person who sent me to the orphanage. She also mentioned that it belonged to my mother and that if I found the owner of this pendant, I could find my mother. I've been searching for her for years. Mom, I finally found you." Tears rolled down from Rowan's eyes as she sobbed uncontrollably. Marie looked at Rowan in astonishment. At that moment, she had a flashback to a scene in the dead of winter. A woman in a thick cotton coat handed a newborn baby to a thin man. "Take this sinful child away immediately. Send it as far away as possible." As ordered, the man reached for the baby and vanished into the cold winter. That very night, her pendant disappeared as well. Marie had always thought she lost it by accident, but to her surprise, it had been taken away. Upon realization, she was fuming with rage. How dared that wretched man stir up such a massive mess for her? What should she do now? While Rowan was still crying, Marie's mind had already gone through several turns. A huge fuss now laid before her. Should she accept Rowan as a daughter? Looking at Rowan's current reaction, Marie knew that she would be persistently searching for the truth if Marie denied it. After all, the truth would always prevail. It would be bad if she accidentally exposed what happened back then. But deep down, she did not want to admit it. As Marie gazed at Rowan's exquisite features and recalled her relationship with Edric, she was sure that Rowan must have done some research before coming to her. Gritting her teeth, Marie had made her decision. She had no choice but to accept Rowan. In any case, maybe Rowan could be of help later. With that in mind, her face immediately took on a sad and bitter expression, and tears rolled out of her gorgeous eyes. "My child, my poor child. It was my fault that I put you in the orphanage, but I didn't have a choice." She took Rowan in her arms. "I can't live with you since I was not yet married at that time, so I was forced to send you to the orphanage. I went back to look for you, but instead I heard that you were adopted." There was no lie in her words. Ever since Marie heard that Rowan had been sent to an orphanage, she had secretly visited her. It wasn't until Rowan was adopted that she was relieved and forgot about Rowan. My adoptive parents died, but before they left, they told me the truth. They told me to take this pendant and search for my birth mother. I never thought I'd really find you. Rowan felt happy from the bottom of her heart. Although Marie had left her at the orphanage unattended, Rowan had always believed that she had done it for a reason. Rowan, at this moment, was thrilled to have found her biological mother. Marie, however, did not share her thoughts. To her, Rowan was destined to be a nuisance. To avoid further chaos, she must find a way to deal with this matter. The two hugged each other as they cried, and both were lost in their own thoughts. Meanwhile, Irene was having dinner with Kinsey when she received a call from Edric. Upon hearing what she was doing, he bombarded her with a series of questions, hoping to know every single detail of hers. Babbling like an old lady, he did not realize that Irene was so annoyed by him. It was said that women in love would lose their logic, but this also applied to men, for that was what happened to Edric. He now felt afflicted with worries and anxiety every day. He felt that there was a reason for Irene's sudden change of attitude toward him, but he couldn't tell why. In fact, he was afraid that all the good things he saw now were only an illusion. He was worried that one day, when he pushed open the door to his house, he would find Irene gone like before. And because of that, Edric would remind Irene not to forget to think of him every morning before leaving the house. He would give her a phone call during work to inquire about her whereabouts. Even when he came home at night, the first thing he would ask was, "Irene, did you miss me?" Irene found Edric's behavior strange. After hanging up the phone, she sighed. "Do you think he's faking it? Does he have to be so clingy?" Kinsey giggled. "You shouldn't ask such questions to people like me who have never dated before. However, I do think that Edric is probably faking it. After all, you haven't seen him miss you as much in the 3 years you've been apart. How could he suddenly be so attached to you? If you think about it, it doesn't seem normal." Irene nodded. "I think so too, but why do you think he's pretending? Does he have to?" "I haven't finished my words yet. What I mean is that Edric is either faking it or really loving you, and only you can figure that out. I, an outsider, can't give you the answer." Irene glared at Kinsey. "Where do I find the time to figure that out? I have to hurry up and get pregnant in the next week or so. Actually, sometimes I find Edric's a nice guy, but the fact that he has a disgusting mother is a huge minus," added Kinsey. "Don't mention it. As the saying goes, once bitten, twice shy. I still get chills thinking about her. Say, how could I have been so stupid back then?" Thinking about the past, Irene found herself hard to believe. "That's because you love him. A woman in love has zero intelligence. You had fallen head over heel for him, so naturally you don't care about yourself. All you can think about is him. Therefore, you are willing to endure any form of torture for him." Kinsey sighed. "Irene, do you really not love Edric at all? Not even the slightest?" "I don't have time to think about that," Irene replied. Kinsey reminded Irene, "It's not just about Eden now. If you're pregnant, it's about the second child as well. Are you going to raise both of these kids without a father?" "As soon as Eden is healed, I'll consider finding a father for them," answered Irene. The love of a biological father is not the same as the love of a stepfather. Irene, if Edric is true to you, you can absolutely start over with him. Even for the sake of the children, you should consider him. Provided, of course, that he loves you and has no other agenda. Analyzed Kinsey. Irene was silent. Kinsey was right in saying that the love of a biological father was not the same as the love of a stepfather. Her heart cracked a little as she thought about Eden's look of longing for his father's love. She was indeed resentful of Edric. But after he told her the truth, she realized that she had been handling things in an extreme way. Therefore, it was partly Irene's fault that the two of them had turned out this way. Her heart was completely consumed with anger and hatred the moment Lily showed her the pregnancy test and said, "I'm pregnant and it's Edric's baby." Back then, Deborah had seduced Stephen, and now Lily had snatched Edric away. This was too much for Irene to take. The pain of not being able to conceive for a long time, and the pain of what she perceived as betrayal consumed her heart. That was why she became crazy and irrational. So much so that after Edric's lawyer showed up with the divorce papers and offered such harsh conditions, she signed the divorce without any hesitation. Couples usually argued in divorce, but she didn't even give Edric a word of explanation, nor did she need to. Just like that, hatred sustained her to leave Edric. For all these years, she could not get over the hurdle of how Edric could betray her. However, the truth of the matter was that she might have misjudged Edric. If that was the case, her hatred and insistence at the beginning would have been totally unnecessary. Kinsey was right. Irene should indeed think about her future with Edric and Eden. Just then, Kinsey received a call from the TV station and left, while Irene sat in the booth for a moment before getting up to leave. But when she passed by the door of the room Rowan had just entered, she heard people crying coming from inside. Irene subconsciously stopped in her tracks. If she heard correctly, not only Rowan but Marie were also crying inside. What was going on in there? Irene had no intention of eavesdropping. However, the sound of wailing inside sounded way too strange. Besides, she didn't expect to hear Rowan calling Marie Mom. Startled, Irene rushed out of the hotel. While on her way back, Irene kept on muttering to herself. She had often dealt with Marie in her previous visits to the hospital and knew that Marie had always been single. Irene was positively taken aback now that Marie suddenly had a daughter. As she thought about Marie and Malcolm's relationship, Irene's heart missed a beat. Could Rowan be their daughter? If so, wouldn't that make her Jordan's half-sister? Should she tell Jordan about this? Later that night, Edric came home a little earlier than usual. He had lots of questions to ask Irene, but didn't know where to start. Dania remarried Johannes. Although Dave was not related to Irene by blood, he was her uncle by lineage regardless. Edric was upset to think how little he knew about Irene, even though they had been married for a good 5 years. Edric did inquire Irene about her family before the marriage. She claimed that her parents had passed away and she was left with only one uncle. At that, he did not have the slightest doubt, but even so, he didn't blame Irene for not telling the truth. Back then to him, going back home only meant spending some alone time with Irene. He didn't care what she was thinking. Married with such an incompetent husband, it was no wonder that Irene kept all her thoughts to herself. Edric dwelled in his own melancholy for a long time. Finally, after dinner, while strolling around the area with Irene, he tentatively began to ask, "Irene, does your mother have any other siblings besides your uncle?" Irene was stunned. "No, I guess not." For as long as she could remember, Irene knew she only had one uncle. During Christmas or Thanksgiving, other children would go back to their grandmother's houses with their respective parents. At the time, she envied this and demanded to know about her grandparents' whereabouts. Myra told her that both her grandparents had passed away. Later, when she went back to San Fertilo to visit the graves, the only grave she saw was only her grandfather's. Irene once asked Myra where her grandmother's grave was, but got no response. And when she saw Myra's slightly angry look, she didn't dare to ask again. She had never asked about how many siblings Myra had. As far as Irene could remember, she had only one uncle, Thomas. And at that time, Thomas and Myra weren't very close yet. Although Myra rarely took her to visit Thomas, he had always remembered her. He often sent her good food and bought her gifts for Christmas. As for Stephen, he seemed to dislike Thomas. Stephen had never mentioned Thomas at home. Therefore, Irene figured that Myra's bad relationship with Thomas had something to do with Stephen. It wasn't until Myra died in a car accident that Thomas appeared in Irene's life. At that time, Thomas handled Myra's funeral alone while Stephen was out of town for a meeting. Stephen rushed back as soon as he heard the news of her accident, but Thomas had already cremated Myra. That was the first time Irene saw Thomas get angry. With red eyes, he punched and kicked Stephen in the face. She and Thomas did not cross paths much. On the contrary, she was much closer to Stephen. But when she saw Thomas beating Stephen that day, she didn't feel any hatred towards Thomas at all. Later, Thomas tried to take her away, but Stephen stopped him. She remembered Stephen's vicious warning to Thomas, "Don't make me do it. It'll be ugly if I expose what you did back then." In the end, Thomas gave up on taking Irene away. But he told her before he left, "I'll always be at Chimi's building in San Fertilo." Irene, come to me if you ever miss me. I'll visit you as often as I can." After that, Deborah showed up with Lily. As soon as Irene saw Lily, who was already a few years old, Irene immediately understood Thomas's wrath back then. Irene didn't need such a shameless father. Therefore, she resolutely left Stephen and went back to Thomas. What was Edric's intention in asking her these questions at this moment? He couldn't have asked them without reason. Irene asked rhetorically, "Why do you want to know?" "Nothing. Your mother died when you were little. I was wondering if you have any other relatives you don't know about." Irene interjected, "Other relatives?" Irene stopped and looked at Edric. "For as long as I can remember, I've known that I only have one uncle. I haven't heard of any other relatives." "Could it be that your mother didn't tell you about it?" Edric probed tentatively. Irene glared at Edric. "What do you mean? It's a good thing that I have other family relatives. Why would my mom not tell me?" Irene's verbosity left Edric speechless. Just then, it dawned on him that Myra must have known that Thomas's real identity was Dave. What had kept her from telling Irene about it? Was it because Irene was too young, or were there other considerations? If there wasn't anything sinister behind the hidden identity of Thomas, then there must be a reason Myra chose not to tell Irene the truth. If that was the case, was it appropriate for Edric to tell Irene about Thomas being Dave? The point was, this matter hadn't been confirmed yet. It'd be too early for Edric to say anything to Irene. He should wait for Rowan and Marie to meet and see what happened next. How did Dave become Thomas? Edric would have to look into the matter carefully before making any decisions. Meanwhile, Rowan and Marie were weeping in each other's arms. Rowan was sobbing with joy while Marie was faking it. She soon stopped crying and persuaded Rowan to stop as well. After the two stopped, Marie explained to Rowan her choice back then. Although she had been robbed at a young age and had gotten pregnant, she could not bear to abort Rowan. After all, she was innocent. It was difficult for an unmarried woman to take care of a child. As a result, Marie sent Rowan to an orphanage. Throughout the whole story, all Marie wanted was to gain Rowan's forgiveness. Rowan forgave Marie right there and then. Marie then asked Rowan how she had been doing all these years. Naturally, Rowan didn't hide anything and told her everything that had happened over the years. In fact, Marie was not interested at all in how Rowan had lived all these years. She only wanted to know how Rowan found her. Marie was surprised to find that it all started when Rowan found Irene's pendant and that Edric was looking for her. It wasn't a good thing that Edric knew about this. After a few turns in her mind, Marie asked Rowan for a favor. Marie told Rowan that the humiliating incident had a huge impact on her reputation. Hence, Marie begged Rowan not to reveal their relationship, not even to Edric. Rowan was slightly hesitant. Edric was very nice to her, and she didn't want to lie to him. Seeing her hesitation, Marie told Rowan that she and Edric's mother were friends. No one knew that she was robbed and got pregnant out of wedlock. If Rowan told Edric about this matter, Margaret would eventually find out. Marie would never be able to hold her head up again. It was quite cruel to Rowan to work so hard to find her biological mother and not disclose the relationship. However, she was a kind person. She searched for Marie for no other reason than to fulfill her own wish. Rowan knew that Marie was no ordinary doctor. She was a specialist who often appeared on TV. It wasn't easy for a woman to reach such a position. Hence, Rowan agreed to her request. By the time the two walked out of the restaurant, it was late afternoon. Before Marie left, she reminded Rowan again not to tell Edric about their relationship. Marie was calculating her next step when she was on her way back. Rowan's stay in San Fatio was a huge problem for her. She had to find a way to get Rowan far away from San Fatio so that Rowan would never appear there. As for Lily, she couldn't put things off any longer and had to make a quick decision. Hence, she went to see Margaret right away. Margaret was confused as to why Marie asked her out at this hour. "What's going on?" "I saw Deborah at the hospital yesterday. We were chatting about Edric and Lily. Deborah said something to me that I thought I should tell you," answered Marie. "What did she say?" Margaret was interested. "She said you broke your word and didn't keep your promise, and that you treated the engagement like a charade, and it's a good thing she didn't choose to believe you." Margaret was fired up to hear that. Wasn't Lily the one who caused this? What does that have to do with me? Don't get angry. Hear me out. Marie knew Margaret's temper. The point is not that Deborah said you didn't keep your word. The point is about the sports tournament. Deborah left a plan. A plan? Parroted Margaret. When Irene returned, Deborah already had a plan for the sports tournament to prevent Edric from returning to Irene, just in case you guys backtracked. I didn't think it would come in handy now. Marie was a top-notch liar. What can Deborah do? Margaret expressed skepticism. Don't underestimate Deborah. She's capable of so much more. I believe she told me this, so I could pass the word on to you. After all, she knows I'm close to you, chirped Marie. What exactly does she want to do? Margaret squinted her eyes. Although Deborah is disappointed in Edric, Lily has feelings for him. She can't help it. What Deborah meant was that if you can get Edric and Lily together, she'll find a way to leave the bidding for the sports tournament to the Myers group, stated Marie. I knew these two were up to no good. They told me the sports tournament would be fair, yet they hatched a plan. Margaret was furious. It's human nature. This bidding is no trivial matter. Think about it. There are a lot of companies over there staring and lining up to offer gifts. If you do not show your sincerity to side with them, how could they give you a bid for nothing? Marie analyzed. Since you are now so defensive to them, it is only normal for them to do the same. Since it's normal for them to be wary of me, I should do the same in return. Who knows if what Deborah said about helping out is true? Margaret crossed her arms. That's easy. As I proposed the other day, you have to find a way to get Edric and Lily together. That way, Deborah will naturally be relieved to help you out, suggested Marie. But Edric doesn't listen to me anymore. He doesn't come home now either. How can I do anything about it? Margaret's face was clearly written with exasperation. He doesn't come home during the week. What about on your birthday? Marie reminded Margaret. It's your birthday this Friday, and you can request Edric to come back. Then you create an opportunity for Lily and Edric to spend time alone together. As for the rest, Lily should be able to handle it. Will that work? Margaret scratched her chin. Why not? You won't lose anything anyway. You'll even get the bid. As for the future, if Lily conceived Edric's child, you'll let her in your door. If she doesn't, don't worry. You did your best anyway. Deborah can't do anything about it. Marie sat back and took a sip of her water. Margaret thought for a moment and chirruped, That's a good idea. Marie was relieved to hear that. Only Margaret could help in this matter. As long as she could create the opportunity for Edric and Lily to share a room, she would have a way, too, to get Lily pregnant with Edric's child, even if Edric didn't touch Lily. Edric had fallen asleep, but Irene was quietly contemplating something on her mind. Why did Edric throw her such a weird question that night? Why would he suddenly ask about Myra? What was he trying to find out? Or did he already figure something out? Since Irene could remember, Myra had always been very reluctant to talk about Dania. She would just brush the topic off and tell Irene that Dania had died. But if that was so, why was there no grave of Dania? Was Myra lying? Was Dania not actually dead? Did Edric find something out, and was that why he came to ask Irene about it? But what was the relationship between this matter and Edric? When Myra died, the only family Irene had left with was Thomas. He was the only one who knew about all this. Irene decided that she had to go back to check with Thomas. The next day, Irene returned to Thomas' residence. She chatted with him briefly before quickly inserting her question. Uncle Thomas, I have a question to ask you. Did grandfather and grandmother only have you and mother? Thomas was stunned and nodded. I heard from Mom that my grandparents died when you guys were very young. You and Mom were raised by other kind people. But why is it that my mother has only ever brought me to visit my grandfather's grave, but not my grandmother's? Thomas did not reply to her. Irene saw his silence and asked tentatively, Is she still alive? Thomas shook his head. She's dead. Then why don't you guys bury her next to my grandfather? Asked Irene. Well, because she got married to someone else later on, Thomas trailed off. Remarried? To who? Irene was slightly dumbfounded. I think the man's surname was Walker. I don't know the details. Back then, your mother and I were very young. They moved away soon later, so we aren't sure, explained Thomas. Irene understood the entire story somewhat. It turned out that Dania had abandoned her children and remarried after Nelson's death. Myra must have hated Dania, so she never brought her up. How could Grandma be so cruel? Thomas wanted to explain it to Irene, but he didn't know how. If he defended Dania, Irene would definitely ask more questions. This would undoubtedly complicate things. However, if he chose to remain silent, Irene would surely misunderstand Dania, and Thomas felt bad about it. Dania was actually a great person. It was never her choice to remarry another man. Irene continued to press on. After Grandma remarried, she probably had more children, right? Does that mean I actually have other relatives? Irene, are you hoping to have one? Asked Thomas. Of course, having a relative is better than being alone and helpless. Uncle Thomas, would you be able to recognize Grandma's children if we found them? Irene's eyes were sparkling with expectations. I don't know, maybe. Thomas looked at the time. It's almost noon. I'll buy some food for you. What do you want to eat today? I'll come with you. No, you should stay at home. I will be back soon. Irene found Thomas's purposeful remark to change the topic weird. Why does it feel like there's something off about him? When Thomas walked out of the house, his brows furrowed tightly. Indeed, no secret could be kept forever. Since Irene was asking him all this, she must have heard some rumors. Should I tell her the truth? How would she feel if she knew that I was Dave and not Thomas? He wasn't actually worried about his identity being exposed. Rather, he was more worried about Marie spouting nonsense. Although Marie was his half-sister, she wasn't the best person to narrate this complicated story of their past. If Marie spoke to Irene about it and dragged Myra's name into the mud, that wouldn't be good for Irene. Life just kept coming at him. All Thomas wanted was to live a peaceful life. Was that so hard? Thomas sighed heavily. No matter what, he had to find a solution. If not, then he would have to bring Irene away from San Fatido. Since his quarrel with Margaret, Edric hadn't returned home. Not only that, but he hadn't made a single phone call to her since. His heartlessness made Margaret raging. This was typical of a man who put his girlfriend before his own mother. Edric had used to be filial until that vixen Irene came into his life. Margaret swore to never let that vixen step into their house again. Hence, she agreed to Marie's suggestion. Margaret wasn't doing this just because of the sports tournament, but rather to make Irene upset. Margaret wanted to let Irene know that she could never win in a fight against her. The next day was Margaret's birthday. Every year for her birthday, Edric would be personally in charge of every single preparation. But this year, there was nothing, as if he had forgotten her birthday. Margaret was so enraged that she ordered Lorraine to call him and remind him that it was her birthday. Edric answered the phone and promised to come back the next day. Margaret was relieved to learn that, and she called Lily to come over for the birthday dinner. Besides, she also invited a few close friends. Since he was going home to celebrate Margaret's birthday, Edric told Irene in advance that he would not be coming home for dinner. Irene wasn't bothered about Edric's schedule in a bit. Edric had planned to take Irene home with him for dinner, but when he saw how unconcerned she seemed to be, he decided to swallow his words. Irene was no longer the same person she used to be. She was no longer a pushover, and Margaret was no angel either. Although Margaret would not embarrass Irene in front of guests, she definitely wouldn't be nice. If they started fighting, it would be hard to stop them. Thus, he decided that he'd better not rush it and wait for a better opportunity. When Edric returned to the Myers family, the guests had already arrived. Even Lily was there. When Edric saw her, he frowned slightly. He had been calling Lily for a meeting every day, but she had kept brushing him off, claiming that she was busy. Yet now Lily was here to come to celebrate Margaret's birthday. Her intentions were so obvious. Edric could feel a surge of disgust towards her in him. When Lily saw Edric, she quickly came over and explained, "Dad got discharged from the hospital today." She was giving an excuse as to why she could attend Margaret's birthday. Edric felt a bit better after hearing her explanation. Since Stephen had been discharged, Lily had no reason to reject meeting him anymore. He had to make things clear with Lily and also with Stephen. The dinner was in a family buffet style. All the guests were close friends of Margaret. When they saw Lily, they all beamed. Then, they started tucking in the food gleefully when the feast began. Since it was Margaret's birthday, Lily had quite a bit of wine. Eventually, she passed out. Edric then toasted every single guest at the table. He drank quite a bit as well throughout the meal. Although all these wines did not have very high alcohol concentration, he could still feel a headache come on. After the dinner, most of the guests bid their farewell and left. Only Marie and Lily were still in the house. When Margaret saw that Edric was a little tipsy, she asked him to go rest in the room. Then she winked at Lily. Lily's heart was pounding and she felt oddly excited. This was a perfect opportunity for her. Thinking of what would happen later, she couldn't help but blush. Edric staggered upstairs. It didn't take long for Edric to enter the room. Margaret asked Lorraine to prepare some hangover soup before she whispered to Marie, "Is that medicine harmful to his body?" "No, it's just an aphrodisiac. Didn't you say Edric has no interest in other women? This medicine will definitely change that," Marie muttered. Lorraine prepared the hangover soup and carried it out. Then Margaret brought it over personally to Edric's room. Edric heard the sound and opened his eyes. She stopped by his bedside and handed the soup to him. "Edric, drink this soup. It will make you feel better." Edric took the soup mutely and drank it all in one huge gulp. After she witnessed Edric finish the soup, Margaret came out with the empty bowl and a satisfied look on her face. "Did he drink it all?" Marie asked worriedly. "Yes. In 10 minutes or so, Lily will go upstairs." Marie looked at Lily. Lily blushed and lowered her head as she sat on the sofa in the living room. Margaret and Marie sat beside her and gave her some brief advice on what to do. As they were talking happily, they heard the sound of a car outside. Soon the door was pushed open and Edric's executive assistant, John, strode in. He greeted them in the living room politely. "I'm here to pick up Mr. Myers. He has something to do later." What could there be at this hour? Margaret could sense that things were going south. Therefore, she quickly stood up to block John's way. "Edric is drunk and is lying in bed. Don't disturb him. Let him rest." "I'm sorry, Mrs. Myers. There is an urgent matter at hand. I must take Mr. Myers away." John's attitude was neither shrewd nor pushy. "I won't allow it. Edric must stay here tonight. You should leave now. If he blames you, I will take responsibility." Margaret was starting to feel unhappy. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Myers. I can't follow your orders. I am Mr. Myers' assistant, and I will only listen to his orders." "You are just an assistant hired by Edric. To put it nicely, you are an employee. If I put it bluntly, you are just a servant. What qualifications do you have to refute me?" Margaret was vexed when she saw that John wasn't bending to her will. John smiled faintly and was unbothered by her insult. "You are right. I am indeed a servant hired by Mr. Myers. However, as a servant, I am only loyal to my master. Since you are not my master, I can't follow your orders." After that, he moved past Margaret and went upstairs. Seeing that John was going upstairs, Margaret reached out to stop him anxiously. "This is my home. Did I permit you to go upstairs?" "Sure he can, since he has my permission." A cold voice rang out from the back. Everyone downstairs raised their heads to look up. Edric had suddenly come out of the room and was looking down at them from the first floor. "Edric, it's so rare for you to come home." "Can't you stay here for one time?" asked Margaret. "No." Edric went downstairs and staggered a little. John immediately went up to hold Edric up. "Mr. Myers, are you all right?" "You came just in time. Nothing will happen with you around," Edric answered. As they watched John help Edric down the stairs, Margaret and Marie looked at each other. They knew immediately that their plan would fail. She was a little annoyed, but also a little apprehensive. "Edric, today is my birthday. Are you going to leave me alone at home?" Edric felt as if there was a fire burning in his chest. Instead of replying to Margaret, he ordered John, "Let's go right away." "Edric, you can't leave me alone." Margaret saw that Edric's face was red and knew that the medicine had taken effect. If she could make him stay for a little longer, maybe. Edric glanced at Margaret with a sneer. "Mom, I have to go tonight. Nobody can stop me." John helped Edric through the living room. When he noticed Lily blushing in the living room, Edric stopped. "Miss Cook, have you no shame?"
Lily's blushing face instantly turned as pale as snow. Edric sneered and stated, Tomorrow, I will go to the Cook family and tell Mr. Cook and Mrs. Cook about our affairs in person." John held on to Edric, and they headed out to the car outside. John quickly started the car while Edric undid the button on his collar and ordered John to turn on the air conditioning. But it didn't lessen the heat in his chest. When he came back to celebrate Margaret's birthday, he hadn't intended to stay overnight. Before he came, he told John that he must come pick him up at night. It wasn't because he was afraid Margaret would play tricks on him, but rather he was worried about leaving Irene at home alone. He hadn't expected Margaret would have such a plan. At the dinner earlier, she made him drink even though she knew he had gastritis. It was clear she was up to something. But he was not worried. He knew John would be coming to get him, hence, he played along with Margaret. After drinking the hangover soup Margaret brought to him, his chest started feeling really hot. Instinctively, he knew something was amiss. Therefore, he got up from the bed. When he came out and saw Margaret stopping John as well as seeing Lily on the couch, Edric immediately understood what Margaret was thinking of. Even a fool would figure it out at that point. He was truly disappointed. Most importantly, he was all the more disgusted with Lily. She herself had said that she had been forced to become a surrogate in order to pay off her parents' debt. She claimed she had done it for Irene's happiness. But why was she doing all this now? She was clearly aware that he loved Irene, yet she was willing to do something so despicable. It said a lot about her. The car soon stopped in front of Chandel Valley. John helped Edric quickly into the villa. Irene heard the noise and came out of her room. When she saw how flushed Edric's face was, she was shocked, asking, "What's wrong?" "Mr. Myers will do the explaining to you. I'll take my leave first," John said and left immediately. Irene reached out her hand to hold Edric. "Did you drink a lot?" "Irene, I miss you." Edric reached out and hugged her narrow and supple waist. He kissed Irene's lips fiercely and tore at her clothes hastily. Irene's mouth was covered so she couldn't make a sound. She reached out to push him away, but with Edric's stature, she was helpless. He swiftly stripped her naked and pushed her down onto the sofa. After John had taken Edric away, Lily stood still with her face drained of color. Not only had their plan failed, but she had also embarrassed herself. Before leaving, Edric's mocking tone and disgusting gaze caused chills to run down her spine. Her supposedly good image that she had built up over the years had been shattered in a night. It was over. A sense of despair rose in her heart. She was too embarrassed to stay there. She rushed out of the Myers family without saying a word. "Lily," Marie called. She was worried, thus she followed her out and stopped Lily outside the villa. "Be more open-minded. It's not the end yet." "It's all because of you," Lily shouted as she glared at Marie. "If you haven't come up with such a horrible idea, will I have to stoop to this? I hate you so much." Marie was tongue-tied. "Go away, you can't even do one thing well." Since she had already lost her angelic image, she didn't care about pretending to be kind and gentle anymore. Fuck being a lady. She pushed Marie aside, got into her car, and left the Myers family. Meanwhile, Deborah was bubbling with hope as she sat at home waiting for news. Right then, she received Marie's call. The plan failed. Edric noticed it. "Lily is very angry. You better comfort her and make sure she doesn't do anything stupid." Her words immediately shattered any hope Deborah had. After hanging up the phone, she called Lily, but no one answered. Had something happened to her? Deborah's heart started to race. How could she stay at home, given such circumstances? Worrying that something bad would happen to Lily, Deborah hurried out of the house. On the road, in front of the Cook family, Deborah looked around and continued to call out Lily's name. But still, no one answered. Deborah was so anxious. Nothing would happen to her, right? In the midst of anxiety, Lily's car finally appeared in her sight. Deborah finally felt her heart calm down. Lily stopped the car and paced into the villa with a gloomy face. She didn't stay in the living room and went straight upstairs to her room. A few minutes later, Deborah trotted in and went upstairs in a hurry. Maisie stood at the door of her room and observed the scene in front of her. It was rare to see Deborah and Lily lose their composure. What had happened? Deborah pushed open Lily's door, asking, "Lily, are you okay?" "How can I be okay?" Lily jumped up and shouted at her. "Edric says that tomorrow he will come over to make things clear to you and Dad. Do Do you know what that means? Lily, please, lower your voice. Your father has just fallen asleep. Don't wake him up. Why should I keep my voice down? Anyway, there is no hope left for Edric and me. If that's the case, why should I care about my image anymore? From now on, I don't need to pretend anymore. I want to be myself again. Lily bellowed angrily. Deborah was so flustered that she stomped her feet. She hurriedly stepped forward to cover Lily's mouth and warned her, "Don't you know that you will only bring trouble upon us by doing this?" "Yes, I am." Lily pushed Deborah's hand away. "Since I can't get Edric, I don't have to pretend to be weak and gentle anymore. I've had enough." Deborah was also angry. "I told you a long time ago that you should have given up on Edric Myers. There are so many good men in the world, but you insisted on hanging on to one. Serves you right." "Serves me right? It's all because of you. It is you who said that you will help me get Edric. It is you who came up with the idea for me to be a surrogate. You are the one who asked me to seduce Edric tonight. Now Edric knows everything. He and I are done. It's because you believed in Marie. It's all because of you." Edric's words and gaze flashed across her mind once more. Lily could feel her heart throb painfully. "You heartless girl, did I raise you just so I can hear you complain about me every day? How dare you be so selfish? If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't even have been able to go near him." Deborah's temper was rising as Lily blamed her. "I wish you never gave birth to me. Why couldn't you live a normal life? Why did you end up becoming a mistress? I am so ashamed. I can never live my life proudly. I always feel inferior to others and insecure. It's all because of you that I end up in such a pathetic state." Lily's voice increased in a crescendo. "You bitch, can't you live without a man?" Deborah slapped Lily across the face in a fury. "I don't want to live for another second." Lily sat down on the ground after being slapped. "I will die before your eyes." "If you want to die, then go die in Cat Alley. Don't dirty this house," hissed Deborah. The words Cat Alley brought back memories for Lily, and she suddenly went quiet. Deborah looked at her coldly. "Have you forgotten the hardship we've been through, just because we've had a few days of good life here? If you want to go back to Cat Alley, I'm not going to stop you. Now get out of here." Lily was speechless for a moment. Deborah poked her head with her hand. "Don't get too full of yourself. If it wasn't for me, would you be able to live such a comfortable life? How dare you attack me by saying that I am a mistress? If it wasn't for me, you would be living in Cat Alley for the rest of your life eating scraps. You ungrateful wench. You're such an ingrate." Lily could still remember her days back in Cat Alley clearly as if it were only the previous day. They lived in a wet and moldy house, dressed in patched clothes, and ate food that was barely edible. On rare occasions when they got to eat meat, she would be over the moon. But now she was living in a villa, driving a car, and staying in high-end hotels. All her friends were upper-class citizens. Comparing the two was like comparing heaven and hell. Noticing her silence, Deborah continued to scold. "Did you really think you were some rich heiress? Butch, take a look in the mirror. How dare you raise your voice at me? Tired of living, are you? Do you think this house is mine? It belongs to that man downstairs. If he sees you like this, you can forget about ever getting your life together. I'm warning you. He will always favor Irene. You are nothing compared to her." I'm sorry." Lily finally came to her senses. What was she doing? She threw a tantrum and even called her mother a mistress while her father was asleep in the other room. In this family, only Stephen had the right to speak. Although Deborah and she had been in the public limelight for so many years, she understood their position in this house. Irene could lose her temper and mock Stephen, but Lily did not have such rights. From the first day she entered the house, Stephen had been very distant towards her. He had never shown the kind of fatherly love he should have for her. Sometimes, she even felt that Stephen was disgusted by her. Thus, she often felt very nervous when she was around him. Deborah had reminded her several times that she should act to be docile, kind, and polite in front of Stephen, in fear of annoying him. She had followed that rule religiously, and eventually Stephen started to pay more attention to her. If she really went back to her old self again, would he even look at her again? Lily knew the answer to that question in her heart. Deborah softened her tone. "That man downstairs is no ordinary man. He is cruel. He has been ignoring his precious daughter for so many years, let alone you, a child of an affair. We must act well to please him. That is why I willingly handed you over to Margaret, in hopes that you can take control of your own life, instead of letting you be an accessory to some men. How pathetic is it to live that life and lose yourself? Even if you can marry Edric, as long as your mindset is wrong, you will be eliminated from that household one way or another. You'd better think it over carefully yourself. With that, Deborah went back to the bedroom. Stephen was still reading in bed. When he saw her come in, he asked lightly, "What happened? What's all the noise?" Lily was in a bad mood and drank some wine, so she was acting a little crazy, answered Deborah. Acting a little crazy? Stephen put down the book in his hand and looked at Deborah with slight fury. Have you not disciplined her? Does she not know what time it is now? Or will the two of you only behave yourselves once I'm gone? Stephen, calm down. Please let me explain. Lily drank at Margaret's birthday party. She didn't drink outside, replied Deborah. Margaret's birthday party? You guys really know how to embarrass me, huh? Stephen smiled mockingly. Deborah was a little frightened by his smirk. She braced herself and explained, Margaret called to personally invite Lily over. It was hard to turn her down. Hard? Do you think I am a 3-year-old? Stephen stared at Deborah. Previously, when you two fucked up, someone cleaned up the mess for you. Now that everything has died down, what you need to do as a mother is to get Lily to stop acting out her foolish thoughts. I know, Lily is usually very sensible and obedient. This time was an exception because she drank. She likes Edric, but I've already given her a lecture earlier. Deborah lowered her head slightly. Likes Edric? Hasn't Edric made it clear enough on TV? Stephen sneered. You better warn her not to chase after things that she shouldn't have. If she keeps this up, don't blame me for getting mad. Deborah nodded obediently. Her demure attitude made Stephen let her off. Things returned to their calm state, and she lay next to Stephen. As she heard his calmed breathing, Deborah let out a sinister simper. A small leak will sink a great ship. Stephen, you're merely one of the pawns for me to achieve my goal. One day I'll repay all this humiliation you've given me. I swear.
At daybreak, Edric opened his eyes after a deep sleep. Looking at Irene, who was still sleeping beside him, he anxiously hugged her and planted a kiss on her forehead. Irene, I'm sorry. The previous night, he knew how crazy he had been, but he couldn't control it. In the car, he was still trying his best to keep it together with sheer willpower. But the moment he returned home and saw Irene, he lost all his control. He had to have her right there and then. He fiercely made love to her once on the couch. That managed to somewhat calm down the heat inside him a little. He held Irene in his arms and asked for forgiveness. Regardless of her punches and kicks, he took her back to the bedroom. He wanted to give her a bath, but within minutes, his desire started burning inside him again. Hence, he ended up making love to her again. He heard Irene begging for mercy, but he could not stop himself. Irene's body was full of marks from the day before. Edric reached out his hand and gently touched one on her bare neck. His eyes were pitch black. Margaret had used her birthday to trap him. Was she trying to make him cut her off? He was not a rebellious child, and he looked down on those who were. He had always believed that a person who was not kind to their parents should not be treated as a person as well. He knew how hard Margaret had worked for him, and because of that, he had allowed Margaret to do whatever she liked in the past. But now when he found out what Margaret was capable of, Edric felt extremely disappointed. How could she do something so immoral? He was loyal to her, but not blindly so. Margaret had gone too far this time. He definitely would not let this go. He couldn't forget Lily, of course. He had always thought that Lily was kind, but that impression had largely been reduced the previous night. She had said that she wanted him and Irene to be together, but behind his back, she had colluded with Margaret to carry out such a despicable scheme. No matter what kind of reasons or excuses Lily had, she knew clearly that the woman he loved was Irene. Despite knowing he would never leave Irene, she still proceeded to plot against him. That was enough to show him how terrible of a person she was. Thinking about how guilty he used to feel towards her, he found himself incredibly naive. Luckily, he had kept an eye on her. Otherwise, he and Irene would really be in deep trouble. Irene wiggled in his embrace and opened her eyes. Irene, you're awake. Edric's eyes were twinkling with guilt. Irene felt aches all over her body. Edric, were you insane last night? Irene, I'm sorry. Edric apologized. Irene was about to scold him when she noticed the scars on his bare skin. The previous night, Edric was like a ravenous wolf. She was in so much pain she kept gasping. Naturally, her first instinct was to resist him, and hence the scratches on his body and his face. Looking at the several bloody scratches on his face, Irene held her anger back. What happened last night? Edric sighed. I drank too much. I'm sorry. Even though Margaret was the one who had caused this, he didn't want to let Irene know lest she despised Margaret even more. He finally understood why Irene refused to tell him about her relationship with Stephen. For Irene, she was ashamed to have a father like Stephen. She would rather hide the truth than be honest with him. It was true that Edric had drunk a lot the previous night, so he wasn't clear-headed. Although Irene was confused about why he was so drunk, she would never have expected that Margaret would pull such a scheme on Edric. Hence, she didn't doubt Edric's answer at all. You should drink less in the future. You have gastritis after all. Irene's concern made Edric's eyes filled with tears. He hugged Irene tightly and said, Don't worry, I won't drink so much in the future. Edric, please be gentle. It hurts. He exerted so much force that Irene whined. I'm sorry, I'm just too emotional. Edric quickly let go of her and lowered his head to kiss her. Are you hungry? I'll go make breakfast for you. Forget it. Let me do it, Irene said and got up. Edric thought he had misheard her. He gazed at Irene. Irene then glared at him and said, What are you looking at? Is it so surprising for me to make breakfast? I'm not surprised, I'm touched. Indeed, this was the first time since Irene moved in that she offered to make breakfast. In the past, she would always make excuses and said that she forgot how to cook. Now that she was willing to make breakfast for him, did it mean that she had let go of the past and was willing to accept Edric again? Stephen had just returned from his morning exercise and opened the door when he saw Lily sitting on the sofa in the living room. Seeing him entering the house, Lily smiled and said, Good morning, Dad. Stephen just nodded and went to Lily's side to sit down. Lily apologized. Dad, I'm sorry. I drank too much last night. I won't do it again. Do you really mean it? Stephen asked without a trace of emotion in his eyes. I know I was wrong, Lily replied. Dad, I was just out of my head for a moment. Please forgive me. Stephen didn't reply to her. Lily continued. Dad, Irene hasn't been home in so long. I miss her so much. Why don't I ask Maisie to buy some of her favorite dishes back so we can invite her and Edric over for dinner? Stephen looked at Lily at the mention of Edric. Seeing her neutral expression, he nodded slightly. This meant that he agreed. Deborah was right. In Stephen's heart, Irene was his everything. Yet Lily did not even mean anything. Lily's heart swelled with hatred right there and then, but she did not show it on her face. I'll go and call her right now. She picked up the phone and was about to dial Irene's number when Stephen stopped her. Forget it. Irene won't listen to you. I'll call her. Edric went to the office after breakfast. John was very surprised to see him. Why are you not at home resting? The bidding is about to begin. I'm worried, answered Edric. The documents are all in order, but the designs are running into some problems. You can't help with design, so there's no point in you coming over. Although I just received a message. John trailed off while glancing at Edric and saw the scars on his face. He suddenly paused and asked cautiously, Did Miss Irene do that to you? What's the message? Edric asked. Seeing that he was not unhappy about it, John was relieved. It's about Mr. Cook. He seems to have encountered some troubles. Is it about the suspension? Asked Edric. It's not that. It has something to do with Tobias, the chairman of the Tobias Group. Hearing this, Edric frowned. It must be something serious if Tobias was involved. Was Stephen in hot water this time? While he was deep in thoughts, his phone rang. Stephen was calling to invite him and Irene back to the Cook family. He had something he wanted to talk to them about. Since Edric was going to talk to Stephen about the matter of him and Lily, he agreed immediately. Stephen hung up the phone and called Irene. Irene's voice was cold. Mr. Cook, have you recovered from your sickness? Stephen ignored her sarcastic tone and said, Irene, come back for dinner with Edric tonight. Mr. Cook, don't you feel uncomfortable when you see Edric? Irene asked. Stephen gave a dry laugh. Irene, it's a good thing that you and Edric are back together. I have always wanted you to have a good life. The mistake I made in the past was also for your own good. I have never wanted to hurt you. Stop. I don't want to talk about this anymore, Irene interrupted him. She felt disgusted that Stephen would make such claims as if he genuinely wanted her to be happy. Mr. Cook, you're a politician. You must be very generous and forgiving. But your mistress and illegitimate daughter are just regular people. Are you sure they wouldn't mind? Retorted Irene. They know their place, Stephen replied. Of course they did. Ever since Stephen pretended to be ill, Irene no longer believed what he said. Her intuition told her that nothing good could come from Stephen inviting her and Edric home. However, no matter what he had planned, Irene didn't care. She watched Stephen and his family carry on their lives as if she was watching a soap opera. Perhaps others would get involved emotionally watching them staying under one roof, but not her. No matter what Stephen tried, he would never succeed. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Edric and Irene arrived at the Cook family. At the sound of their car arriving, Maisie came out first, followed by Stephen, Deborah, and Lily. As Irene had expected, everyone was smiling. Irene's eyes deliberately lingered on Deborah and Lily's faces for a while. She was secretly amused. How could they be grinning at such a time? They truly were great actors. Edric opened the trunk and took out a series of gifts. Stephen took them with a smile. No need to waste your money next time. It's what I should do, Edric answered with a smile. He continued to get gifts from the car. The number of gifts he had prepared was more than double what he usually brought over. Lily looked at the grin on Edric's face and felt a sharp pain in her heart. This was the real Edric. There was not only a smile on his face, but in his eyes too. She had never seen his eyes smile during her time with him. She had loved him for so many years. In order to get him, it took 9 years of planning. She had wasted a good 9 years of her youth. But what did she get in the end? In addition to the humiliation and tears, Edric had never given her the slightest bit of attention. Lily hated him so much. Deborah was right. She was too stupid. It was not worthy to put all eggs in one basket just to end up as an accessory to him. From that day onwards, she would no longer be the fool she used to be. Deborah nudged Lily. When Lily came to her senses, she found that Deborah, Stephen, and even Maisie all had gifts in their hands. Irene looked at Lily and sneered. Although there was a smile on Lily's face, Irene could tell at a glance that Lily was obviously absent-minded. Lily wasn't as skilled as Deborah. For her to be able to put on such an act could be considered admirable, given the fact that she was supposed to feel incredibly heartbroken at this moment. At the very least, she was better than Irene. If the roles were reversed, Irene would definitely not be able to do as well. Seeing Deborah nudged Lily, Irene smirked and glanced at Stephen. She wondered if he saw the performance between the two of them, or whether he had truly discerned what lied beneath the facade they two put on. As Edric retrieved the final gift from the car, Lily reached out her hand and called, "Edric, pass it over." Irene was impressed by how nonchalant Lily was. She could see the reluctance and hurt in Lily's eyes, but Lily took the lead to talk to him first. It was clear that Lily had learned her lesson and had withdrawn herself from the equation. It must have been difficult for her to make that decision. Irene wasn't the only one surprised. So were Deborah and Stephen. Deborah was very impressed. Lily was really something. The fact that she could recover in such a short time and cooperate with the acting was enough to prove that she had matured a lot. As long as Lily no longer loved Edric, Lily's life would be in her own hands. She would be able to get anything she wanted with just a flick of the wrist. Living as a puppet to a man would get her nowhere. Stephen glanced at Lily. Being kind, gentle, and understanding was a mask Lily always put on. However, he didn't like that. Compared to Irene's outspoken attitude and ignorance, he preferred Irene more. He liked how she was always honest and blunt. Stephen was a man who had been in politics for many years. Although he wished that Lily would change her ways, deep down, he knew that such a tremendous change in her attitude was highly suspicious. Edric was also surprised when Lily was smiling from ear to ear at him. The person who was trying to get into his pants the previous night was now being such a composed state. This was all very puzzling to him. This further confirmed his intuition of Lily not being an innocent person. "Let's talk inside," Stephen invited them in. Stephen shared the same couch with Deborah, Irene and Edric on another. Lily plopped down alone in a single chair. Irene couldn't help feeling that the entire scenario looked odd. After thinking about it for a bit, she recalled how she used to be the one sitting in that single chair, but now it was Lily. Seeing Stephen talk to Edric as if nothing had happened, and how Deborah and Lily were trying to put on an act, Irene felt all this was extremely ironic. This entire family deserved Oscar awards for being such great actors. Their acting skills were really top-notch. Maisie set the dishes on the table before she beckoned for everyone to have dinner. Surprisingly, the atmosphere at the dining table was good. Lily actually scooped some dishes for Irene and Edric, and so did Deborah. Seeing how hospitable she was to Edric, Irene felt nauseated. At first, she did her best to resist that sick feeling in her stomach. But when Deborah tried to put some salad onto her plate, Irene couldn't hold it in any longer. She pulled her plate away. Seeing the look of disgust on Irene's face, Stephen remarked, "It's okay, we're a family. There's no need to be so courteous. Just let her be." On the surface, the whole dining experience seemed to be a happy one, but deep down, it was far from being a joyful occasion. After dinner, Stephen called Edric into the study. After closing the door behind him, the smile on Stephen's face faded away, and it was replaced by a gloomy expression. "Edric, I am starting to see you from a different perspective. What's so good about you? Both of my daughters, they're amazing in their own ways, so why did they have to fall for you?" Sigh. "If news of this breaks out, it'll tarnish my family's reputation. My name will go down the drain too." Before this, Stephen was all smiles. But seeing how his face changed immediately, Edric was positively amazed by him. He had to give it to Stephen, to be as skilled at being this two-face, for it must have taken years of practice. But wasn't Stephen the one who told him to seduce Lily? Why was he turning around and blaming it on Edric now? Finally, Edric understood why Irene despised Stephen so much. He said lightly, "About Lily, please accept my apologies. It was my mom's doing. If she didn't want a grandchild so badly, none of these would have happened. Yes, if your mom hadn't treated Irene like that back then everything would not have happened. It's all your mother's fault," Stephen echoed. As that, Edric chuckled faintly. "It's true that it wasn't right for her to be selfish and snobbish, but it wasn't right for you and Mrs. Cook to set me and Lily up either. If we're going to bring up the past, clearly you and Mrs. Cook had a part in it too." Hearing this, Stephen's face turned red. He never expected Edric to be so straightforward. All he could do now was to titter in embarrassment. With a weary smile, Stephen stated, "The things parents do to protect their children. I didn't think things through, but the past is the past. There's no point regretting it now. The reason I invited you over tonight was to discuss Irene and Lily. So how are you planning to deal with all this?" "That's also why I'm here." Edric looked at Stephen. "I'm planning to break off my engagement with Lily and marry Irene." Stephen slammed his hand onto the table, but continued to remain silent. Edric went on to say, "Although I'm engaged to Lily, we haven't done anything inappropriate. What Irene and I have is special. I hope you will give us your blessings. There's nothing I can do since things have turned out this way. As long as Irene says yes, I won't object to your proposal. However, it pains me to see Lily in such a state." Stephen sighed deeply. Trying to ease his broken heart, Edric replied, "If Lily needs anything, I'll compensate her with money." Stephen's eyes lit up when he heard the word compensate. He pondered for a moment and said, "There's no need for that. As long as you and Irene are happy, I'm sure Lily will be happy for you two too." Seeing that Stephen was on the same boat with him, Edric felt more relaxed. After Stephen and Edric entered the study, Deborah and Lily pretended to rinse and prep the fruits in the kitchen. Irene knew they didn't want to be with her alone. Well, neither did she want to stay in the same area with them. Thus, she walked into the living room alone to watch TV. She wasn't paying to the show. Instead, she was wondering what Stephen and Edric were discussing in the study. After a few moments, Lily and Deborah marched into the living room, with a plate of fruits. Placing down the plate in front of Irene, Lily said with a bright smile, "Irene, please have some fruits." Smiling politely, Irene responded, "Thank you, but I don't feel too well. You can enjoy it yourself, Miss Cook." "Oh my, I'm sorry," Lily apologized sincerely. "It's my fault for not being thoughtful enough. Please forgive me." Irene scoffed. Miss Cook, cut that off. This meant that she didn't accept Lily's apology. The smile on Lily's face vanished immediately while she stared at Irene with her big, pitiful eyes. "Irene, I know what I did previously was wrong. This is all Freya's fault. She chose to abandon me when I was at my weakest. I was so mad that I went along with her plan. Deep down, I really feel bad for it. After all, we're sisters, and blood is thicker than water." As Lily said this, she started choking on her words. Tears started streaming down her pretty face. Frankly, Irene was astonished at her flawless performance. She wanted to give Lily a round of applause for her marvelous acting skills. If she remembered correctly, after the whole thing in the past, Lily was the one who stood her ground and argued with her. Even a child could tell that such a change in her attitude was questionably suspicious. "Miss Cook, don't cry. I didn't even touch you." Irene stood up and stepped aside in disgust. "Irene, your father and I have already taught Lily a lesson. She really wants to turn over a new leaf. You need to give her a chance to change." Deborah chimed in. "Irene, please give me a chance," Lily cried aloud. "I won't fall for someone else's words anymore. I've cut all ties with Freya already." Lily called this an apology, yet all Irene could hear was her pushing all the responsibility onto someone else. There wasn't an inch of sincerity in Lily's words. Irene felt utterly broken at Lily's pretense. "Miss Cook, you really don't have to do this. Everything is in the past. We all know what really happened back then. None of us are that stupid. Do you understand what I'm saying? Does this mean you're not willing to forgive me?" All of a sudden, Lily got onto her knees in front of Irene. "Irene, I'm begging you." As Lily knelt down, coincidentally, the room of the study swung open at the same time. When Stephen saw this, he frowned and asked, "Lily, why are you kneeling on the ground?" I'm apologizing to Irene. If she doesn't forgive me, I won't get up," Lily sobbed. Her eyes were beaming with tears as if Irene had just beaten her up. Hearing this, Stephen quickly walked over. "You two are sisters and you've gone through so much together. The key here is to realize your mistake and don't repeat it." After saying this, he turned to Irene. "Lily's still a young girl. It's normal that she will make mistakes as such. Why can't you just forgive her this once?" "Didn't Lily say that she wouldn't get up if I didn't forgive her?" Seeing how Stephen was defending Lily, clearly, he thought that he could resolve this entire situation that easily. Irene smirked playfully. She didn't show any intentions of helping Lily to her feet, neither did she say anything. All she did was just stared coldly at Stephen and Lily. When she finally had had enough, she said, "Mr. Cook, did you ask me to come back just to watch her put on an act?" "What are you talking about?" squealed Stephen. "Impressive. I have always seen actors on TV begging for mercy. Little did I know I will have the honor of seeing such a magnificent act when I come over for dinner tonight." Irene stood up as she spoke. "Mr. Cook, thank you for your dinner. I had enough of her acting. However, all of you have better practice more. Maybe then you'll gain my sympathy the next time." With that, she turned around and left without even noticing the horrid look on Stephen's face. Seeing Irene leave, Edric knew it was his cue to leave too. After muttering something to Stephen, he quickly left the house. Watching Edric and Irene disappear from their lines of vision, Stephen's face suddenly turned cold. When Irene mentioned the word act, he was reminded of something. If Lily really wanted to apologize to Irene, then she wouldn't have chosen a time like this. He turned his head and looked at Lily, who was still kneeling on the ground. "What are you still kneeling for? Wasn't it embarrassing enough?" Deborah quickly reached out to help Lily up. Lily's eyes were twinkling with tears. "Dad, I really wanted to apologize and ask for her forgiveness. Regardless of whether it was sincere, don't do anything like this in the future. You're not the brightest, and those around you aren't dumb," Stephen said, and went back into his study. Back in the car, Irene couldn't help sneering when she thought about what had happened a while ago. She wondered if Lily was putting on this show for Stephen, or Edric? Edric, do you think I'm taking things too far? Irene, no matter what happened, I'll always support. Edric didn't know what exactly had happened earlier, but he was sure that Irene would never force Lily to kneel. They'd been married for 3 years. He knew very well what kind of person Irene was. Regardless of how cruel Lily could be, Irene would never make such a ridiculous demand. You'll support me? Edric, Lily was your fiancée after all. This reply of yours would disappoint her, Irene teased. Irene, she's no longer my fiancée. I've already made it clear to Mr. Cook that Lily and I have broken off the engagement. Edric reached out and held her hand. Irene, you told me that you'd give me another chance if I rid myself of all the troubles. Now that I've done that, we can start over again, right? Irene did recall saying this, but she never said they'd start seeing each other again. For her, Edric's problem didn't end with Lily. He also had a demanding mother. With Margaret in the picture, there was no way Edric and she would make it to the end. With that being said, now wasn't the right time for her to reject him. Forcing a smile on her face, she said, "Yes, we can start over again."